We are live at Coletco for tonight's sale, and we got a co-host, John Thomas. You're gonna be like Paul. You're gonna be like Paul Schaefer tonight. Yeah. What's that?
We're going to make an AI chat.
All right. We already have. Let's see. Intergroove Distortion, Arnold Adams, Mega Blast, Josh Brown, Larry Gonzalez, and AI Chad. That's these the people watching right now. They might be into that because that'd be somebody else they can harass all night. Okay, here we go. Gotta get my brain. I'm like at 15%. After I drink this drink, I'll be at 20. After I start reading off some titles, I'll jump up to 60%. And after the first couple auction sale, I'll probably be at 80. There's somebody been calling the store for the last half hour. All right, I got that shared. Okay. All right. Okay. Welcome, everybody. You go grab that first crate from this morning's video. Let me get this drink shook up. All righty. Let's go get that first crate. I already see Jerry Stone's on. He'll be glad to know there's 3 crates of new vinyl. Jerry Stone is going wild. He just fell off his couch. All right, Jerry. Jerry Stone just fell off his couch. Jerry Stone just went, huh? Jerry Stone just went, what? Okay. All right. I think these are a couple notes Ed left from people trying to sell some collections, so we'll follow up with those over the weekend or tonight. I'll look at them tonight. Technically this morning, tomorrow morning. Still waiting for John Kaiser to buy this bundle. Come on, John Kaiser. This looks like a straight price crate here. Yep, got this. I need to be able to get to my auctions here. This chair is, I have to hide the chairs because otherwise I'll use them. I was sitting down last night. I don't like to sit down. I sit down at the end. It's a relief. It's like, It's something to look forward to in 8 hours. I know at concerts for general admission, I don't mind standing anymore. It used to be pretty beatful. And now it's like, we'll go to those Metallica shows and we'll be standing for all night and everybody's like, oh, my back. I'm like, this is nothing. Let's see here. I'll take care of that in a second. Now I have a note on which Japanese pressings not to sell yet. Let me go ahead and pull those out. Seth left me a note here. He said, okay. Everything else looks pretty good then. So I'm going to go ahead and grab Venus and Mars. And we'll start with that one. Okay. All right. Show's underway. First auction of the night is Wings, Paul McCartney, Venus and Mars, a Japanese pressing, near mint minus and pristine, exactly like we like it. It has the original inner sleeve, it has the insert, and it has the cover and obi. The cover has a little bit of a ding right down there, $35 start. How could you go wrong? Let's pull this camera back just a little. Let's straighten it up. Whoa, not that way. And tilt it a little. That's pretty good right there, I think. Yeah. All right. And then we're going to get this video pulled up for this morning. I don't need my chocolate covered raisins yet. Keyword yet. That's my power about 11 o'clock. And then let me get this video pulled up. Andy Wade's already in on Wings. Excellent. Here's the new vinyl video from this morning. And we have sold Tool, David Crosby. Hold on, let me get these in order. We have sold Mad Season, Lightning Hopkins, Pulp Fiction, Nirvana, Maroon 5, Evanescence, Tom Petty, Black Crowes, Lightning Hopkins, Rage, Lenny Kravitz, Dropkick Murphys, Crosby, Toots and Maytals, Kiss, and Tool. Okay. And Wings has a bid for $35. Our next crate, John just delivered the 5 crates of vintage. Our next auction is going to be Legend, the best of Bob Marley. And this is the 86 US reissue specialty press. It is a VG copy. And all these grades are very conservative. And that's a $15 start. I feel like I'm missing a lot. Yep, I'm missing a lot right over here. It's all turned sideways on me. There we go. Now there was light. Let there be light. All right, so that's up for bid. Bob Marley, $15 start. And over here, we have the first thing sold, Dropkick Murphys. This is $36.99. That's sold to Robert Barnett. Thank you on that. Bob Marley has a bid for $15. Venus and Mars has a bid for $35 of Andy Wade. So we'll say officially all those are going once, going twice. And then our next auction is going to be Van Morrison, Into the Music. And this happens to be a 79 US Club copy in VG Plus condition. And we're going to start old Van there for $15. So now that's up for bid. Quicksand, Manic Compression. Quicksand is a 30th anniversary on red vinyl. $38.99 for Quicksand. And then Megan Maroney, Cloud 9. That's a double LP on pink vinyl. Megan is $38.99. John Doe, Forever Hasn't Happened Yet. $29.99 for John Doe. It's a 20th anniversary edition. That makes me think 1995, but 20 years ago was actually 2006. Wow. Seems pretty recent. Over here we have the best of Sade. That's a 2 LP. That is $38.99 for Sade. That is available. Everything in here is new and sealed. Kevin Morby. This is a photograph. Limited edition gold nugget colored vinyl. $24.99. We have Whiskey Myers Mud. Whiskey Myers is $24.99. We have Mersbo Red Magnesia Pink. Mersbo is $49.99. And then Eric Johnson live from Austin, Texas. That's Austin City Limits. Eric Johnson, a 2 LP, $33.99. Venus and Mars. That is officially sold to Andy Wade for $35. Let's get that off the table. Thank you, Andy. That's sold to you. And I hadn't forgot about our message thread. I'm going to probably have time to look at that in the next 48 hours. I have a long list of stuff like that to check on Sunday when I have absolutely free and unrestricted time. Stephen Parton, you get Bob Marley for $15. Thank you, Stephen. That's so to you for $15. And final chance to bid on Van Morrison Into the Music. VG Plus, $15 start on that. Next auction is going to go up for bid right now. That's Pink Floyd, a collection of great dance songs, which is a compilation. It's an 81 U.S. repress Pittman. VG condition, a collection of great dance songs. Pink Floyd, a $15 start. Bob Marley, just got a bid for $18, and I've already sold it for $15. I just shot myself in the foot over $3. We'll keep a running total tonight. I'll probably end up shooting myself in the foot enough to buy 2-3 pizzas. We have Mandy, Indiana Erg, $24.99 for Mandy, Indiana Erg, $24.99. And then Toots and the Maytals. This one's called Pressure Drop. Now, we did sell one of these. Pressure Drop here is sold to Matt Bushy. Thank you, Matt. That was $29.99. If anybody else wants one, let me know. And then the Black Crows of Morica. We sold a couple Black Crows. We showed Shake Your Money Maker. And I guess that's it. So Amorica is still available, 2 LP, $39.99. I still got the Spacewalk Tribute to Ace Frehley in stock if anybody needs that. Red marble vinyl. The reason I'm showing it right now is because I need to get it out of this crate before something happens to it. So let me move down this box right here, and let me put that right there, okay? Spacewalk is $34.99. Van Morrison over here is a buy it now for $15. That's Van Morrison Into the Music. VG Plus, $15 buy it now on that. Pink Floyd has the original inner sleeve. I think the inner sleeve is a has a little wear to it. Yeah, it's got a little bit of a dog ear and stuff on it. But Pink Floyd, kind of an iconic title. But I don't think of Pink Floyd being dance music, a collection of great dance songs. Honestly, I was just watching the 2017 interview with Dan Rather and Roger Waters. Geese getting killed. Geese is $24.99. I have Geese for $24.99, and they're getting killed evidently. And then here is Joe, DJO, Decide. That's $34.99. All right, let's go here. Let me grab the crate of Japanese stuff for tonight and get a little bit closer to me. Should have some great titles. For some reason, they're turned every which way. So let's go ahead and pull out BB King live at the Regal. And BB King is a Japanese pressing, near mint minus and pristine, just the way we like it. There's 1 LP, there's 2 LPs, and there's BB King with Obi. Actually, it's a 1 LP. I meant to say there's the inner sleeve. Also, we have the Upsetters, a fistful of dub. That is $29.99. And Scorpions, I don't think we sold one. I had one with a seam split. I mean, a very minor seam split. I discounted $2. And then this one here, that's perfect. That's Lonesome Crow, and that is the newest pressing of that, $36.99. All right, let's go ahead and make Pink Floyd a buy it now for $15. A 1981 U.S. repress, VG. Pink Floyd can be bought for $15. We got Van Morrison for $15. Stephen Parton gets Pink Floyd for $15. And then BB King is a $35 start, live at the Regal. This is a Lightning Sam Hopkins, and I think I did this one on sale for $19.99. I did, because there's a seam split. So mark this one down for $19.99 and give it to Sean Fairweather. Thank you, Sean Fairweather. That's so to you. We have Kelly Moran, Don't Trust Mirrors. That's $34.99. And the Black Crows, that is Southern Harmony and Musical Companion remastered, $33.99. Japanese BB King, a $35 start. Our next auction is Tom Petty, Long After Dark. Don't Do Me Like That. Don't Do Me Like That. You got lucky, babe, when I found 1982 USOG Pickneyville. This is a strong VG. Tom Petty, $15 start on that one. $15 start. Joe, to my knowledge, is black vinyl. Blue. No, it's blue. It is blue vinyl, yes. Blue vinyl on Decide, yes. Next thing in here is the Strokes, the new abnormal. The Strokes is $29.99. The Strokes, $29.99. And we have 2 copies of that in stock. Creed, My Own Prison, $33.99. Creed, My Own Prison. Next auction is going to go up right now. That is Van Morrison, Blowing My Mind. Brown Eyed Girl. Bum, bum. There it is. And this is a 73 US on the Bang label. Now, this came out before this in 73, but always been a tough album to get for some reason. Van Morrison, Blowing Your Mind. A VG copy, a $20 start on that. Creed is $33.99. We have the Laughing Hyenas, Hard Times. $29.99 for the Laughing Hyenas. And G.G. Allen, Expose Yourself, the singles collection. And that is $29.99. G.G. Allen, $29.99. Do you have a single disc black vinyl version, George Michael Faith? I actually think, well, I ordered some. If they're not behind me, they're on their way. There's possibly one in the 3 crates of new vinyl. We have Equus Caballus, Men I Trust. That's $46.99. No bid on the BB King, so it's a buy now for $35. That's a Japanese pressing BB King live at the Regal. You can pick that up for just $35. It's near mint minus, and it's available. Seth Lucas over here. Seth Lucas over here has Tom Petty for $15, and he has Van Morrison for $20. Great stuff there. Tom Petty for $15 and Van Morrison for $20. 2 no bids, a Van Morrison and a BB King there. We'll move those over and say going once, going twice. Over here we have Simple Plan, and that one's harder than it looks. Blue Marble Vinyl. Simple Plan is $29.99. And then David Crosby, If I Could Only Remember My Name. Happens to me every day. $29.99. David Crosby is officially sold to Diego Sanchez. Thank you, Diego Sanchez. That's sold to you. And Toots and the Maytals, Funky Kingston. $34.99 for Toots and the Maytals. Funky Kingston. That's $34.99. I still got that one available. And here's some more Bob Marley. We sold one at auction earlier. This is Bob Marley and the Wailers, Exodus, $36.99. And then the one we just sold at auction, the VG copy. Here's a new and sealed copy, Legend, the best of Bob Marley, $36.99. Peter Tosh, No Nuclear War, yellow vinyl, $29. Black Crow, Shake Your Moneymaker. This is sold to David Polkey. Thank you, David Polkey. That's sold to you. And I have one more copy left at $33.99. That's something everybody always needs. OGs are kind of tougher to get. And there it is. And I'm still looking for Mad Season, Pulp Fiction, Nirvana, Maroon 5, Tom Petty, Rage, Lenny Kravitz, Kiss, and Tool. That's all in the next crate. And then Seth Lucas, you get these 2 right here. And these are sold to you. You get Tom Petty for $15. You get Van Morrison for $20. This is a perk of tuning in really early. Several auctions already left the block. I guess a total of 7. And we've sold 5. There's 2 in the no bid. And everything's got minimum bid. So good reason to be tuning in early whenever I say I'm going to start at 5:30. Everybody's like, yeah, right. He's not going to start at 5:30. Next thing you know, 5:30, and deals are being handed out left, right. Next is Led Zeppelin Coda. This is a 1982 U.S. Allied OG with the original inner sleeve in VG condition. And this is a $15 start. Has the gatefold, and it has the original inner sleeve. There is a saw mark. That's a $15 start. $15 start on that. Another straight price crate. Great. So we got 2, 4, 5, 7 crates plus 3 crates of new vinyl. And if I put all the auctions together, it'd be like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 crates, and Patrick's working on another one. So we got a lot of stuff to sell. I think tonight's going to end up being pretty dang good. Hope everybody's ready. Hopefully a lot of people's in from work and they're like, all right, I'm done with work. Everybody's been waiting for the weekend. I'm ready to watch Chad sell records, and I'm going to participate by buying them. Tom Petty, Hard Promises, an 81 USOG VG Plus. Tom Petty's a $20 start. Okay, over here we have the Van Morrison no bid. The 2 no bids right now are BB King Live at the Regal, $35, and Van Morrison Into the Music for $15. VG Plus on that. BB King is near mint minus. Okay, and then over here we have Led Zeppelin 15, Led Zeppelin 15, Led Zeppelin 20, Led Zeppelin 22, and Stephen Parton wants Geese from the Crate. Geese Getting Killed. That's sold. Tom Petty also has a bid for 20, and I need to go up front and get that other crate. And before I do that, I'm going to read through these one more time. We had Quicksand for 38. We had Mega Maroney for 38. John Doe for $29. The Best of Sade for $38. BB King is sold over here for $35 to Kristen Start. Thank you, Kristen. That's sold to you. Whiskey Myers Mud was $24. Mersbo was $49. We also had Eric Johnson for $33. We have Mandy, Indiana for $24. Black Crows Amorica for $39. The Upsetters for $29. Scorpions, I got one nice and one with a seam split. $34 and $36. Black Crows $33. We have Kelly Moran for $34. And we have Joe Deicide Blue Vinyl, $34.99. The Strokes is $29. Creed My Own Prison is $33. The Laughing Hyenas is $29. Gigi Allen $29. Men I Trust Gail Equus Caballas, $46.99. Simple Plan was $29. And then here's some reggae for you. Toots and the Maytals $34. Bob Marley Exodus $36. Legend of Bob Marley $36. Peter Tosh $29. Black Crows is at $33. Okay, so right now let's go grab another Japanese pressing over here. Let's see what we got in this crate. You just never know with me. How about Band on the Run? Y'all probably hear me sing enough of that every night, but here it is, and it's a beautiful Japanese press, complete with obi and poster, and this is a $35 start. $35 start. Beautiful Japanese pressing, a Band on the Run. There's the original inner sleeve. They recorded this album down in Africa, and if you've watched the Paul McCartney documentary on Amazon, he actually had a bunch of demo tapes, and he got robbed down there, and the demo tapes were stolen and never have been discovered since then. Those are priceless wherever they're at. Some, excuse me, Band on the Run era demos. I mean, I think a lot of it, he still had it remembered and up in his head and wrote down somewhere, but still, wherever those tapes are, somewhere in Africa, they're... if they still exist, they're probably worth a fortune. Van Morrison's at $12 with Mortgage Guy Rob. The last bid that came in on Led Zeppelin was Coda. Melanie Jennings still has it for $30. Melanie Jennings still has it for $30. Over here we have Tom Petty, and the last bid that came in on Tom Petty was Kristen Start at $25, and Band on the Run already has a bid for $35. Let me go ahead and finish up drinking this right quick. Time out. Yeah, can you imagine? There's like a little box or something, and there's some reel to reels, and they're demos of a Band on the Run, McCartney recording somewhere no one's ever heard before. He'd be the highest bidder probably just to be able to hear that stuff again. All right, this is sold to Stephen Parton. Chad, you see Universal pre-order for Kiss the Story 50th anniversary Splatter and Liquid. When I first opened Facebook earlier, I saw something like that, but usually that kind of stuff I'm not available to post because it's direct. It's what am I trying to say? It's only available through their site usually. Now, don't hold me to that. Don't hold me to that, but that's usually the situation. It's kind of only available through their site. Kiss does a lot. Whoever owns their catalog now, whoever puts out all the Kiss merch now, they it's usually exclusives through their website. Okay. All right. So Led Zeppelin is sold for $30 to Melanie Jennings. Thank you, Melanie. That's sold to you. The Tom Petty is sold for $25, and that's sold to Kristen Start. Now, Andy, you're tied with Kristen. He bid first on Paul McCartney. So Band on the Runs is the complete Japanese pressing. Japanese, near mint minus, obi, both posters, insert, and inner sleeve. And it's near mint minus. So that is available, okay? It's sold out quick, yeah. So, yeah, usually that Kiss stuff, especially anything very limited edition on vinyl, if you don't grab it exclusively through their website immediately, it's going to get gone. And they typically never have a repressing like for us to post. Here's a 1975 reissue of Pink Floyd Dark Side of the Moon. VG condition, a $15 start for Pink Floyd. It's a 75 VG. And first thing in here is Marty Supreme, the original soundtrack by Daniel Lopatin. That's a 2 LP, $39.99. Mitski, this is the newest release, Nothing's About to Happen to Me. And this is on yellow vinyl for $25.99. And we have AC/DC Highway to Hell. AC/DC is $29.99. We actually may already have corrosion conformity posted. We may actually already may have that posted. $29.99 for AC/DC. Kiss Alive 3. That's a 2 LP, $46.99. I got several Kiss releases in here. Wings is getting bid. Pink Floyd's a $15 start. Let's go ahead and put up another auction right quick, and that's Stone Temple Pilots. And this is an unofficial red marble. There's maybe a test press in here? Really? Let's see what's going on. Okay. Test press 2013 record. All right, we need to set that aside then. And then I'm assuming that's for core. And then this is the bootleg. Is that right? Yeah, definitely. All right, so here's a red vinyl unofficial Stone Temple Pilots core. Red and black marble vinyl, unofficial press of Stone Temple Pilots core. It's near mint minus, and it's just a $25 start. $25 start. That's now for bid. So, Band on the Run is at 41, Pink Floyd 15, Band on the Run 45, Stone Temple Pilots 25. Green Day Kerplunk, $44.99 for Green Day Kerplunk. We have Blink-182, Enema of the State. Blink-182 is $36.99. This is the newest stuff that came in yesterday, posted this morning in the video. We also have Evanescence Fallen, $29.99 for Evanescence Fallen, and more AC/DC High Voltage. It's a long way to the top, and that's $29.99 for AC/DC. Kiss Revenge, somebody did grab a copy of this. Tougher OG to get. That's so to Slam and Alvin. Thank you on that one. Pink Floyd does have a bid for $15. Wings is at 45 of Andy Wade, and STP is a $25 start. STP is a $25 start, FYI. Okay, just FYI, that is a $25 start. Parliament Mothership Connection, We've Got the Funk for $36.99. And we have Kiss Dynasty for $33.99. That is a 2014 remaster. Pulp Fiction soundtrack is sold. That's sold to Sean Fairweather. Pulp Fiction, $36.99. Andy Wade has Beatles at 45. Kristen Start, You're Out. I should say Wings. And Kristen Start's done. We're about to sell Pink Floyd for $15. Creed, that's Human Clay, a 2 LP. $39.99 for Creed, Human Clay, and then Pink Floyd Metal Remaster, $33.99. Fearless, One of These Days. That great instrumental track. We have Kiss Unplugged. That's a 2 LP, $44.99. And Jimi Hendrix, Electric Ladyland. All analog remaster, 2 LP with 8-page book. Hendrix, $34.99. Nirvana Unplugged. I do have more of these if anybody else wants one. Let's give one to Seth Lucas. Thank you, Seth Lucas. That's so to you. Wings is a Japanese pressing, near mint minus and pristine, complete with both posters, inner sleeve, and insert. Andy Wade has it for $45. We're about to sell it. You'll be very happy you did when that first guitar lick. Oh, man. Okay, and then over here we have Pink Floyd, and this is a 75 reissue in VG condition. It's had one bid for $15 for a couple minutes with Charles Berry. I'm about to sell it to him. It's a 75 press reissue VG, and then STP is a red vinyl unofficial. It has bids for $25, $25, and now $27. 27 with Seth Lucas. Red vinyl unofficial. Kiss Psycho Circus, that's $33.99. And Seth Lucas also claimed Evanescence. Yeah, you had 3 comments there. Nirvana Unplugged, Maroon 5, and Evanescence. Yeah, thank you. I would have found that in just a second, but I'm glad you told me right now. That's sold to Seth Lucas, Evanescence. We have Rage Against the Machine, and this sold to somebody. Red Cave Collections, Josh Corvabararius. That is sold to him. Pink Floyd has a new bid for $20. Charles Berry, You've Been Outbid. STP has a new bid for $28. And next is Mad Season, which also sold to John Grace. Thank you, John Grace. Mad Season, so do you. We have Wings over here, sold to Andy Wade for $45. Rant down, 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 down. Da 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 da. Ding 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 dong. Stuck inside these 4 walls. Over here, Pink Floyd's at $22. And Core has a bid with Matthew Hendon for $30 and Seth Lucas, you tied them. Tool Opiate. Tool is $24.99. I still got a copy of that available. Also, Taylor Swift Red, $29.99. And Maroon 5, this was also sold to Seth Lucas. Thank you, Seth Lucas. That's sold to you. Jimi Hendrix, Are You Experienced? $24.99 for Hendrix. The Led Zeppelin Mothership Box, the best of Led Zeppelin, $119.99. Tool Live, we definitely sold one of these, and one of these over here is sold to Stephen Parton. Thank you, Stephen Parton. That's sold to you. Tool, and I still got 2 left. That's Starplex Dallas 93, Intolerance, Undertow, Sober, Prison Sex, Opiate, Bottom. Solid track listing there, $24.99. And then we have Lenny Kravitz. This is a live unofficial. Are You Gonna Go My Way? That's sold to John LaBeatty. Thank you, John LaBeatty. And we have Tom Petty, Into the Great Wide. Oh, that's sold to Mark Hammer. Thank you, Mark Hammer. That's so to you. And then we have Rage Against the Machine, The Battle of Los Angeles, $29.99. Testify, Guerrilla Radio. The only thing that I didn't have an extra copy of for the video was Lightning Hopkins for Billy Humphrey. And I'll reply to him and see if he wants to get another one. So now we got Pink Floyd between 2 people. Charles Berry's out. Matthew Hendon, 22. Kathy, 25. And STP's at 30. Seth Lucas, just so you know, you're out. I was going to make sure you didn't want to bid again. Matthew Hendon's bid came in first. Let's go ahead and put up another Japanese pressing. I guess I could bring this crate closer to me, but I'm having fun walking back and forth, getting my nightly steps in. All right, what else do we have over here? We have a Japanese pressing Ooh, here's something we don't get too often. Bill Monroe on a Japanese Bluegrass Time. Bill Monroe, that's something I don't see too often with Obi. This is going to go up for a $35 start. I forgot about this one. And this is a $35 start. Reputation. You know what? We may have a copy laying around. I'm not for sure. I know it's out of stock, but I feel like I've seen one recently laying around here. It's the picture disc, of course. Bill Monroe, a $35 start, okay? And then STP 3132, and then Pink Floyd is 25 of Kathy, and Matthew Hendon, you've been outbid on that. All right, let me finish up my caffeine here right quick. Let's do that. I'll buy if it's in stock. Okay, make a note for Paul Brothers on Taylor Swift Reputation. Hopefully I can come up with a copy for you. I don't want to let you down. Even though you let me down, Paul, when you didn't buy my Star Trek posters. I knew that was a guaranteed sale. I even told Tanner. I said, that's a guaranteed sale. Send those Star Trek posters to Paul. He says, I'll take them. Dang it. Then you let me down, said you'll pass. All right. We have Rage Against the Machine for $29. Tool Starplex, 24. Jimi Hendrix is 24. Taylor Swift Red, 29. Tool Opiate, 24. Cycle Circus, 33. Hendrix, 34. Unplugged, 44. Pink Floyd, 33. Creed, 39. Dynasty, 33. Parliament, 36. High Voltage, 29. Blink-182, 36. Green Day, 44. Kiss Alive, 46. AC/DC, 29. Mitski, 25. Marty Supreme, 39. And Led Zeppelin Mothership, 119. All right. So, Pink Floyd. Sold to Kathy Hodges for $25. Thank you, Kathy. That's so to you. STP. Stone Temple Pilots. Out. Will Smithson, 32. Seth Lucas, 35. Will Smithson, you're out. He says he's done. So to Seth Lucas for 35. Japanese Bill Monroe, $35 start. He is an American, but that's a Japanese pressing. To my knowledge, there is no Japanese Bill Monroe. I have a feeling they like his music over there, though. Next thing is The Doors. Come on now. This is a 1979 US, and this is a VG minus copy. We'll call it a VG. Seth grade's too harsh. $10 start on that. $10 start on The Doors. I never noticed. Oh, that looks weird. The cover looks weird to me. Manzarek's head, or Krieger, whoever that is. I guess that's Krieger. Krieger's head over Jim Morrison's eyeball. Has it always been like that? That looks different to me. I don't know why. I mean, I've seen this a million times. $10 start on that one. And that's The Doors. We'll call it a solid VG. Seth's too strict with his grading. He's way too strict. He'll put VG minus. I'm like, dude, this is near mint. Yeah. And then we have to yell at Seth. John likes yelling at Seth. Yeah, he's been spoiled too much. That kid's been spoiled a lot. All right, doors is at $10 with the weird cover that I've never noticed. I don't know why that looks weird to me, but have y'all ever noticed? Is it always like that? This head over the eye? Is this like a Mandela effect type thing? All right, and then let's grab one of the first crates of new vinyl. Here we go. Shout out to everybody here at Coletco. Right now, Henry's left. It's Patrick and John, and they're wrapping it up. They're marking stuff. They're sorting stuff. They're cleaning up stuff. They're doing stuff that involves records, okay? And I got all brand new stuff here to go through. Here we go. The doors cover has always been that way. All right, thank you. Okay. Thank you. I'm not insane. All right, brand new stuff here. First, Bill Monroe is a buy it now for $35, a Japanese pressing. Let's put that in a brand new sleeve. $35 on that. Thank you. That's Bill Monroe. And the Doors does have a bid for 10. That's a 79 reissue. Chris and Start has it for 10, and that's at $10 right now. And we got all kinds of stuff. Let's see here. There's more new vinyl I'm going to put in that crate next time. All right, and then over here we have Journey, Escape of 1981 USOG, VG++ EX, and this is a $20 start. $20 start on Journey, Escape. $20 start. The Bill Monroe title was Bluegrass Time. Bluegrass Time. And Mega Blast, if you don't want it, Kristen Start does. Okay, and the Doors is a final call for 10. Journey's a $20 start. That's an 81 USOG of Escape. Let's go over here and grab another Japanese pressing. That is the classic soundtrack to Vision Quest. Big movie back in the day. Vision Quest, $35 start. I've never seen it. $35 start. Vision Quest is near mint minus. I know it has a Dio song on it. A lot of people buy it just for that. $35. It's in shrink. And it has OB Vision Quest 35. So Kristen Start does get Bill Monroe for 35. Let's get started with our newest stuff here. I expect to sell everything in this crate, so don't let me down. That's a good way to go ahead and disappoint me by not buying everything in this crate. This is the original soundtrack to A Boy Named Charlie Brown, Vince Guaraldi Trio, $29.99 from Kraft, and this is the baseball card edition. It includes a set of 8 baseball cards featuring Peanuts characters, all analog Kevin Gray pressed at Coherent, $29.99, or mastered at Coherent, $29.99. Never had this before. It's Marillion, and this is live in Netherlands, 1984. It's a double LP unofficial from Parachute. Marillion is $44.99. Netherlands, 1984. Charlie Brown sold to Rick Hall. We're off to a good start. One record down. Now I need somebody bought in on Marillion. That's a 2 LP live unofficial. Never had it before. Queen, what a nice pressing of this. A 50th anniversary edition. A 50th anniversary edition, half-speed master on clear vinyl, embossed, gatefold jacket, Queen, $36.99. The Doors did get a bid for $10. No, it got a new bid for $14. Kristen Start, you're out. Matthew Hendon on YouTube did bid $14 on that. Final chance to bid on Journey, though, for $20 and Vision Quest at $35. We'll make sure Kristen's done on the Doors, okay? Also over here, we got Nashville Tiger on Queen. Thank you on that. If anybody, a lot of these are singles. These are just where I went through and ordered a lot of singles. So if you want on a waiting list tonight, it's Friday night. You definitely won't be billed Monday. You'll be billed the next Monday, as long as they're still in stock, which most of this stuff is. So we'll get a lot of waiting lists going because a lot of these are just singles. Stuff I know I can reorder, and there'll be a waiting list next week, okay? All right, and then we have Nirvana. This is a live unofficial. Feels like the first time. It's actually a compilation, MTV Live and Loud, the Triple Dre podcast, and even Saturday Night Live performances. That's a well-known a boot we've had for a long time, $38.99. And this is Slave. Slayer, Undisputed Attitude. Now, last night we had an OG pressing we sold for $125. This one's $33.99. Nobody been on Journey. We graded it VG++ EX, the Santa Maria 81 USOG. You can pick that up for $20. Has the original on her sleeve. Journey Escape, $20 start on that. Vision Quest does have a bid for $35 of Rob Fordham. That's a final call. And then the Doors is at $15. Matthew Hendon's out. Don't Let Me Down. We got to sell everything in this crate. Don't Let Me Down. Charlie Brown's Holiday Hits. Vince Guaraldi Trio. More great jazz. More great Charlie Brown. $29.99. I mean, a lot of people think of Charlie Brown's as kids records. A lot of people think of them as prolific jazz records. Next auction is going to go over here. We have The Police, Every Breath You Take. This is a compilation, an 86 US Club, a strong VG on translucent vinyl, and that's a $15 start. $15 start. Aries EMS on Nirvana. That is sold to Paul Brothers. Todd Doris gets the Journey buy it now for $20. Matthew Hendon's out on the Doors. That's sold for $15. All right, that's sold for $15. Vision Quest is sold for $35 to Rob Fordham. Thank you on that. And now The Police is the lone auction. Every breath you take, every Oreo you eat, every... I don't know where I'm going with this. This is a $15 start. Let's move that over here. Most of the show revolves around records and Oreos. We have Queen's Rock Empire. That's a 2 LP. $38.99 for Empire. That's a 2 LP. That actually might be on clear vinyl. Still got Charlie Brown Slayer and Marillion. And then over here we have Avenged Sevenfold, The Stage. That's a 2 LP, $39.99 for Avenged Sevenfold, The Stage. The Beatles. Are you referring to some of those bootlegs? Let's see. Where would those be? Is any of that over here in Ready, Patrick? Any of the advertise? You're working on them over there? Give me a few more minutes, Kristen. We are finishing those up right now, okay? Or he's working on some of them right now. So it'll be a couple more moments. Check this out. Genesis, 6 sides live. Not 2, not 3. 6 sides live. Volume 1, the complete Lyceum broadcast, 1980. And that is a 3 LP. And that is $89.99 Genesis. Didn't know that even existed. Here's an Avenged Sevenfold. I forgot to mention on this. I don't recall seeing this either. The Stage. I didn't know that one existed. $39.99. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. I think we sold earlier Tom Petty, Long After Dark. This is a Japanese press, no obi. Or is this a U.S.? What's going on here? It came from Japan, but this may be a really nice U.S. press. Let me figure out exactly what's going on here. Is this Japanese? Yeah, I guess it is. Yeah, it's a Japanese press. Yeah. Okay, yeah, Tokyo, Japan. Yeah, very nice. So no obi, but man, I haven't seen a Tom Petty Japanese of obi in a while. Those can get pretty pricey. So this is a Nobi, but it's beautiful. Near mint minus and pristine, a $35 star. Moving on in here, Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. This is our 45th anniversary on gold vinyl. $36.99 for Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. Genesis, I believe, is an unofficial. Genesis 6 Sides Live, the Volume 1 Complete Lyceum broadcast, $89.99. 3LP FM concerts. Yeah, this is an unofficial. Not to be sold in the United States of America. Yeah, this is an unofficial for sure. $89.99. Tom Petty has a bid for $35. That's a Japanese pressing. Let's go over here and grab something else right quick. How about U2? This is the Joshua Tree. Now, a lot of people don't know this, but the Joshua Tree is John's favorite album. And then, oh no, he just got mad. He's leaving on that note. He's leaving on that note. All right. Thank you, John. I won't talk bad about you anymore. This is pretty unusual here. So what we got a unofficial on orange vinyl. Okay, this is an interesting auction, okay? We got an unofficial on orange vinyl that has some pretty heavy scuffing. Okay, so it's a pretty worn copy, like VG minus. And then we have an OG disc, the correct disc for it, and it's in G plus condition. So we got 2 pretty low-grade Joshua Tree discs here. One's a bootleg missing the jacket. One's the OG disc. But man, the jacket's beautiful. This might be an upgrade jacket for somebody. Shrink wrap, hop sticker, the U2 symbol, the price tag, and the insert. And this is a $10 start on U2. So I don't know. It might be an upgrade jacket for somebody. I'm not for sure what's going on there. Okay, and then we have Queensryche Promised Land, $34.99. Queens Rock Promised Land, and Peanuts Greatest Hits, Vince Guaraldi Trio, $33.99. All right, so first thing we're going to do is we're going to sell The Police to Ron Fuller for $15. And thank you, Craig Sweden, for all your hard work every night. I got you a free record of the week. Here we go. Thank you, Craig Sweden. Everybody say thank you, Craig, for sharing track listings. He works here every night. Unpaid volunteer, what, at least 6 hours a night, 5 hours a night? Who knows when I start early? 3 hours a night? Doesn't matter, but it's worth $35 a week, okay? If I paid him by the hour, I'd owe him about $1,000 every week. So thank you. This is so to Craig Sweden for $0. And whoever's tagging, go lay this on Ed's desk and say, ship to Craig. Ship to Craig. Thank you, Craig Sweden, okay? Thank you, Craig Sweden, all right? And then you two, like I said, a bootleg orange, low grade, an OG disc that matches the jacket, of course. That is low grade as well. All that for $10. All right, let's go back to the top here. Tom Petty, $35, and that was sold to him. Will Smithson on Peanuts Greatest Hits. That is sold. And we have Jazz Sabbath Volume 2. Jazz Sabbath Volume 2, $36.99. Jazz Sabbath Volume 2. That is $36.99. Okay, we got two of those. Let's grab some more auctions over here. That's a low-grade Joshua Tree, but essentially playable, and you get a bonus disc, and the cover is really nice. Here is a Japanese pressing of the Beatles, Step Right This Way, The Magical Mystery Tour, Strawberry Fields Forever, You Say Goodbye. Okay, and this one here, let me take a good look at it. I got a couple in here that's check condition. Yeah, this one by Japanese standards would be VG++ EX, not totally pristine, and also no Obi, but still a very desirable press. And guess what? The book is completely loose, okay? So at least they just glued it and it's detached. So this is a $35 start. It's a Japanese press of Magical Mystery Tour. All righty, we have Sid Barrett, The Madcap Cries. That's demos and outtakes from Sid Barrett. That's on Dear Boss, $33.99. And Queen, Into Window. And Queen is a 2LP half-speed master for $34.99. Another Queen, a half-speed master, $34.99. Nobody bid on the Joshua Tree, so that's two low-grade discs, the original disc, and then a bootleg on orange vinyl, and you can get that whole package there for just $10. Whatever you can do with the orange disc, decorate it, hang it up, give it to a friend, play it, smell it, eat off of it, whatever you want to do with it. And then over here is the Beatles, a $35 start. Empire is sold to Bob McKinney. That's Queens Rock Empire. Don't Let Me Down. We're trying to sell everything out of this first crate of new vinyl. Don't Let Me Down. National Tiger on Queen. And over here, we have Queens Rock Empire. Or excuse me, we just sold Empire. No, what did we just sell? Empire, yeah. This is Operation Mindcrime, $46.99. Aaron Andrews gets you two for $10. I'm serious. What is check condition and what does no condition notes exactly mean? So you're not actually joking. You actually want a real answer. Is that what you're trying to say? You're not trying to be funny. You're not trying to be the Coletco clown. You're trying to be a serious, legitimate John Durden citizen and ask a respectable question. Is that what you're trying to say? All right, next auction is Pink Floyd Metal. We had a remastered copy earlier. Well, guess what? Here's a 1983 U.S. Jacksonville VG Plus, a $25 start. $25 start, Pink Floyd Metal, gatefold jacket. $25 start. Let's put down Will Robertson. Let's put down Will Robertson on Queen Into Window waiting list. Will Robertson, you're on the Queen Into Window waiting list. Check condition. So check condition means anything EX or less. So that would be a VG minus, a VG plus, or an EX. No condition notes means we've cleaned and put out a pre-owned record that's EX plus to near mint minus. So check condition starts at EX, which is still a really dang good, nice record. And then it goes down from there. That's check condition. So some people don't buy check condition. They only want minty and beautiful records that we put out, and that would be the no condition notes. So no condition notes means we've put out a really nice record. We have U2 War. U2 War is an 84 U.S. reissue VG specialty press. All is quiet on new. Wow, lots of cool stuff tonight. Already some iconic big albums over here. Magical Mystery Tour. This is a Japanese pressing by our typical Japanese grading. This is VG Plus EX, but you'll see it's very nice. It's a $35 start. Pink Floyd has a bid for $25, and U2 is a $15 start. We're going through a crate of new sealed stuff here. Here's the Ramones. The kids are ready to go. Montevideo, Uruguay, 1994. I don't know if I said any of that correctly, but that is $33.99. The sticker got stuck right back here. Yeah, there's the Ramones live. $33.99 on that one. And Depeche Mode live in Honolulu, Hawaii, $36.99. I've never had that one before. Depeche Mode. It comes just like a bootleg unofficial here, $36.99. And we have Tool live in Texas, Lollapalooza, 1993 Dallas. That's $33.99. That one is available. That's a well-known recording, good sound quality. This is sewed together, but they're separate, if that makes sense. The Who, a classic concert live in Philadelphia, Volume 1, Volume 2. Those are just $29.99 each. Gatefold jacket, and they're this one's a single LP, and this one's a double LP. So it's 3 LPs total, a complete Who concert, Philadelphia. And we have Megadeth 13. Now, this one, it seems like, is the one most people still need. Megadeth 13 is a gatefold 2 LP, $46. And out of all the Megadeth reissues, that one is the most priciest, $46. Bob McKinney also wants Queensryche Operation Mindcrime. Thank you, Bob McKinney. That's so to you. Now Pink Floyd's moving to a final call to 25. U2 has one bid for 15. And Moses, you have Beatles at 35. Michael Thrower, you tied them. What is the Pink Floyd medal? Pink Floyd medal is an 83 U.S. reissue Jacksonville press. VG Plus condition. 83 U.S. Jacksonville press. It has one bid for $25. We also have Jazz Sabbath. So we have Volume 1 and Volume 2. So this is Black Sabbath music played into the tune of jazz. It's actually pretty interesting. I have both of them, and I didn't know what to expect, but they're really big sellers. It's Jazz Sabbath, $34.99. Jazz Sabbath, $34.99. And over here, Megadeth, Rust in Peace. Dun, 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 dun. Holy Wars, The Punishment Due, $36.99 for Megadeth. I have one of those in stock. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and be grabbing the next auction. And I think I can go ahead and sell U2. Beatles is still tied, and somebody just asked about Pink Floyd, but it looks like we can go ahead and wrap up the U2. So before I do that, I'm going to go ahead and grab our next Japanese pressing here, and I'm going to introduce it, and then I'm going to sell that other one. I do have Terrence Trent D'Arby. That's something we don't get too often. Still waiting for that box set to come in. They just repressed like his entire catalog. They being Music on Vinyl, but we're still waiting for them to come in. Did have a couple pre-orders. And U2 is sold over here for $15 to Stephen Parton. Thank you on that. Sunday Bloody Sunday. That is sold for $15. And then we have Terrence Trent D'Arby. This is introducing the hard line according to Terrence Trent D'Arby. This is a near mint minus and pristine Japanese pressing. It doesn't have an obi though. Hold on one second. Some of these they don't have. Oh yeah, Tokyo, Japan. So a lot of times, sometimes we'll get this stuff from Japan and it'll just be a U.S. press that was imported to Japan that's just in beautiful condition. But this happens to be a Japanese, just no obi, $35 start on that one. Okay, and then over here we have the Beatles with a new bid at 37. Moses, you're out. Pink Floyd has a new bid for 27. Amenities, you're out. Next is the heavy metal soundtrack, red vinyl, 2 LP. I can't believe this is in print. I thought this was done, but they've popped up back in stock. Heavy metal is $44.99. That's a 2 LP red vinyl. And then here's the trifecta. Jazz Sabbath Live. There you have it. So Jazz Sabbath 2, and Jazz Sabbath Live, $39.99. Pink Floyd has a new bid for 28. Beatles has a new bid for 40. And Terrence Trent D'Arby is a $35 doll hair start. Okay, and then the next thing in here is Marilyn Manson live in 1999. It doesn't say when or where. It's a radio broadcast, $36.99. Mark Weiss on heavy metal, that cartoon with that now very much iconic soundtrack. And then Talk Talk. This is live. This is the front of it here. Talk Talk is live. And where? Boy, let me try to pronounce this town and city. And what? I have to go look this up on a map. This is the front of it here. Live at Musik Centrum Vredenburg Utrecht. I think that is the forward name for another well-known country. We'll just put it that way. $33.99. Amenities wants Jazz Sabbath Live. I also have Jazz Sabbath 1 and Jazz Sabbath 2. So let me know if you want any of the other ones, amenities. That's so do you. Put down Jerry Stone for Queensryche Operation Mindcrime waiting list. Jerry Stone for Queensryche Operation Mindcrime waiting list. Thank you on that one. There's Talk Live somewhere. And then we have the Rolling Stones Rock and Roll Circus. Interesting box set here. 3 LPs. And this was a project that never came to fruition. It was bootleg for years. And this is $74.99. This is The Who, Jethro Tull's on here, The Dirty Mac, which is John Lennon and the Rolling Stones. Very cool here, $74.99. That's a Dutch town in the Netherlands. There you go. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, Beatles, the most recent bid, Michael Thrower's out. Moses, I'm going to sell that to you for $40. Thank you on that one. That's sold to Moses for $40. Thank you on that one. Moses. That's done. I've been watching all those Alex Jones. They're like him writing stuff. They've been popping up. It's like vampire. I'm sure some of y'all seen that. Next Level, Moses. And every time I hear Moses now, I think of that. I don't know if anybody else has seen those. I've seen a million of them. It's where he was like, that interviewer was giving him random people's names, and he was saying vampire or traitor or patriot. But it's like him rating like fast food chains. It's like McDonald's and Wendy's or like movies and stuff. I don't know. I've seen like a million of them this week. Now trending. We have Terrence Trent D'Arby. That's a $35 bot now. Terrence Trent D'Arby is a $35 bot now. This is a Japanese pressing, no Obi. $35 on TTD. TTD. I forgot what it, but at the end, it's like, oh, the other one's a scared man. I don't know. I forgot what all the other, yeah, I don't know. It's wild, though. I've seen a bunch of them. We have Pink Floyd, Paul Brothers on Jazz Sabbath Live. Pink Floyd's now at $34. Mark Weiss wants Jazz Sabbath Volume 1 and Volume 2. That's right back here. So there's Jazz Sabbath Volume 2. Thank you, Mark Weiss. And then over here is Jazz Sabbath Volume 1. That's sold and sold. And then over here, that's sold to Mark Weiss. Pink Floyd, $35. And then over here, Christina Kirby on D'Arby, $35. Christina Curtis on the Terrence Trent D'Arby, $35 on that. Next thing over here, we have Megadeth, Euthanasia. Megadeth is $39.99. Megadeth, $39.99. And then Pink Floyd, Amenities, $35. Tom Kelly's out. Okay, next auction is going to go up right now. And that's Judas Priest, Defenders of the Faith. And this is an 84 USOG Carrollton press, VG Plus condition, a $20 start. It has the inner sleeve. Judas Priest is a $20 start. We have the Stone Roses, live in 1989, Tokyo, $38.99 on colored vinyl. And we have Jerry Cantrell, Degradation Trips 1 and 2, the 20th anniversary 4LP on colored vinyl, $99.99. Jerry Cantrell, that's all, both Degradation Trips, 4 LPs colored vinyl, $99.99. So does Stephen Parton. You need that to go with your test pressing, right? Yes, you do. Tom Kelly, you're out on Pink Floyd. High bids $35. Judas Priest is a $20 start. And it looks like we need another Japanese pressing. Did the Robin Trower come in? Not to my knowledge. I hadn't gone through all the new stuff though. We're in crate number 1. Not to my knowledge, though. Next auction is going to go up right now. A Japanese pressing of the big album from the 80s. Business as usual. Who can it be now? This is a $35 start. $35 start. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. It does have the insert. There's the cover and Obi and Megadeth. So far, so good. So what? Megadeth is $33.99. And Ministry Twitch, music on vinyl press. Ministry is $39.99. And Collective Soul, Hints, Allegations, and Things Left Unsaid, $29.99. That does have the song Shine and Breathe on it. Shine and Breathe is on that one, $29.99. And here's something I only seen a couple in stock, so I grabbed them. Probably something it looks like I would auction one night, but they're in stock. Ozzy, Madman on Stage. It is a live unofficial Ozzy picture disc. I've only got 2 of them. It doesn't really say, yeah, it does. 1982 live. That would be from the Blizzard of Oz tour. Picture disc, $38.99. I've got 2 of them. Pink Floyd over here is sold, and that's sold to Amenities for $35. That's sold to Amenities for $35. And then Judas Priest over here is a no bid, just a $20 buy now on Defenders of the Faith. Seems like a great price on that, an 84 USOG, $20 on Defenders of the Faith. And then Men at Work has bids for $35, $36, and $37. Amenities has that at $37. Stanley Richmond wants an Aussie, and I have 1 left. I'm going to put those in a cardboard backer and in a new sleeve for you, so they're a little bit easier to keep up with for everybody. There's that, and then we got 2 bot nails on the Judas Priest, but Nashville Tiger was first, so we'll have to award it to him. That's sold for $20. Andy Wade, you're out on Men at Work, by the way, and there's 1 Aussie left if anybody decides you want that. That was a solid crate of new vinyl. Guess what? There's 2 more coming up, 2 more like that coming up. And we got a lot of vintage to go through, including old stock for best offer and half off. This is going to be a full-length 8-hour show, miscellaneous. I'm going to try to do a little bit of everything laying around here if I can. Earlier, we sold a Japanese pressing, a Band on the Run. Well, here is a 73 US original. It does have the insert and the poster. There's another copy of Band on the Run, a $15 start. Johan, you were third on Judas Priest, and Men at Work's at 40. All right, let's read through those again. Great crate of new stuff here. We've almost filled up our first crate of the night, and it's only $6.21. There is a Hatchet Ed crate. It's all one person's order. They've been buying and buying from us from a long time, and then they just stopped paying, and they said they was not going to pay anymore. So they had 2 or 3 big invoices, $2,000 or $3,000 worth, and that happens, unfortunately, more times than not. I don't know what their situation may be, but they're just like, I will not be paying for these invoices. At least they were honest about it. And so we got 1 Hatchet Ed put back bin. It's one person's order, and every once in a while, I think people just, I don't know. I don't know what happens. They just poof. So thousands of dollars. We have Robert Plant pictures at 11. This is a near mint minus and pristine copy. Robert Plant pictures at 11, a $35 start. It does have the insert. It has the cover and obi, and that's a $35 start. So over here, Men at Work is at 41. Band on the Run, a $15 start. And Robert Plant is a $35 start, okay? Here's what's left in here quickly. Marillion, Netherlands, 1984. That's a 2LP, $44.99. We have Slayer, $33.99. Undisputed Attitude, $33.99. Charlie Brown, Holiday Hits, Vince Guaraldi Trio, $29.99. Now, I'm glad Jim B's watching, and I'm glad Mark Weiss is watching, because I'm finally going to sell these Black Crow CDs. I have moved them around ever since we had a big fuss about them the other night, or about a month ago. I have moved them around 100 times. I'm like, okay, I'm ready to sell these things. So they're going to go low start auction. I'm probably going to end up shooting myself in the foot over hundreds of dollars, but I hope y'all are ready to bid, okay? So Marillion Live, Slayer, Charlie Brown, Vince Sevenfold, 39, Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, 36. We have Genesis Six Sides Live for 89. Queensryche, Promised Land for 34. Jazz Sabbath Volume 2, 36. Sid Barrett, 33. We have the Ramones for 33. Depeche Mode Live in Honolulu, Hawaii, $36.99. I'm actually going there tomorrow. I'm joking. All right, so first thing we have is Men at Work 41, Men at Work 45, and Men at Work 46. Nobody bid on Band on the Run. Wow, a VG copy for just $15. A buy it now with poster and insert. That's $15. Let me roll it. And Robert Plant is a no bid. I'm going to give it one more chance. A $35 start, a Japanese pressing for Mr. Robert Plant. Susie, I need you to remain calm. Band on the Run is sold for $15 to Stephen Parton. Men at Work's at $50. And Charlie Brown, Hatchet Ed. Yep, I have 1 Hatchet Ed crate. I just mentioned it. 1 big person's order, about 3 invoices. He's been buying from a long time, and he said he was done. He wasn't paying for his last 3 invoices, which was about $3,000. So that sucks for everybody. Charlie Brown Holiday Hits, $29.99. Charlie Brown's Holiday Hits. We sold a couple other Charlie Browns out of here, and no, the Ramones is unofficial. That's live in Uruguay, $33.99. Tool live in Texas, Lollapalooza, that's $33. That's on silver vinyl. And The Who live in Philadelphia, Volume 1 and Volume 2. That's 3 LPs total, $29.99 each. Okay, Minute Works at $50 with Andy Wade. Amenities is out. Let's grab another auction right quick. This is a MoFi pressing of Poco. A MoFi pressing of Poco. Unfortunately, though, they didn't take care of it like a typical MoFi pressing. It's got a rough, ugly mark on it right there. Can y'all see that? Holy cow. And unfortunately, or fortunately, though, you really can't feel anything. So just buyer beware. It's a big, nasty scuff, but it honestly looks like it's laying on the surface. So that's why we're going to put it up for just a $10 start. $10 start on Poco. Over here, Charlie Brown, Rick Hall. So that's Evil Riddle got it first. He asked about it. Rick, I'll go ahead and put you on a wait list if that's okay. All right. So let's put that away right over here. And next thing we have is Megadeth, and that is 13, a 2LP, $46.99. Jazz Sabbath Volume 1, $34. So we sold out of Jazz Sabbath Live, but we still got Jazz Sabbath Volume 1 and Jazz Sabbath Volume 2. Megadeth was $36. Heavy Metal, 2LP red vinyl, $44.99. Marilyn Manson's $36. Talk is $33.99. Live in Holland, as we determined. Here is the Rolling Stones Rock and Roll Circus box for $74. Megadeth Euthanasia for $39. The Stone Roses for $38. Megadeth for $33. Ministry for $39. And Collective Soul $29. And there's one Aussie 10-inch live left, a 6-track. $38.99. Rick Hall is on the wait list for Charlie Brown. No bid on Robert Plant. You can pick that up for a $35. I love that first track, Burning Down One Side. That is $35. Probably a look into what Zeppelin would have sounded like. You listen to those first couple Robert Plant albums, that's probably what Zeppelin would have sounded like in the 80s if John Bonham hadn't have passed away. Jimmy Page recently said in the last 5 years in an interview that him and John Bonham were already saying their next album was going to be rock-driven. It was going to go into that 80s sound, but unfortunately, we never did get to hear what that was going to sound like. Rhino Rand on Heavy Metal. Are you a first-time buyer? If you are, thank you and welcome. Make sure we get your information, but please confirm right now you are a first-time buyer. And then over here, we have Men at Work. And this is out with Amenities, and that's sold to Andy Wade for $50. Amenities, I actually might have another one of these. This is one sometimes we get quite often. So if I can come up with another one, you may want it for $50. If not, just let me know. I'm going to flip through the crate over here and find out, though. Speaking of crates, my first crate over here is pretty full. And if anybody wants to go ahead and take a chance on the Poco, you can buy it now for $10. It is a MoFi pressing of Poco. Is that auctions? Let's put it right there, please. Thank you. Patrick just delivered the advertised auctions, and the Beatles boots are up front. I wonder if Kristen Starr is still watching. Awesome. Looks like some dang good stuff here we got ready for auction. Thank you, Patrick. He's going to be doing a lot of the auction duties. And Black Crow CDs coming up right now. Let's do it. Let's do it. And Poco has that ugly scuff on it, but I think he'll be okay. I'm pretty good at determining if marks are going to play okay. I've only ever handled a few records in my lifetime. And then let's go ahead and put this right over here. I'll be honest. I'll be like, this thing's going to skip like this is going to skip like you're playing hopscotch. Anybody ever play hopscotch? It's going to skip. Or I'll say, you know what? Honestly, don't think this is going to affect playback. And usually the ones we think are going to affect playback, we don't put out for sale. They usually just go to our bargain bins, and people that can view them in person knows exactly what they're buying, so we don't have to tag it, ship it, invoice it, send it, mail it, get it back, refund it, all that stuff. Okay, so first thing is that's Razman. Okay, so Razman is Rhino Rand. He got the Heavy Metal soundtrack. Thank you. Killer T got the Euthanasia picture disc. Thank you. And then over here, Black Crows coming up. And then over here, we have Jazz Sabbath Live waiting list. Jazz Sabbath. Wow, that would be like a horror movie. Somebody's getting stabbed to Black Sabbath. That is Stanley Richmond on the Jazz Sabbath. And thank you. Okay. Here we go. What we got going on? Okay. So first thing we have is this right here. Black Crow CDs. Jim B wants to start picking and choosing and picking and choosing. Not happening, buddy. Okay. You're lucky I'm even doing this. He's going to fly too close to the wings with to fly too close. He's going to fly too close to the sun with wings of pastrami. Okay? He's going to fly too, that's what happened to George Costanza. He flew too close to the sun with wings of pastrami, like Icarus. All right, we have the Black Crowes live at the Orpheum Theater, Boston, Massachusetts. We have the Black Crowes Secret Gig, 1999. We have Instant Live, the Black Crowes Fonda Theater, 2005. Jimmy Page and the Black Crowes live at the Greek. We have the Black Crowes Loose-Lipped and Laughing. We have the Black Crowes Flying High and the Black Crowes High in Houston. Okay? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 times 8 is $35 start. $35 start on the Black Crowes CDs. Those are now up for bid. Okay. Next is okay. I lost my train of thought. Let me end the sale and restart. Okay, here we go. I have the Beatles, and this is, I think this is a part 1, part 2. We're going to do part 1 first. This is a 1974 unofficial comp. VG on disc 1, VG Plus on disc 2. And this is called Sweet Apple Tracks, a $35 start. A $35 start, Sweet Apple Tracks. It's a 2-disc. And don't pay any attention to this track listing. Some of these, I'm like, what? $35 start. This is now up for bid, okay? Sweet Apple Tracks, $35 start. The Black Crow CDs are already at $50 with Aaron Andrus. There we have it. Next auction is going to go up right now. Do I have an empty crate? I do. Let me see if I have another minute work for amenities. I've got Japanese pressings out the wazoo. Hey, that looks nice. Hey, there's another minute work. There we go. That's an easy sale to amenities, and it's another. Let me make sure it's minty and nice. There's Eric Clapton. I love this album because I love that song, Hello, Oh Friend. And let's go. Ooh, here's a beautiful one here. Found some nice Japanese. And, of course, David Johnson is not watching. It always happens. All right, so here we go. We have minute work, business as usual. We just sold one for $50. Here's another one for $50. Amenities, let me make sure it is perfect. And it looks like it is. Black Crowes 5151. And let's put this away right here, okay? So thank you. That is sold to you. And let's put that right here. And that is sold to amenities for $50, okay? The Beatles has a bid for $35 and $36. Karen, you're out. And another bid for $35. And here is a beautiful Japanese pressing, a Steve Miller Band, Book of Dreams. I mean, just the artwork alone with that Japanese obi to complement it, that's pretty sweet. And not to mention the quality of music here. Very nice. $35 start. Near mint minus and pristine. Insert, cover and obi, $35. All right, so we got some auctions going. And that was just the first crate of vinyl. And honestly, there's still some great stuff left in there. So if you change your mind, you're like, you know what, Chad? I have changed my mind. I want everything that's left in there, even duplicates. I'll be like, holy moly. Okay, we'll do it. I got some good stuff here. I actually got a shipment from our run-out distributor. Yeah, I got so there's some stuff in here we typically don't have. Yep, ZZ Top coming up. I got those requested Allison chains. So here we go. We have Black Crowes at $53 with David Spangler, Aaron Andrus, Robert. Y'all are out. The Beatles is at $42, and Steve Miller Band is a $35 start. First thing in here is the Rolling Stones live at the LA Forum, and this is a 3 LP and DVD, $34.99. 1, 2, 3 LPs and the DVD. $34.99, LA Forum. That's classic Stones there. And then the single soundtrack. Great stuff here. Essentially a grunge compilation. $39.99. Pearl Jam, Alice in Chains, Paul Westerberg, Soundgarden, Smashing Pumpkins is on here. Mudhoney, Screaming Trees, Alice in Chains. I've already mentioned that. Plus, it has the bonus CD with 18 additional tracks. Chris Cornell, Mike McCready from Pearl Jam, $39.99. That's a great one. So did Tim Rory. I have one extra copy. And then we have 3 copies. No, I have 2 copies of Blondie. And I think this is officially when my laptop comes into play. Let me step up front and grab 2 things. I'm going to grab my laptop, and I'm going to grab a bottle of water. and this is where my waiting lists come into play. Wow, it's still daylight outside. I'll tell you what, it's weird starting these shows at 5:15 and it's brutal daylight outside still. It's like 5 o'clock and it's daylight and it's like 75 degrees outside. But of course, the Coletco faithfuls are tuned in. What else do we have to do? Nothing. What is good for? Absolutely nothing. By the way, the David Bowie lights are in. The David Bowie lights are in. Let me bring these back here a little bit closer to me. A little bit closer to David Bowie. The David Bowie lights are in. I was inspecting them last night. One of them had a crack in it, unfortunately. So, and we had, by the way, if you ever have a problem with any of these, let Ed know. We've shipped hundreds of lights now. We have had one defective one out of hundreds. So just FYI, if you ever get a defective light box from us, just let me know. But, yeah. All right, I have a low battery on my laptop. That's good and bad. It's no good. It's just all bad. Okay, Blondie. Heart of Glass, so to Chris Ferrara. So to Chris Ferrara. Blondie, Heart of Glass. Thank you, Chris Ferrara. That's so to you. $24.99. All right? So back up at the top, we have a lot of bidding activity. We got 3 live auctions. We have a lot of 7 Black Crow CDs. Most of them are live or unofficials. The new high bid is $55 on those. New high bid at $55 on those, okay? Over here is the Beatles, the volume 1 of this live unofficial Sweet Apple tracks. And the most recent bid was Kristen Start at $43, which means Karen and Matthew Hendon, y'all were both out. And then the Steve Miller Band Japanese pressing. Steve Miller Band Japanese pressing is $35 with Paul Vihar. $35, Paul Vihar, okay? $35. So that is the current 3 auctions, just FYI. Now, what did I miss over here? We sold a singles, so Blondie is still available. Heart of Glass, that is $24.99. We still got the singles and Rolling Stones LA Forum. And here's Kraftwerk live, December 10th, 1981 in the Netherlands again, $34.99. The Beatles has a new bid, the Black Crowes has a new bid, and Steve Miller Band's a final call. Another copy of Tool Opiate. We had one in the last crate. There's another one, Tool Opiate, $24.99. We have one available. And Skid Row, and that's the newest remaster, black vinyl, just $29.99. Skid Row is $29.99. And Iron Maiden, The Number of the Beast. Iron Maiden is $33.99. The Number of the Beast, $33.99. Steve Miller has a new bid. The Black Crow CDs has a new bid. And the Beatles has a new bid. So all those with new bids. The Paul Stanley solo album, $34.99. By the way, if they have a parenthesis and a 2 next to the catalog number on the spine, they probably don't have the poster and the inserts. So they are repressing these at different places, and some of them are not included with the goodies. There's just a generic inner sleeve and no poster. And I think one way to tell is the spine. So if there's a 2, I know for sure on the Peter Criss, if there's a 2 next to the catalog number, then it is in fact a non-poster, non-inner sleeve version. This will have the inner sleeve and this will have the poster. $34.99. Moses on the Skid Row. That is so to Moses. Thank you on that. The Beatles has a new bid for $46. And Paul Vihar, you're out on Steve Miller Band. Aaron Andrus, do you want backing on the Black Crows? David Spangler has that at $56. Here's another Iron Maiden. Power Slave, $33.99. Iron Maiden Power Slave, $33.99 for Power Slave. And then the other night, we had both of these up for auction, and a lot of people were interested. I cannot get Rain or Fog, but I do have Black Gives Way to Blue, Alice in Chains. Now, I think most people wanted on the waiting list for Rain or Fog. Let me make sure. Alice. All the young girls love Alice. Rain or Fog, yeah. So I went ahead and ordered because I think some people saw what the OG copies. So I was like, yep, there's Black Gives Way to Blue. It's in print, $39.99. The Beatles boots now at $50 with Matthew Hendon. Blackie L on Power Slave. Awesome. And then over here, Steve Miller has a new bid for 40. So it looks like we're done on the Black Crow CDs, and we'll put up another lot right after this. David Spangler, $56, okay? David Spangler has those right now at $56, okay? Amenities wants Tool Opiate. I do have one more copy if anybody decides to need that. And we have 5 copies of Alice in Chains, by the way. 5 copies of Alice in Chains. Alex Miller wants 1. We now have 4 copies of Alice in Chains. Black Goes Way to Blue. Some good stuff there. 2 copies of The Wall Reimagined. So this is artists such as the Melvins, Mark Lanigan, Soulless. I mentioned Paul Bear, Sam Squatch. I think there's some stoner bands in here paying tribute to Pink Floyd, The Wall. And this is a waiting list. Clifford Umstead. Clifford Umstead, I got you down for Pink Floyd, The Wall redo, and that is so to Clifford Umstead. Alice in Chains is $39.99. All right, so the Black Crowes first CD lot is sold, and don't go anywhere if you're bidding on these. This is immediately and first sold to David Spangler for $56, okay? And like I said, one night I was going to sell these in one huge lot. I never could get anybody the bid. And then everybody wanted me to break them up. I was like, no, not breaking them up. And then here I am a month later, finally breaking them up. I was like, if we're going to break them up, if we're going to break up the band, it'll definitely be later. All right, so here's another 1, 2, 3, bunch of Magpie stuff here. We'll make all this just another lot itself, okay? This is going to have a lot more disc, but it's not all Black Crow stuff. Some of it's Magpie. So here we go. We have the Black Crowes Feeling All Right. The Black Crowes Feeling All Right. So I guess that is the same concert. Yep, Germany, 1995. How about we pull one of these out so it can go into another lot, okay? I'm going to pull this one out so it can go into another lot coming up later, so there's not a duplicate. And then the Magpie Salute Live 2017. Okay, let's put one of those out, or let's just put one of those. No duplicates. There's a Magpie Salute CD. And then this is all different Magpie stuff here. Under the Influence Volume 3, Volume 2, Volume Bonus Disc, Volume 4. Okay, those are all different there. Even though they look the same, those are all different. Mark Ford Rarities. Mark Ford Rarities pressing 1 of 10. This right here is all different. Acoustic in New York. Rich Robinson Rarities. Wow. And I think these are like fans-only promo stuff. Yep. So that's all different there. And then there is the album By Your Side. Black Crow Soundstage, the collection, 9093 sealed. A 5-disc. 5-disc. And this is the Black Crow Songs of the Flesh. Okay? So that's another, I believe, unofficial. So right here we have 1, 2, 3. We'll call all those 4, even though that's multi-disc. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Like 9 different things there. Probably like 15 disc. Not counting the boxes, probably like 17 or 18 disc. We'll say $50 start on that lot. $50 start on that lot. Okay? All right, now let's figure out what else has happened here. Back up at the top. Back over here at the top, we had Alex Miller got Alice in Chains. The Beatles was at 51. Steve Miller got a bid for 42. All right, and then Rob Fordham gets the Wall redone. Thank you. Mortgage Guy Rob got Alice in Chains. Stephen Parton wants on the Rainer Fog wait list. You got it. Stephen Parton. Also on Rainer Fog is Sean Miller, Ron Eat, and Kristen Barnett. But those were not in stock. I don't know when those could come in. Those could be out of print for months. Who knows? Okay, and then Steve Miller out for Todd Kilgore. That means we're about to sell that to Paul Vihar for $42. Rhino Rand, that's Razman, wants Iron Maiden Number of the Beast. That's sold to Razman. Chad, did you get the Johnny Blue Skies in? I don't think that's come out yet. I think that's next week. Michael Snared wants an Alice in Chains. That's sold to Michael and Snared. 2 left. The Black Crowes has a bid for 50, and the Beatles is at 55. All right, so the Black Crowes, Brent Robley has this at 50. The Beatles boots at 55. And then we got Steve Miller Band, officially sold to Paul Vihar for $42. Let's get that in a new sleeve, okay? Probably going to have 2 or 3 more lots of Black Crow CDs. Just FYI. There's that one, all right? Johnny Blue Skies is today. Then we don't have them in yet. I know they've been ordered, but no, we don't have them in yet. They did not come in then. Okay, 2 copies here of Toby Keith, 100% songwriter. To my knowledge, we've never had this one before. $29.99. Black Crowes just one bid with Brand at $50. The Beatles at $56. And David Dittenhofer wants a Black Sabbath light. You're in luck. That's one I actually have in stock. This is sold to David Dittenhofer for $59.99. The Black Crowes has a new bid for $57 with Robert. That means Brent Robley, you've been outbid. I got one Black Sabbath in stock. And by the way, I just reordered about every light box, okay? Because we had waiting list, and I wanted to accumulate all those and put them into a spreadsheet. And I just submitted a huge order of lights. So most of the lights should be in the next couple weeks, and we'll have a big night light box. All right, we have Eric Clapton, No Reason to Cry. A $35 start for Eric Clapton. There is the insert, and there's the cover and Obi. Hello, Old Friend. $35 start on that one. Brogan Scones commented 1. That's for something. And then ZZ Top, La Futura. ZZ Top is $38.99. La Futura, that's a Gatefold 2 LP. And here's a Rolling Stones Roundhay Park, live in Leeds, 1982. And that's $34.99. That's a 3 LP and DVD again, $34.99. Brent, let me know if you want back in on the Black Crow CDs. Robert has it for $57. Out on Beatles. This is sold to Kristen Stark for $56 then, okay? And since that one's sold, let's go ahead and put up Volume 2 then. And let's go ahead and knock out Volume 2. And this is 1974. This is Beatles Sweet Apple Tracks Volume 2, another 2-disc set. And let's say this is Disc 1 VG, Disc 2 VG Plus, $35 start. $35 start. That's now up for bid. Okay? That's the Part 2, another 2-disc. Kiss Lick It Up, $29.99 for Kiss Lick It Up. And we have Temple the Dog, and this is a 2 LP, $34.99. The 4-side has an etching, $34.99 on Temple the Dog. And George Strait, this is the Pure Country soundtrack, red vinyl, $38.99. $38.99. Ooh, that was a great knuckle adjustment. The Beatles is at $36. Final call on Clapton and on the Black Crow CDs. I've lost Brent Robley. He's MIA. Toby Keith, 13 #1 hits. 13 #1 hits for Toby Keith. And let me see if there was a wait list for Toby over here. Toby Keith, Vaughn Gillespie. You got it, Vaughn. And now there are 2 extra copies. Toby Keith is $29.99. The Beatles is at $36 with Kristen Start. And we have another one here, No Security, San Jose, colored vinyl. The Stones, 3 LP, colored vinyl, $34.99. And we have Skid Row, Subhuman Race. That's on blue and black vinyl. Skid Row is $39.99. $39.99 for Skid Row, Subhuman Race, which is a 2 LP. All right, 2 LP on that one. Moving on. Moving through some CDs here, too. Robert, congratulations. These are sold to you for $57. Last lot sold for $56. This one sold for $57. Let's put those right over there. They're stacked number 2. Jim B's watching his profits evaporate before his eyes. His eyes are starting to burn, and then his palms are sweaty. My mom legitimately brought spaghetti today. It's up front in the fridge. I'm not joking. Armzarilla got George Strait. That is sold. And then the Beatles has a bid for $45, which means Kristen Start, you've been outbid. That's a $45 on that one. And then Eric Clapton's a no bid, No Reason to Cry. Hello, old friend. Come to see you once again. Hello, old friend. Arguably, and most people agree, he's the best guitarist of all time, and it's not even close. $35. This is Eric Clapton, No Reason to Cry. $35 on Clapton. There's Robert Plant. The Beatles at $46. And Armzarilla got George, and that was George Strait. And now let's put up another auction right quick. That next auction is going to go up right now. This is Metallica. Metallica is hardwired to self-destruct. This is the box set. This is the box set, the 2016 USA Canada CD and 3LP colored vinyl. Comes with the photos, the prints, the buttons, and this is near mint minus with a CD. And this is a $65 start. The Metallica hardwired box set, complete with all the goodies, a $65, and it is on colored vinyl. $65 start on that. The Beatles is at $46. There's that, and let's pick out some more Black Crow CDs. Let me walk over here and get these right quick right here, right now. Let's get the Black Crow CDs right here, right now. Let's cut this stack in half. Maybe can make 2 more lots out of these, maybe. Yeah, it's going to be pretty close. Let's see what happens here. All right, and plus I had these other 2 I set off to the side. Okay, I think this is going to be a good one. I see some of these right here. All right. We have the Black Crows IRD sampler. IRD sampler, the Black Crows. We have the Black Crows live at Royal Albert Hall, London. The Black Crows Amorica. The Black Crows Taller. That looks like it's a live unofficial. The Black Crows No Messing. And then here are the very desirable Instant Live. Instant Live, Wantagh, New York, Somerset, Wisconsin, Charlotte, North Carolina, Maryland Heights, Missouri, Saratoga Springs, New York, Highwater 1 Live, Magpie Japanese, sealed. Okay. And then we have the 2 I pulled out of the last lot, Live 2017, and then the Black Crows Feeling All Right. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. That's a little bit more than we've had in the last lots. We'll say a $65 start on those. $65 start on those. Plus, there's a sealed Japanese in there. $65 start on those. I said that about Clapton to see if I could get somebody engaged in an argument to help the algorithm. Kristen start on Beatles at 46. Over here, we have Metallica has 66. And then missing info on Metallica. I was shoving my face with Mexican food. Mexican food. And then we have over here Metallica. Metallica is a 2016 USA Canada 3LP and CD box set. It is hardwired to self-destruct. It is a $65 start, and we already have a bid for $66. Matthew Hendon, I'm also assuming you're done on the Beatles. The new high bid was $46. You hadn't set out. The Metallica's at $66, and we'll say that Black Crow CD lot is a $65 start. $65 start on that. $65 start. Rage baiting in a negative way. Yeah, I'll say something like, yeah, I mean, we all know Sammy Hagar was the best guitarist in Van Halen. There we go. Let the arguments begin. Metallica's at 70. He's out on the Beatles. I need a drink of water before we engage in any more discussion. Hot take, Sammy Hagar was the best guitarist in Van Halen. Okay, the Beatles over here. This is sold then to Kristen Start. He got volume 1 and 2. He got that for $46. And then Metallica over here, it has a new bid for $75. No one's bid on this Black Crow CD lot, a $65 start. $65 start on that, okay? Here we go. Let's browse through these again. Then we got one more we're going to knock out before we get into, the thing. All right, and then this is Black's. Check out this. I've never had this before to my knowledge. This is Black Sabbath, a 1983 UK. A 1983 UK. It's a picture disc of Black Sabbath greatest hits. It's near mint. Don't recall seeing that too often. And that is a $60 start. Black Sabbath's Greatest Hits, $60 start on that picture disc. I don't recall seeing that one too many times. Okay, we have the Rolling Stones LA Forum, 1975, $34.99. The single soundtrack is $39.99. Blondie Heart of Glass is $24. Eric Clapton is Near Mint Minus and Pristine. Kraftwerk Live in Netherlands, $34. Iron Maiden Number of the Beast is $33. Paul Stanley is $34.99. Power Slave is $33. Alice in Chains Black Gives Way to Blue is $39. Toby Keith 100% Songwriter is $29. Metallica's Near Mint. Black Sabbath is Near Mint. And this is your last chance to bid on the Black Crow CDs before I make them a buy it now. ZZ Top La Futura, 2 LP, $38.99. Rolling Stones Live in Leeds, $34.99. Kiss Lick It Up is $29. Temple the Dog is $34. Toby Keith 13 #1 hits is $29. Rolling Stones San Jose No Security Colored Vinyl 3 LP Live, $34. And Skid Row Subhuman Race is $39. Jerry Stone does get the Japanese Clapton for $35. Thank you. So Metallica has a new bid for $85, and the Black Sabbath picture disc, $60 start on that. Let's bring over this other new crate. Where am I going to stack this one? Let's stack it right there. Oh man, that was a great knee pop. That felt pretty dang good. Oh, there went my other knee. Great adjustments there. I need that. What a relief. All right, and then here is some other stuff. There's going to be several waiting lists in this crate. Some jazz, some more Stones, some stuff I hadn't had in a while, and technically some on-sale stuff too. So here we go. And the first thing is this. Todd Doris on SR. That was for the Skid Row Subhuman Race. Thank you, Todd Doris. That's so to you. That's so to you. And then Metallica's at $85. Matthew Hendon's out. That's so to Brandon Jones for $85. Nobody bid on Black Sabbath, a $60 buy it now. Nobody bid on the Black Crow CDs, a $65 buy it now. $65 buy it now on those. Let's put those in here, and I'll get the backer. I'll get that behind you. Thank you, Patrick. We have this right here, and there's Black Sabbath, Greatest Hits. Picture disc. I don't recall having that before with that Carnage scene on the front. And that's a $60 buy now on that. Jim B's offered $55 for the Black Crows. Well, it looks like you got them. You're the only person that has shown interest. Sold to Jim B for $55. All right, so those are done. Let's see if we can get one more lot out of there. Those are sold to Jim B for $55. He got the best stack for the cheapest price. What's wrong with y'all? His kids are popping champagne. He's even letting his kids drink champagne tonight. All right, let's go ahead and put up another auction. And that is the Beatles unofficial here, Get Back. It is a 72 unofficial EX. That is the Beatles. A $35 start. $35 start for the Beatles Get Back. A 72 unofficial. 72 unofficial. And that is a buy it now. Or excuse me, that's up for bid. A $35 start. Jim B says, kids, y'all get Egg McMuffins plus hash browns in the morning. He's going to actually feed his kids. They're usually sitting over there going, oh, Father, oh, my stomach, I'm so hungry. And Jim B's like, well, Chad's not selling these Black Crow CDs fast enough. I can't help it if you're hungry. I can't help it. He's not selling me these Black Crow CDs fast. Jerry Stone got ZZ Top. Thank you. That's so to Jerry Stone. And then our next auction. Thank you, Mr. Stone. Dun, 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 dun. Jerry Stone. Dun, 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 dun. Jerry Stone. Dun, dun, dun. I got a lot of Beatles auctions. I know that. Lots of Beatles stuff tonight. Next Japanese pressing is going to go up right now. And that is Don Henley. And that is Building the Perfect Beast, Don Henley. And this is a $35 start, a Japanese pressing. $35 start. This is Building the Perfect Beast, Don Henley, Japanese with Obi. Beatles, a $30 start. Don Henley, a $35 start. And over here, Jerry Stone got ZZ Top. Sean Sam wants the Black Sabbath for $65. All right. This is sold to Sean Sam for $65 or $60. I actually think it was supposed to be $60. The Black Crows was $65. Sean, this is $60, okay? How about $5 cheaper? I cannot tell a lie. That was actually only $60, okay? That was actually only $60. The Beatles has a bid for 35. Don Henley has a bid for 35. And let's keep going here. Let's keep going here. Let's put up some more Black Crow CDs so Jim B's family can afford to eat. Oh, Father, I am so hungry. Well, I can't help it if Chad's not putting up these Black Crow CDs fast enough. I can't help it if you're hungry. Okay, and we have Magpie Salute, High Water 2, Japanese. Another one, these are both new. The Black Crows Live, Hampton Beach Casino. And then over here we have Instant Live, Riviera Chicago. There is some Cheeks, the Black Crows Halloween Secret. And then over here we have the Black Crows Tower Theater, Upper Darby, Pennsylvania. And then we had another one of those Live 2017. And then there's a sealed one, Atlanta, Georgia. I bet that was a good show. Black Crows Dizzy. And then here are some Darkest Hour. Looks like legitimate bootlegs. All right, so that's another lot there. And how many total do we have there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Golly, those need to be a $55 start, every bit of it. $55 start. $55 start. Okay, so next question is Beatles 35. And then Chad, are there Fleetwood box sets in print? Yeah, there should be several. I actually think I can get the alternate. There should be several. There should be 3 or 4. There could be a couple. Should be several. How much are the Toby Keiths? They were $29.99. $29.99. And then over here, we have the John Hughes box set. Y'all probably see this quite often here because it's one of our best sellers. 6 LP of red vinyl, the first official compilation of music from the movies of John Hughes, 83 to 89. $139.99. That's that 6 LP red vinyl box set. And this is also on colored vinyl. It's on individually colored splatter vinyl, Soundgarden, live from the Artist Den. That is $59.99. Soundgarden, live from the Artist Den, $59.99. Don Henley got a new bid for $38. And then we have over here, we have the Beatles sold for $35 to Matthew Hendon. Thank you, Matthew. That's so to you. That Black Crow City's lot of 55. That's my last lot, by the way. That's my last lot, by the way. And then Toby Keith. Now, which one do you want? 100% songwriter or his 13 greatest hits? 13 number 1 hits or 100% songwriter? Or do you want both? All right. And next is 2 copies of the Rolling Stones. Now, here's one of their later studio albums that I don't get as often. Bigger Bang. And that is $34.99. Bigger Bang. $34.99. David Tate wants the 13 greatest hits. All right. There's one Toby Keith 13 greatest hits left. $29.99. Should have been a cowboy. That's $29.99. And Don Henley is at 40 with Andy Wade. Neil Young Crazy Horse. Smell the Horse, which is a triple LP, the original double album plus extra tracks, $38.99. We need another auction. We got some cool Beatles stuff here. Here's the 69 pressing of Yesterday and Today. No, it's not a butcher cover. It's on this green Capitol label, which if you collect labels like I do, you don't see this one as often. Yesterday and Today, the vinyl's near mint minus, and that's a beautiful copy all the way around with some great music on it. I'm Only Sleeping, nice. And Your Bird Can Sing, Dr. Robert, Day Tripper, We Can Work It Out. Drive My Car, If I Needed Someone, that's a $40 start. That's a $40 start, okay? Next thing over here is, okay. Don Henley, $42. John Farrell and Neil Young sold. Andy Wade said never. Never on something. And then over here, Don Henley, 45. My top 5 labels. Are you talking about label design or best record companies? So John Farrell, Neil Young, let's get a waiting list going for this. We need to put Andy Wade on a wait list and Alex Miller. Okay? And then the Black Crows is a $55 buy it now. $55 buy it now. $55 buy it now. What do you like to collect? Atlantic, Capital. That's my top two. I like the different Capital stuff for Beatles. All the Atlantic stuff. That's my 1 and 2 for sure. And then Columbia. I love Columbia 2i, 6i, all the different Columbia variants. Okay, and then over here, that was never supposed to be Neil Young. Okay, you were still second. John Farrell was first. You were still second. So let's get a waiting list going for the Neil Young. And we have Demian, which is Bubble Puppy, $33.99. And Jim B gets the last Black Crow slot at $50. So all those sold for $221. I don't know what I was trying to get that first night, but they all sold for $221. This lot is sold to Jim B for $50. Thank you, Jim B. Those are sold to you for $50. What was I trying to get that first night? 300? 350? I can't remember. All right. Over here, Black Crows is at 50. Or excuse me, the Beatles has a bid for 42 with Chuck Edgar. Don Henley's at 45. Who was bidding before him? Charles Berry. Just so you know, you're out. He says he's done. And over here, the Beatles is at 42. Okay, moving on. Demian is Bubble Puppy under a different name. That's a psych record, $33.99. And then G Love and Special Sauce, music on vinyl, $38. I was trying to get 400. Oh my gosh. No wonder Jim B bought those. Jim B just got $200,000 worth of Black Crow CDs. Holy crap. Okay, moving on. Next thing in here is 2 copies of Emerson, Palmer, and Barry. Emerson, Palmer, and Barry, Rockin' the Ritz, 1988. And that is $29.99. Scott Smith on BP for Demian, a.k.a. Bubble Puppy. That is sold to Scott Smith. It's same group. They're under a different name. The Beatles has a new bid for $48. And when I come back, I'm selling Don Henley to Andy Wade for $45, just FYI. Our next auction, speaking of Neil Young, is going to go up right now. This is Neil Young. This is, hey, here we go. If you just missed out on that box, that was like the Wheel of Fortune wheel, or the Price is Right wheel. This is Neil Young official releases. This 22, 23 plus, 24, and 20. So there's the Smell the Horse, Freedom, Wailed, and Ark. And this is 9 LPs, $120 start. Nice. So if you want the whole box set, there it is. $120 on that one, okay? Next thing over here is David Doyle on the Emerson, Palmer, and Barry. And then let's go ahead and sell this Don Henley here. And Don Henley here, this is sold to Andy Wade for $45. $45. That is sold for $45. Should have been a cowboy. All right. There is that. And then over here we have the Beatles, which I think we're done. 5, a 4, a 3, a 2. Chuck Edgar, $48. Done. Nice copy. Sold. 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 Done. Sold. You turned down my $275 offer. See? I knew I was better off. Over here, that's $120 start. Golly, that's heavy. 9 LPs, so that's like 90 pounds. Emerson, Palmer, Barry, that is sold to Jerry Stone. Thank you on that one. And we have the Rolling Stones, Grrr, Live, the legendary 2012 concert from New Jersey, triple LP, and that is $34.99. Lots of cool Stone stuff in here. Nothing wrong with that. Whoa, children, it's just a shadow away. It's just a shadow away. Whoa. Here is another Beatles, the never released Mary Jane. The Beatles is a 1971 unofficial, VG Plus, a $45 start. $45 start, the Beatles, the never released Mary Jane. The never released Mary Jane, 1971 unofficial. $45 start on that. $45 start on that. That is now up for bid. And over here, our next auction, if you can believe it, here it is. If you can't believe it, I wouldn't be surprised if you can't believe it. But here's your chance. This is it. A lot of people have been waiting for this. Some people woke up and when they were brushing their teeth and they were looking at themselves in the mirror, they was like, there's one thing I'm going to do tonight. When I get home from work and I'm kicked back and relaxed, I am going to make sure before I go to bed tonight that I win at auction on CollectCo Live this Japanese pressing near mint minus and pristine of high-end fidelity. High-end fidelity. That's what a lot of people came here to do. And now, here is your chance. Here is your chance. This is near mint minus and pristine with the insert, a $35 start. Moving on. This is a Blue Note Tone Poet coming your way, Stanley Turrentine. And this is, let me double check that price. Hold up, hold the phone on that. Wow. Yeah, we can do those for $29 tonight. Tone Poet. That's a lot cheaper than normal. $29.99. Blue Note Tone Poet. Kevin Gray RTI. $29.99. And a Love Supreme. And this one is $38.99. That sticker is supposed to be on this side. $38.99 on John Coltrane. A Love Supreme. We'll leave it back there for right now. That's an acoustic sounds. That's, if you need a copy of that, that's a great pressing. Okay, so first thing we're going to do is Nobody's Bid on Neil Young box. Final chance at 120. The Beatles got a bid for 45. The Beatles got a bid for 45. REO got a bid for 35. Another bid for 35. And now a bid for 49. And now a bid for 46. And Blaine Zapnick got Stanley Turrentine. Let's put Fred Cardinale on a waiting list. And then amenities as well. Okay? So those are waiting list. Blue Note Tone Poet. And then John Coltrane is 38. All the new stuff is sticker price. This is no doubt the singles collection, 34. Now this is either gray or silver. Let me see if I can check. Or excuse me, that's the same thing. Orange or silver. This is No Doubt. And No Doubt over here. Let me find out. Silver. Yeah, silver is actually a few dollars cheaper. It's 34. I've been getting orange. Okay, I've been getting orange. REO's at 50. The Beatles at 47. And if anybody wants Neil Young box, it's a $120 buy it now. 120 on Neil Young, okay? Moving on. Our next auction, can't put up a Beatles. There's already one up there. Let's do Metallica. Metallica is the 2020 limited edition 4LP orange vinyl. Metallica San Francisco Symphony, 16-page book, and that is the orange vinyl, 75. Got a couple Metallica box sets we didn't get to from last night. We just didn't have enough time to tag everything, so there's your chance on that. Beatles is still getting bids. And T-Dog, if you do want that John Coltrane, let me know. Here are more copies of Megadeth Countdown to Extinction. $34.99. A great price on that. $34.99. Dun-dun-dun. Dun-dun-dun. Creek Small on No Doubt. That's sold to Creek Small, No Doubt. And then we have a waiting list possibly for Megadeth. I know we do for Garbage. This is Garbage Bleed Like Me. $34.99 for Garbage. Breed Like Me. Let me check this right quick. So Fred Cardinale, guess what, Fred? You just got a Garbage Breed Like Me. Bleed Like Me. That's their 2005 album. That's sold to Fred Cardinale. There's two extras. And I'm still, Kenneth Russell, here we go. I know I need to tag this. It's right here next to me. This Hall & Oates. I've been trying to track down this forever for Kenneth Russell. Finally found it. This is Hall & Oates Rock and Soul Part 1, $44.99. That's sold to Kenneth Russell. That's sold to Kenneth Russell, $44.99. Kenneth, I finally found that for you. And the rest of these hadn't come in yet. Let me look over here. Nope, 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 nope. And nope, 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 nope. Okay, rest of that stuff hadn't come in yet. All right, so there's Garbage, $34.99. And then over here, let's go back up to the top. So we had REO at 55, Beatles 48, Metallica Orange. That's a $75 start. Make sure you put a comment out there with 75 in it. Beatles is at 49. We hadn't sold the Stooges yet. And the next thing is Megadeth, The Sick, the Dying, and the Dead, $34.99. $34.99 for Megadeth. All right, let's breeze through that crate again. Any more Hall & Oates? Maybe. I don't know. That was No, that might have been the last copy. I'll tell you why, because I had all my MoFi stuff condensed, and I think that was the last one. All right, so Metallica sealed. Yes, it has a bid for 75. The Beatles, the never-released Mary Jane's at 50. And the last bid on the REO Speedwagon was Andy Wade at $55, okay? Now, here's what's left in here. The John Hughes box, $139.99. So you're going to get music from a lot of stuff. It's pretty epic. $139.99. 6 LPs, red vinyl. Soundgarden, also live, a 4 LP splatter vinyl, $59.99. Great stuff there. Rolling Stones Bigger Bang, $34.99. Haven't had that in a while. This is G Love and Special Sauce, $38.99. That's what that one's called, $38.99. And over here, the Rolling Stones Gurr die cut jacket sealed, $34.99. John Coltrane, A Love Supreme, acoustic sound series, $38.99. No Doubt, the singles collection, silver vinyl, $34.99. Megadeth Countdown to Extinction, $34.99. Garbage Bleed Like Me, $34. Megadeth, The Sick, The Dying, and the Dead. Megadeth is $34.99. Andy Wade on the Stones Bigger Bang. That sold to Andy Wade. Metallica sold one bid to El Snapatan for $75. And that means REO Speedwagon is sold to Andy Wade for $55. Let's put up more auctions. Let's put up more everything. Let's put up a little bit of this. Let's put up a little bit of that. Let's do some of this. And now the Beatles is moving over here. Ron Fuller, 51. Kristen Start, you're out. Fred Carnell wants a G Love. Scott Hughes wants a G Love. We are sold out of G Love. And I'll tell you what else is going to go up. This is going to go up for bid right now. This is on red vinyl. This is Linkin Park. Linkin Park. Red vinyl, Hybrid Theory. A $25 start on Linkin Park. That's now up for bid. The Beatles is called The Never Released Mary Jane. It came out in 1971, and it's a VG Plus unofficial. The new high bid is at $52. Linkin Park Red Vinyl, Hybrid Theory, a $25 start. And do I have more Fraggle Rocks? I do. And can we run through MoFi? Yes, I think it's right over here. It should be pretty accessible. I hope so. Let me see if I can knock that out. Give me 1 second. Let me move my laptop off the crates before that falls and breaks, and then everybody's in some crap. And then that would be bad. I'd be running around screaming and crying, and then I'd probably just blow up. And then that would be the end of Chad, and there would be no more Coletco. And then everybody would be sad, and then that's how the story ends. Okay? End of story. Done. Okay? That's it. So that's how the story would end. That's it. Fraggle Rocks, I have those right here. Yes. Wait a minute. I have them close. They're close if I have them. They're one of these two crates right here. So, yes, pretty dang close. That's not the MoFi stuff. I was hoping it'd be here on the very bottom, but it's not. Okay? MoFi stuff's pretty easy to identify. Not needing these crates. Son, where I come from, we used to have to walk 30 miles to even look at a MoFi record. It'd be a 2-day trip, covered wagon. Where I grew up, we had to walk for miles to get a MoFi pressing. I seen my pappy fight to his death just to be able to look at a MoFi pressing. Now you youngins, y'all got crates full of them around here like it's nothing. Just big full crates of MoFi records. I don't know how y'all do all that. Back where I grew up, we used to fight, roll around in the streets, get cut, just to see a MoFi. And now all you youngins running around here like it's nothing. The Beatles, 52, Beatles, 56, who is lead vocals? This is one of their original classic albums with Chester Bennington. Yeah, Chester Bennington. This has, in the end, Nothing really matters. I try so hard. That is at $60 of Ron Fuller. And then Creek Small wants a Fraggle Rock. Let's make a note of that. I'll have to pull you one. They're around here somewhere. Creek on Fraggle Rock. I got those, okay? I got those. I need to blow my nose here in a second. All right. Here we go. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. All righty. 1 second. Time out. 1 second. All right. The Beatles is at $63. The Beatles at $63. Lincoln Park, 70. Is that correct? Lincoln Park, 70. It was a $25 start. Or did I miss something, Brian Stern? Are you opening Lincoln Park at $70? I want to make sure before I call that sold to you. And then we have Miles Davis, Roundabout Midnight. This is a mono copy from MoFi, $44.99. Lincoln Park, Miles Davis, $44.99. Do I have a cheaper hybrid theory? That's the cheapest one I have right now. You said it was 60. No, Lincoln Park is red vinyl, a $25 start. It does not have a bid yet. Right now, Lincoln Park is red vinyl for $25, and it does not have a bid yet. Does not have a bid yet. No. Okay, here is the Sex Pistols. Never mind the Bullocks picture disc, and this is a $65 start. The Sex Pistols, never mind the Bullocks picture disc, a $65 start. For those that have been begging for mofo, here it is. This is Foreigner Double Vision. Original master recording MoFi, $44.99. I opened it at $25. Okay, so correction. Lincoln Park, $26. So let's figure out what's happened here. The Beatles, Mary Jane, is at 64 with Kristen Starrett. Ron Fuller and Kristen Starrett are in a steel cage death match. They have bid 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, and now we're at $66. That is the next bid I'm looking for. I got confused. I called Lincoln Park the Beatles. Okay? Now the Beatles is at $66 with Kristen Starrett. Ron Fuller's out. This is sold to Kristen Starrett for $66. Lincoln Park, at this moment in space and time, the high bid is El Snapatan for $26. $26. Red vinyl hybrid theory. In the end, nothing really matters except you being the high bidder on this auction. If you don't do anything else tonight, you need to make sure that I call this sold to you. If not, you're going to be behind. You cannot keep up with the Joneses. You cannot keep up with the Joneses if you don't have a copy of Lincoln Park Red Vinyl Hybrid Theory in your personal collection by the end of the night tonight. You're going to be sitting there going, my gosh, I've screwed up once again. Now the bid's at 31. The Sex Pistols is the picture disc of Nevermind the Bollocks. That is a $65 start. We've shown two MoFi pressings. We've shown Miles Davis Roundabout Midnight for $44. We've shown Foreigner Double Vision for $44. We have Duke Ellington at Newport, just $34.99. Just $34.99. Now we're ready for our next Beatles auction. We got 30,000 more to sell. Here is the Beatles. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Hard Day's Night. A 1966 German VG. Really cool record here. Look at that label. Odeon. Beatles, 66 German, a VG copy for a $45 start. Lincoln Park is a red vinyl reissue Walmart exclusive. Lincoln Park's at $35 right now. The Beatles is a $45 start. Next in the MoFi crate is Bill Evans' Jim Hall Undercurrent, a MoFi pressing. And this is $34.99. $34.99. We have Hart Dreamboat Annie, the 2LP MoFi pressing, numbered 3648, 45 RPM, $59.99. Lincoln Park is at $36. It is at 36. Now it's at 40. This is your final chance to bid on the Sex Pistols at 65. The Beatles is at 45. I've got 2 copies of Hart Dreamboat Annie, and here is Miles Davis Sketches of Spain. Miles Davis Sketches of Spain, and Miles Davis Sketches of Spain is $44.99. That is $44.99. Alex Miller on Bill Evans Undercurrent. Sold to Alex Miller. That is sold. Next thing is Emerson, Lake and Palmer MoFi Mobile Fidelity Sound Lab, numbered $44.99. We'll have to put Blaine Zapnick on a Bill Evans Jim Hall Undercurrent waiting list. Over here, I have this Fog Hat, Full for the City. Slow ride, take it easy. $44.99. Lincoln Park is sold to Brian Stern for $40. The Sex Pistols is a no bid, a $65 buy it now. A $65 buy it now. This sold for $40. Guess what we had it priced for? $39. $39.99. That's what it was stickered for. We just sold it for $40. Double V is sold to Andy Wade, Double Vision. The Sex Pistols is sold to Cameron Davis for $65. The Beatles is a final chance at $45. This is a 66 German press. Okay, next is, hey, there it is. Peter Mausolano. Peter Mausolano. I have another one. $44.99. Okay? Peter, you asked if I had another rock and soul. This is your moment to shine. Our next auction is the Stooges. A 1972 French pressing. Very desirable. Any vintage copy of this. The vinyl on this. The vinyl on this is near mint minus. Beautiful. A $75 start. The cover is VG. It's got a little bit of wear there. $75 start. The Beatles does have a bid for $45. Now another bid for $45. The Stooges is a $75 start. And it is time for our next Japanese pressing. There's probably not a lot of people expecting this. There's probably not a lot of people knowing that this is about to happen. There's probably a lot of people very excited when this goes up for bid. Here is your chance. Here's your moment to rise to the top. This is your Super Bowl. This is the World Series. This is it. You're putting on the green jacket. You're hoisting the Stanley Cup. This is the Moody Blues. Every good boy deserves favor. This is near mint minus and absolutely pristine. Honestly, it's better than when it was first made. It's been enhanced. It is a $35 start. It's a Japanese pressing. It is now up for bid. The Beatles has a bid for $45, $45, $49. Bill Withers' greatest hits. Just the two of us. We can make it if we try, just the two of us. $44.99. Ain't no sunshine when she's gone. Lean on me. Grandma's hands clapped in church on Sunday morning. Grandma's hands. $44.99. The Cars, Heartbeat City. Who's gonna drive you home tonight? MoFi. $44.99. And Alan Parsons Project, iRobot, a 2LP, 45 RPM. If I had a mind to, I wouldn't want to be like you. Whoa. $59.99. That is the Alan Parsons Project. The last bid that came in on the Beatles was El Snappatan at 49 and then 50. El Snappatan, you're out. Karen, you're out. Kristen Start has it for 50. This 72 Stooges is a 72 French press. 72 French press, near mint minus. The cover's like VG. The vinyl's near mint minus, a $75 start. The Moody Blues is at $50 right now. And we have both cars sold, Andy Wade and Craig Weatherford. I'm surely by now somebody's going to buy a Bill Withers. Next is another Cars. This one's 44. It's All I Can Do. Wow. Let's go. Bow, bow. I like the nightlife, baby. Da-da. Shake It Up. 44, back-to-back Cars. Another MoFi pressing, $44.99. My crate right now is really full. The Moody Blues is at 60. The Stooges is at 75. And it looks like we're done on the Beatles. A final call to Kristen Start for 50. Bill Withers is $44.99. We are in premium audiophile territory here. And I have filled up a crate. So let me swap these out right quick. And let's start filling up another one. And then another one, and then we're going to fill up another one, and then another one. Then we're going to fill up another crate after that. We hadn't even done our first crate of vintage of the night. We wasn't even supposed to go through these. And here we are. We're going through them. This is it. Hope everybody's ready. This is it. I've got another crate here. Okay? Now, there were 2 Heartbeat Cities. Yes, you got one, and Andy Wade got one. Stooges 75, Moody Blues is at 50, and then 60, and now out. And now Stooges has a bid for 87 with Joe Castillo. And then David Doyle, which 2 of the cars did you want? Artillery, Terror Squad, $34.99. Artillery, Terror Squad, $34.99. Jeff Buckley, live at Shanae. This is a new 4LP repressing of this. It's been out of print. $99.99. Jeff Buckley, live at Shanae. SIN-E with an accent mark. The Beatles is sold, and this is sold to Kristen Start for $50. Rhino Rand, Razman wants an Alan Parsons. Sold. If I had a mind too, I wouldn't want to be like you. That is sold. David Doyle wants Shake It Up. That means we're sold out of Heartbeat. We're sold out of Shake It Up. I still got 2 copies of Candy O. The Stooges is with Joe Castillo at 87. Matthew Hendon, you're out. And the Moody Blues over here is sold. And that is sold to Back to the Turntable for 60. I love these Japanese pressings of Moody Blues album. They're so nice. They're just absolutely so nice. Next thing is another auction. And that next auction over here is this. Metallica, Master of Puppets, battery brick colored vinyl, reddish, orangish colored vinyl from Walmart. And folks, this is sealed. It's never been opened. It's never even seen a turntable before. But you can change that right now. A $25 start. That's up for bid. David wanted Candy O, okay? That actually might be a good thing. Now I have an extra copy of Candy O. Now there's one left, and there's still a copy of Shake It Up. And if you want on a waiting list for anything, let me know. Stooges, and then here is Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? Red vinyl. I Am a Man of Constant Sorrow. 2LP. That's the new anniversary on red vinyl. We have Clips, Till the Casket Drops on white vinyl for $29. Clips, Lord Willing on silver vinyl for $34. And Clips, Hell Hath No Fury Go vinyl, $34.99. Stooges is at $93. And Metallica is at $25. Okay, and now our next Japanese pressing. A lot of people's like, Chad, this is getting pretty overwhelming with all this amazing stuff tonight. Can you please, for the love of all things good and holy, just maybe take it easy for just a few minutes? We're trying to catch our breath. And I'm like, no, we don't have time for that. We have to put up the Eagles long run Japanese pressing. This is going to go up for a $35 start. $35 start for Eagles, the long run. A $35 start. Obi, gatefold jacket in the city. Okay, now, Stooges 93. Metallica has a bid for 25. Can I still get MoFi Heartbeat? Yes, I can. Yes, I can. Rush 2112 is $36.99. Dakota. I think I had a sticky note. I was supposed to pull one of these for you. I had that in the back of my mind. I think you're supposed to get one of these, and I just now rediscovered them. We have so much new vinyl. It's really hard for me to keep up with where everything is now. $44.99. $44.99. Final call on Metallica, sealed Walmart exclusive 25. Stooges has hit 100. Eagles 35. It just got a bid, and we got to keep the Beatles stuff going because I think all those bidders are active right now. This is the very desirable mono press, the 67 OG mono, 67 OG mono of Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band. Over here, we have Sgt. Pepper's in mono, Sgt. Pepper's in mono. This has the insert, there's the inner sleeve, and the jacket's around a VG Plus, maybe VG. I read the news today, oh boy, about a lucky man who made the grade. And though the news was rather sad. That's the 67 mono complete. $50 start. That's now up for bid. I claimed one on a morning auction, thought it slipped your eye. Well, you might have been tagged for one then. Or maybe, I'm not for sure what happened. Let me make a note that let's go ahead and tag you for one right now, okay? Because I don't think that ever happened. I think we ran out and we never did find them. So let's go ahead and tag you for one right now, Dakota Dotson, okay? And then next thing is Metallica, one bid for $25. El Snapatan, one bid for $25. And the Stooges is at 100. I got to make sure that Matthew Hendon doesn't want to bid again. The Eagles has one bid for $35, and the Beatles is a $50 start, a 67 mono. We have Dream Theater live at 1993, $29.99. And there's actually going over another one of the signed Tom Petty albums, like the one you bought from me, like the one you have. Interesting. I do know this. I saw one the other day that was fully signed, and it had a JSA, it had a PSA letter, and my guy at JSA said it was bad. So I've noticed a ton of fake Beckett and fake PSA stuff hit eBay lately, and I'm hearing it's all coming from China. Fake Beckett stuff and fake PSA stuff. It's rampant on eBay right now. Honestly, I wouldn't buy an autograph on there unless I had somebody else look at it, regardless of what kind of certifications with it. Ozzy, a nameless grave, $29.99. Ozzy, a nameless grave. Speaking of bad autographs, man, I could pull up eBay right now and show you bad Ozzy after bad Ozzy that's on there. It is rampant on eBay right now. $29.99 for Ozzy. That's a live unofficial. This is Peaches No Lube So Rude. That's on blue vinyl for $34.99. Okay? First thing is the Beatles, the Stooges. Matthew Hendon, I lost him. Hammers up on that for 100. Eagles is sold to Charles Berry for $35. That is sold to Charles Berry for $35. Blaine wanted to know if this was mold. No, that's a wear mark. No moldy jackets here. No mold gets through here. If it is, it's an accident. That is sold. And then over here, Chad, I thought Cars was OG pressing MoFi. I'd like to put that back. Is there such thing as an OG MoFi pressing? That should be what, there's only one pressing I think that exists, right? And then over here, this is a final call for $50. Somebody said Beatles Mono 26. The high bid on this is $50 with Dakota, and it's a final call. Okay, and then next thing is Nick Bergeron on the live Ozzy. That is sold out on Stooges, and the Stooges is sold for $100 to Joe Castillo. Okay, All right, and we're about to go through a new crate of vintage buy it now best offer after this. Now the Beatles is at $51. Now we're ready for new auctions. The next auction I have right now is this Dio, the last in line picture disc. This is a $25 start. $25 start. Beatles, or excuse me, Dio, I'm calling everything Beatles and Eagles. Dio, 3-track live, last in line record store day, $25 start on that. Megadeth, The World Needs a Hero, $39.99. Pussifer, Normal Isn't. Pussifer is on Orange Swirl for $49.99. We have Jane Remover, Revenge Seeker, $39.99. Also, Adam and the Ants, the singles. This is a 2 LP. This is $39.99. Adam and the Ants, the singles. I need some water right quick. All right. Here we go. Oh, gosh. Gosh. I've been beat to death. Good gosh. Andy Wade on Adam and the Ants. Okay. The Beatles has a bid for 50, 51, and now 52. Dio has one bid for 25. What was the Orange Swirl? Pussifer, Normal Isn't, $49.99. So Craig, I don't know if there was a pressing before this one on MoFi. If you're looking for like something, was there an 80s MoFi pressing of the Cars Candy O? To my knowledge, there wasn't. I think these are the first MoFi pressings of these Cars album that exist. But if you still want to put it back, just let me know. Okay? All right. First thing we have is this. Duke Ellington 34, Miles Davis 44, Hart 59. These are all MoFi. Miles Davis 44, Emerson Lake and Palmer 44. We have Foghat 44, Hall & Oates 44, Bill Withers 44, The Cars 44, The Cars 44. We have Artillery 34. Jeff Buckley is 99. We have Clips, and Clips 29, 34, and 34. Rush is 36. Oh Brothers 44, Dream Theater 29, Peaches 34, Megadeth 39, Pussifer 49, Jane Remover 39, and Adam and the Ant Singles 39. Okay? So Brian Stearns wants the Cars Candy O. That just leaves me with Shake It Up. And then Dio is sold for $25 to Red Cave Collections. Thank you, Red Cave. That's so to you. This is going to be a fun night. They've got a lot of auctions, but I've got just crates over here full of like random bonus stuff. And they've marked 2, 4, 5, 7 crates of new vintage stuff. Okay? And Brian Stern said he wanted Shake It Up instead. Okay? A lot of confusion on the car stuff all of a sudden. And they're Shake It Up. So we still got Candy O. Okay? All right? All right. And then Craig wants to put it back. Maybe he's thinking of like a vintage Cars MoFi. These are brand new and sealed. Maybe he's thinking of like one that was made. But no, I don't think those were made back in the 80s when those came out from MoFi. I think they're all new pressings. All right, so Brian Stern got Cars Shake It Up. So we still got a copy of Candy O. I put back Craig Weatherford's. And now we have 2 copies of Candy O. Patty K wants RG. And RG for Patty K. RG for Patty K was... What was RG? What was RG, Patty K? And then Beatles 54. And then... Okay, so I think we're caught up, except for a couple things. The Beatles was EX. Yeah, VG Plus. Yeah, I think it was, I've lost my sticky. VG Plus on the Beatles. A 67 mono VG Plus. Okay, are we done? The MoFi crate was requested. I'm glad it was. We sold a lot out there. Kevin Brown wants a Candy O. And we're good to go. Okay. And earlier, Peter Mazzoliano asked about Hall & Oates. I don't think he's watching anymore, but there's another one if he decides he wants it. All right, here we go. Let's go through some vintage buy it now best offer. Pace is about to pick back up. I think we fought through all the confusion there. So yeah, so the MoFi was making, so there's some stuff like, I know for sure like Supertramp. There was MoFi pressings of like Supertramp in the 70s. And it was around the time that that album actually came out. And there was a couple other examples like Styx. I think there was some Styx MoFi pressings that came out not too long after the OGs came out back in the late 70s when MoFi first started getting big. So like back in the late 70s when that stuff first started getting popular, they did press some stuff from the, maybe that's what Craig's thinking of, but no. Okay, this is an OG 87 sealed copy of the Colt Electric. That's right. An OG 87 club copy, a $45 start. The Colt Electric, a $45 start. That's OG sealed. Okay, and then the Beatles is a mono press. Cameron has it for $55. Somebody's outbid. Dakota Dotson, you're outbid. This is all buy it now or best offer. We have Peter, Paul, and Mary, A Song Will Rise. Peter, Paul, and Mary is $9.99. James Taylor and the Original Flying Machine, $16.99. And Spyro T. Agnew speaks out. There he is. You probably didn't expect to see that tonight. This is $9.99. Next is going to go up right now. Here we are. First thing we have is this, Stevie Nicks Belladonna. This is a Rhino Hi-Fi, all analog Kevin Gray, and this is sealed for a $40 start. Stevie Nicks Belladonna. Here it is. First thing we have is, there she is, Miss Lyndon B. Johnson. You probably didn't expect to add that to your collection. This is $9.99. Lady Bird, Rick Wakeman Rhapsodies. This is a 2LP, $24.99. The Beatles, Dakota 57. That means, Cameron, you're outbid. The Colt has one bid for $45, a sealed copy, and Stevie Nicks is also sealed, $40. This is a buy it now best offer, Craig. Some people just got back from their toilet break, I can tell. They're definitely back from their toilet break. Are y'all back and off the toilet now? Some people were just sitting on the toilet like, oh my gosh, I hope I can get this over with before I get back to the screen and miss something. Some people are probably sitting on the toilet right now going, my gosh, Chad, I wish you would put up a Rod Stewart Japanese pressing. For the love of all things good and holy, please put up a Rod Stewart Japanese pressing. Here it is. Your wish has been granted. This is a Rod Stewart Japanese pressing of his greatest hits. It's near mint minus and pristine. There's the LP. There's the insert. There's the insert. There's the cover. There's the Obi. A $35 start. John Conley's greatest hits, folks. We're talking about rose-colored glasses. This is $14.99. That's what we're talking about. Rose-colored glasses, $14.99. And then we have Barclay James Harvest, Time-Honored Ghost, $19.99. DK Evans has the bid on the Beatles at $60. This has a bid for $60 or DK Evans. Everybody else is out. Only one bid on the sealed OG Colt. That's a theft. Congratulations, Unbought. That's a theft. $45 sealed OG. Heck, you could open that up. We could have opened that up and said it was near mint minus and pristine. It would have sold for $78. The curse of the sealed record. Sealed records sell for a lot less than open ones. At least they do here. You can get that slabbed and sell it on eBay for $390 right now. Stevie Nicks, one bid, $40, sold. That's sold to back to the turntable, $40. And then over here, Rod Stewart is a $35 start on that one. First thing, Jay Nutra offered $10 for Rose. Then somebody asked the condition, and then there's a claim at full price. Jay Nutria, this will be yours, but it will be $14.99. It's near mint minus and shrink wrap. Every record in here, every record in here Every record in here is EX plus or better. And then Craig Weatherford, I didn't claim a Candio. Uh-oh, I might have put back the wrong record earlier. Oh, let me fix that then. Yeah, he bought back-to-back Heartbeat CDs. And then somebody went on a waiting list, didn't they? Okay, so we need to put back in the crate a Candio then. So that's going back in the crate. And that means that there's a Heartbeat CD available. And if anybody wants that, right now would be the time to claim it. I think somebody asked, could I still order them? Well, there's no reason to now. There's one going back in the crate. So there we have it. I'm almost messed up there. So this is Heartbeat City. Thank you for letting me know that. That would have been a big mess up on somebody's invoice. $44.99, so that's still available. Okay, Jay Nutria does get John Conley at sticker price. These are all buy it now or best offer. I Tina Turner, Nutbush City Limits, $26.99, and Chase is $9.99. The Beatles are still getting bids. That's an original mono cut, $61. And Rod Stewart is final call for $35. Next auction is going to go up for bid right now, and that is Jay and Kai. This is J.J. Johnson and Kai Winding, late 50s, early 60s, Columbia 6-eye pressing, near mint, and this is a $75 start. We have not done the Hatchet Ed crate, no. Late 50s, early 60s, Columbia 6-eye, and this is beautiful, near mint minus, a $75 start. That's now up for bid. Rod Stewart does have a bid for $38, going once, going twice, and we have the Miracles Greatest Hits. The Miracles is $14.99. This is all buy it now or best offer. And Billy Strange plays the hits. Billy Strange is $9.99. Rod Stewart has a new bid for $40. DK Evans has the Beatles for $65. And over here, we have Rod Stewart, Footloose, and Fancy Free. Hot Legs, $14.99. Rod Stewart, $14.99. Inley Molly Hatchet. If I do, it will be right here in this crate. I hope you're watching very closely. Boomer Story, Rye Cooter. This is $19.99. And we have Paul Davis, $9.99. Paul Davis, $9.99. Paul Davis, $9.99. Billy Strings. No, Billy Strange. Billy Strange. In Shrink, $9.99. Not Billy Strings. Terry Gearhart on Rod Stewart. That is sold. And we have Randy Newman, Trouble in Paradise. Terry Gearhart got the Rod Stewart, $14.99. He said Rod Stewart bid out. Now, are you claiming the Rod Stewart and saying you're out on this? Let me confirm before I tag that for you. The Beatles still has a bid for $69. We're still bidding on the Beatles. The high bid over here is $69. What? No Soundgarden? You've already missed 3, Matt. You missed 3 Soundgardens already tonight. The Beatles is at $69. Rod Stewart is a final call for $40, and J.J. Johnson, Kai Winding is a $75 start, no bid yet. Over here, we have Jeff Beck Wired. Jeff Beck is $19.99. Mark, this right here, Terry Gearhart does get the Rod Stewart, and Mark Weiss on RN, Randy Newman, sold. And then over here, we have Tommy Bolin Teaser, and that's $19.99. The Beatles is at $70, and we have the Babies on the Edge, shrink wrapped. The Babies, $14.99, and we have Pink Floyd Animals. And OG Pittman Press, no condition notes, $64.99. Gotta admit, I'm a little bit confused. Sometimes it seems to me if I'm just being used. Gotta stay awake, gotta try and shake off this creeping malaise. If I don't stand my own ground, how can I find my way out of this maze? Deaf, dumb, and blind. Just gotta keep pretending. Wow. Dogs. Amazing. OG Pittman Press. Over here, Joe Salamo on Cooter. Cooter is sold for $15. To Joe Salamone. That is done. Rod Stewart is sold over here to Andy Wade for $40. That's done. The Beatles. Dakota Dotson, $72. No bid on JJ and Kai, $75 buy it now. $75 buy it now. Now, you got to admit, that's the lyric in that song, that I do sound very similar to Roger Waters. William Drugovich offered 50, sold. That's how you sell records. You got to sing it. You got to sing it from right here, the heart. You got to sing it from the heart. Styx Cornerstone, $19.99. $19.99. What do we have here? The Guess Who? Even they don't know. There's a question mark. The Guess Who? Interesting. Shaking all over. Looks like a comp of some of their early stuff. $19.99. The Beatles is still getting bids. It's at $75. Our next auction, speaking of Pink Floyd, is a 1995 OG pressing, a Pulse, $200 start. 1995 Euro OG pressing, a Pulse, a $200 start. 4 LP with the book EX. Craig says you sound nothing like Roger Waters. Well, my mama tells me otherwise. We have over here the Frank Sinatra Story. A lot of people say I can sound like him. I don't disagree. I just nod my head. This is $29.99, $29.99, and we have Live Cream Volume 2. Live Cream Volume 2, $34.99 in the white room with black curtains in the station. Wow, 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 wow. $34.99. And then over here, we have Autograph, Sign in Peace. Autograph, $29.99. Turn up the radio. First thing we have, Beatles and Pink Floyd. Did somebody rob my house? My gosh, my personal collection's being robbed here. Next auction is Peter Frampton, a Japanese pressing of the Peter Frampton Story. The Peter Frampton Story, which is a Japanese compilation. The vinyl, now a lot of people won't believe at this. The vinyl, this is hard to believe. It's near mint minus and pristine. It comes with the insert. It comes with this Peter Frampton storybook. Baby, I Love Your Way. A gatefold jacket. A $35 start. First thing we have is this. The Beatles was a final call to DK Evans for $75. Chris Martin wants to know what the Babies was. On the Edge, shrink wrapped, nice. Chris Martin, $14.99. Jay Nutra offered $25 for Cream, sold. Ron Fuller offered $10 for Guess Who, sold. And then over here, Autograph got an offer for $20. Sold to Creek Small for $20. Next, Marillion, Misplaced Childhood, Gold Stamp promo, $39.99. The Police, Synchronicity, smoke-colored vinyl, $29.99. What? Smoke-colored vinyl? Let's look at it. It's translucent brown. I think you meant to put translucent brown, $29.99. Uh-oh, Craig. My mom seen where you said, uh-oh, Craig. You called my mama tone deaf. She was watching. Look, she said somebody's about to get blocked. Uh-oh, Craig's about to get blocked. Craig Sweden, our track lister. He said, you're tone deaf and so is your mama. Uh-oh. Insulting mama? That's not going to go very far, is it? Holy moly. DK Evans on the Beatles for $75. That's not going to go over well, Craig. Oh, my gosh. Oh, no. Mama says someone's about to get blocked. Okay, that's so DK Evans. Unbought, Pulse 150. It is technically still up for bid. It is technically still up for bid. Pulse is a $200 start. $200 start. It's still a live auction, so no negotiation on the price right now. The Police, $29. That is exactly what it was marked. Sell that to El Snapatan. Chris Martin gets the Babies for $10. Stephen Douglas offered $25. I have shot myself in the foot over $5. I have shot myself in the foot over $5. Okay? And then here is Creedence Clearwater Revival Chronicle. This is a 2 LP, $34.99. That is a 2 LP compilation, $34.99. Does Peter Frampton have a bid yet? Peter Frampton, final call for a $35 start. Just saying. No one has bid yet. No one has bid yet. Final call on Pulse if you want to lock in a bid for $200. Okay. And then El Snappatan, if you want the police, it will have to be sticker price, okay? Because you claimed it, then you made a lesser offer, and then in between that, several other people have made offers. So it's yours, but it will be full price, okay? Next thing is Eagles. One of these nights, one of these crazy nights, $34.99. Now, this all started when Craig Sweden stands by his statement that I am completely tone deaf and have no sense of singing, which is hurtful. Because if you could hear me around my house at 5 a.m., I'm singing my lungs out. But for some reason, Craig feels like, you know what, Chad? You can't sing, okay? And that's hurtful. Over here, we have a 78 Japanese on red vinyl. Holy moly, look at that. It looks so nice you could eat it. Looks like you just take a bite out of it and just eat it. Looks like a big piece of red candy. This is a $75 start. $75 start on the Beatles, 62 to 66. Okay, and then over here, the next thing we have is this. We have this right here, Starship. We built this city on records. $14.99 for Starship. Knee deep in the hoopla. $14.99. $14.99. And Tangerine Dream Stratosphere. Nice. $24.99. $24.99 for Tangerine Dream Stratosphere. $24.99. All righty. So right now we're in a vintage buy it now best offer. The Beatles has a bid for $75. Terry Gearhart, we have a bid for $35 to you, and this is sold to Terry Gearhart for $35. Thank you, Terry Gearhart. $35. The Pulse box set did not get a bid. The Pulse box set did not get a bid. This is a buy it now for $200. It's officially off the auction block. Pulse, OG Pulse, 1995. That has a $200 buy it now price tag on it. The Beatles 71, the Beatles 75, and my mama said, here's a statement from my mama. She said, somebody thinks that they're 10 foot tall and bulletproof tonight. Oh, wow. Somebody thinks they're 10 foot tall and bulletproof. $81. Creek Small wants Starship. That's sold. Stephen, you were second. Craig Weatherford on Tangerine Dream. Kelly Cook third on Starship. The Beatles has a new bid for $80. And we have David. Wow, what a nice looking copy. David Bowie Live usually has quite a bit of ring wear. What a nice copy. $44.99. $44.99. What are the no bids? So far tonight, there are 4 no bids. Pink Floyd Pulse, $200. J.J. Johnson and Kai Winding, a 6-eye near mint, $75. Neil Young, $120. Disc 22, 23, 25. And Robert Plant, Japanese, $35. Robert Plant, $35. So that's our no bids. Robert Plant, Japanese, $35. Neil Young, $120. J.J. Johnson, Kai Winding, $75. And Pulse is $100 or $200. Now, Unbought or whoever made an offer, now if you want to make an offer, we can negotiate. We can negotiate if you want to throw out another offer, okay? The Beatles, $80, and a long time ago, Scott Fellows bid $81. A long time ago, Scott Fellows said, I bid $81 a long, long time ago. And he did. So that means David Tate and somebody else is out. Okay? And then what is the record with the scribble-looking front jacket with white and letters all over it? Oh, boy. Nothing in here unless you're talking about the J.J. Johnson Kai Winding over here. What is the name of the Robert Plant? The Robert Plant over here, it's Pictures at 11. Japanese pressing, $35. Okay. All right, we're ready for another new auction. But first, we have the Rolling Stones Let It Bleed. A sealed APCO reissue, $39.99. $39.99. Next auction is going to go up for bid right now. This is out of print. The Cult, Born Into This. The Cult, Born Into This. The Cult is a 2018 music on vinyl press, limited edition pink, numbered 572. Right now, there's only 2 for sale on Discogs. They're listed for over $200. I've never even seen this before. Near mint minus, pink vinyl, $150 start on the Cult. That's now up for bid. The Beatles is at $91. Bowie is sold to John Farrell for $38. And we have the Cats, The Love in Our Eyes, $19.99. The Cats, The Love in Your Eyes, $19.99. I'll do $150 on Pulse. If you can do $150, I bet you can do $160. Come on, Unbought. $160. What's $10 more between friends? Nat King Cole at the Sands, $9.99. The Beatles right now is at $91. The Cult is $150 start. And I have another Japanese pressing to put up. Here it is. You've probably been waiting on this. This is your chance. Footloose, Cut Loose. On the Master Sound, even higher quality here. A $35 start. Near mint minus and pristine. There's the insert. There's the other insert. There's the other insert. There's the other insert. Here's another insert. That's a $35 start. We have Pink Floyd sold for $160 to Unbought. There it is. Done. Thank you and sold. Next, Rhinoceros Satin Chickens, $29.99. Are we done on the Beatles? Brian Stern says he's done. The Zatniks, do y'all want the do y'all want the J.J. Johnson Kai Winding? It's still available. And now we're just down to that one Neil Young box set over here. Okay? I still got the Beatles Revolver. If anybody wants to make an offer on this, $149.99. That is the 4LP with the book Revolver box. And then I've got Pulse. And this is sticker price. Pulse is new sticker price, $114.99. We just sold an OG for $160. That's the new remaster for $114. Moving on. Renaissance, $26.99. This is all bought now best offer. We have $19.99 for the 1969 Warner Reprise Songbook. $19.99. $19.99 on that. Kai for $45. Kai for $55. And then the Beatles is sold over here. And this is sold for $91 to Scott Fellows. Scott, there's a perk with buying this. Are you ready? Do you need the blue vinyl one? Scott Fellows. Scott Fellows, do you need the blue vinyl one? If you don't, I'm going to put it up for auction. If you do, I'm going to offer it for you for the same price. The Cult did not get a bid. $150 buy it now. $150 buy it now on the Cult. Okay? That's going over here. Rhinoceros is sold to Ron Fuller for $20. The Renaissance is actually called Renaissance. The Renaissance is called Renaissance. And then let's go ahead and clear the board Footloose is sold to Andy Wade for $35. The board is cleared. Matt Nichols picks up the Colt for $150. Let me get that in a sleeve, and let me get Footloose in a sleeve. Awesome stuff tonight. A whole, 2.5 crates of unadvertised bonus auctions over here all night long. Might get into who knows what. Might get into who knows this. Might get into who knows what. Might get into a little bit of this. Might get into some chocolate chip cookies later. Might get into some mom spaghetti later. She actually brought spaghetti tonight. I know I like saying that quite often because I can rap like Eminem. A lot of people don't know this, but I can also rap like Eminem. Does this have RL in the dead wax? It is. Sterling Sound, RLSS. Okay, and then Beatles Revolver, 120. 130. 130, Brian. Iron Maiden is $59.99. $59.99. Yes, it's in stock and it's available. Okay, here's a tough Beatles to get. And if you ever found a real one, over here, if you ever find a real one, which is an orange cover, they're very expensive. So this is called, this is the Savage Young Beatles. This is actually made in 1965. It's kind of a borderline unofficial. It is an unofficial, technically. I'm sure Paul and John, they were never really paid a dime for this. But the real one is an orange cover, and those are actually quite rare. So this is a VG, still a very collectible bootleg, a $45 start. Savage Young Beatles, $45 start. That's up for bid, okay? Brian Stern says, I'll take it. That was the Beatles Revolver for $130. Okay, $130. The new Seal Pink Floyd Pulse, its sticker price, $114.99. Selling some box sets this week. My goodness, this is a world record-setting box set. JJ for 45. I countered for 55. Okay. And Mike Pierce says, so that was Renaissance. Maiden Lights for sale. I will take it. Beatles, a $45 start. And now we're ready for that blue vinyl. He said he already has it. So here's your chance. This is a different Obi anyway, isn't it? This is a different version anyway. Yeah, I think this is a different version anyway. This one actually might be a little bit more. This is the Beatles. Once again, a beautiful blue vinyl. Amazing. I love these comps on the colored vinyl. Man, we already got a Beatles up. Hold on. Okay. This is on deck. We've already got a Beatles up, okay? We've already got a Beatles up. That's a $45 start. My bad. We already got a Beatles up. Okay? We already have that up. There's a lot of activity all of a sudden. First, Greg Preston said sold on the Pink Floyd Pulse. Okay, that's done. I think I've got one more of those around here somewhere else. That's sold. Okay, and then the next comment is Watch Neil Young box. This is a fairly new release, which was $200 new. Freedom, Ragged Glory, Wailed, and Ark, and I think that's 9 LPs total. Number 22, 23 plus. The plus is the Ragged Glory. It has a third disc with extra tracks, 24 and 25. That's $120. $120 on that. Okay. Robert Plant Japanese, 30. Sell this for 30. And then Michael Thrower said RS for 30. RS for 30, the Rolling Stones. That's sold to Michael Thrower for 30. And JJ Kai Winding, $50 sold to No. They said appreciate the offer. I said 55 on this. It was at $75. Craig, $5 more and it's yours. Okay? And we'll be sold out of auctions if the Neil Young box sells. Beatles Blue is not up for bid yet. We gotta get this. We gotta get we got to get a bid on this first. This is a live auction. The Savage Young Beatles unofficial. We're also in just the first crate of vintage stuff tonight. It's been pretty busy, this crate. And I have other Beatles stuff. And I have Metallica stuff. This is Metallica S&M. The 2014 Near Mint, a $45 start. Metallica, $45 start. $45 start on this. Okay? Now, I'm getting confused by the Zapniks. Okay? The Zapniks. Chase Zapnik said pass, but Blaine Zapnik also sold or also asked about it, and now he's saying sold. So there was two different Zapniks that asked about it before you, Craig, and now one of them have said sold, which is Blaine. So technically, this is sold to Blaine Zapnik for $55. That was confusing. They both asked about it. I sometimes thought they were buying together, but Blaine said sold at $55. And he was offered it, and he had dibs at some point. Sold to Blaine for $55, okay? Now, this is your final chance on the Savage Young Beatles for a $50 start. Metallica just went up for a $45 start. And I can order you one of those. Yes, the Neil Young box, I can order you one of those, no problem. Yes, I can order you one of those, no problem. Okay? Okay. Wow, what a busy flurry of activity there. And that has filled up my crate with all the box set purchases. Let's move this right over here. Let's get another empty crate going. Thanks, everybody, for spending your Friday night with us. We are officially rolling. We are officially underway, okay? We are officially underway. Now, election. E-L-E-C-E-T-I-O-N. A 1968 Terre Haute. That is $49.99. The new and improved electric prunes, just good old rock and roll. Electric prunes, $44.99. Two-tone reprise label. The electric flag, $29.99. Canned heat, the best of canned heat. Going up the country, baby, don't you want to go? $39.99. Court and Spark, Joni Mitchell. $19.99. Court and Spark, Joni Mitchell. Help me, I think I'm falling. Fleetwood Mac, Bare Trees, $24.99. Eric Burden and the Animals, The Twain Shall Meet. Down in Monterey, Sky Pilot, $24.99. And Bob Dylan, Bringing It All Back Home. VG, a Columbia 2i Mono, $24.99. I actually think this was in the auction post. It was. Dylan was VG, $24.99. Bringing It All Back Home. No bid on Metallica, $45. No bid on the Beatles, $50. Savage Young Beatles unofficial, $50 buy now on that. I think the real copies sell for $800. This is the second press from 1965. Metallica is not an OG copy. It's a 2014, and it's $45. Okay? Now, we're ready for more auctions. We're ready for a lot of stuff. Beatles, $50 buy now. Metallica, $45 buy now. Let's put those away. Now we're ready for the Beatles, 67 to 70. The red vinyl, 2LP Japanese pressing, 70, or blue vinyl, excuse me. That's blue, Chad. 67 to 70, a $75 start. $75 start on the Beatles. That's now up for bid. Okay? Next auction. Todd Emick says he'll take the Metallica for $45. I'm assuming Kevin R on Twitch is passing. If you are Kevin R, I'm selling it to Todd for $45. Those new are like $70. Like I have a new copy laying around here somewhere. Those are like $70. We're going to go through the Hatchet Ed crate next, and that's going to leave us 6 crates of new vintage stuff to go through. I repeat, that's going to leave us 6 crates of new vintage stuff to go through after we knock out this Hatchet Ed crate. Next auction is Judas Priest Point of Entry. a VG minus for $10. Okay? Judas Priest, VG minus, point of entry, $10. I will sell you canned heat for $20 if you'll do 15 on Joni Mitchell. We'll consider those sold together. I didn't even look at the price tags. I may regret that later. Matt Bushy gets the animals for $18. Sold. 15 on Joni Mitchell, 20 on canned heat. The Beatles is a $75 start. Judas Priest is a $10 start. That was our first crate of vintage pre-owned. We've sold 2/3 of the crate. I would love to sell the rest of it. We have a Beatles, we have a Judas Priest, and our next auction, this is interesting here. What exactly do we have? Chrome what? Chromagonin, Orgasm. Silver and black colored vinyl, numbered 331 of 777. I don't know a lot about it, but it's very interesting looking. And this is a $30 start. $30 start. Okay? Here's what's left in here. If you want a price, let me know. Peter, Paul, and Mary, James Taylor, Spyro Agnew, Lyndon Johnson, Mrs. Lyndon Johnson, some political records there, Rick Wakeman, Barclay James Harvest, Ike and Tina Turner, Chase, The Miracles, Paul Davis, Billy Strange, Jeff Beck, Tommy Bolin, Styx, Frank Sinatra, Marillion, CCR, The Eagles, The Cats, Nat King Cole, The Warner Songbook, Election, The Electric Prunes, The Electric Flag, Fleetwood Mac, and Bob Dylan. Both Lyndon Johnson. Both Mrs. Lyndon Johnson and the Spiral T. Agnew. These both here. There's actually one. There's this Miss Lyndon and Spyro, okay? Those are sold to Vladercheck, thank you. And then over here, we have a bid on the Beatles at 75. Final call on Judas Priest for 15. It already has a bid for 15. David Dole on the James Taylor. And the Marillion was Misplaced Childhood, silver stamp promo, not a gold one, a silver stamp, original inner sleeve, $39.99. And then Chase is self-titled, $9.99. And this Chromagon record is a $30 start. Details of Electric Prunes, $44.99. Reprised two-tone label near mint. Amenities has the Beatles at $75. Everybody else is out. John Bobing, you're out on Priest. The first bid was with Joseph McCormick at 15. Let's go through another crate. Okay. All right. Chad needs some water. You're on Chromagonin, a 2015 French reissue. A 2015 French reissue on Chromagonin. Chase is sold to Chris Collins for $9.99. Okay. First crate of vintage, easy peasy. Hatchet Ed crate coming up. Wow. A lot of silver in here too. Okay. Silver records. This guy messaged and said, I will not be paying for my invoices. I usually take that as, Chad, I don't have any money left. Not a good situation. That's usually what I take that as. That's what I translate it to. I'm out of cash. The Beatles is sold to Amenities for $75. This is sold to Amenities for $75. Thank you on that. Judas Priest, John Bobing has this for $16. Joseph McCormick, you've been outbid. And Chromonongongan is a no bid, a $30 buy it now. 2015 French, silver and black, number 331 of 777. All righty. Next auction is going to go up right now. Here's an interesting Beatles release. This is a late 60s Singapore. An interesting pressing here. A late 60s Singapore press. It's still in the original, like, shrink wrap, baggy. There's the EMI foreign Singapore sleeve. VG Plus, interesting label here. Made in Singapore revolver. Interesting. Kind of a scarce pressing here. $100 start. Now, if you sit down and try to buy every pressing revolver made, it'll be a fun experiment. You'll spend a lot of money and a lot of time. This is a good way to get started. Singapore, $100 start. Judas Priest is sold to John Bobing for $16. Let's revisit the Japanese crate as well. It's been a while. It's been a while since I've been home down inside down. It's been a while. All right. Here we go. Next auction. ABC, the Lexicon of Love. I don't recall having this one too many times. This is a Japanese press, a $35 start. The Lexicon of Love, ABC. $35 start. Insert, cover, and obi. All right, now, the way the Hatchet did, this is all one person's order. It was about 3 invoices totaling several thousands of dollars. So the way this works is their sticker price, unless they were already discounted, Ed leaves that price on there. And if they were already discounted, we'll honor that same discounted price that I've already took once. Because probably if I've already had to discount it, I don't want to have to wait another 30 days or whatever to discount it again. So they're essentially all listed price, but some of them may be discounted. Bill Withers, Just As I Am, new and sealed, yellow vinyl numbered, music on vinyl, $38.99. Creed, My Own Prison, first time ever on vinyl, $33.99. Beatles, $100 start. Singapore, ABC Lexicon of Love, a $35 start. And then our next auction over here is this right here. And this is David Bowie. This is Black Star. And this is the 2016. This is the 2016 first Euro release. Pressed at MPO near mint, $175 start. And I think y'all know these have gotten pretty desirable lately. David Bowie's $175 start. That is now up for bid, okay? All right, so Bill Withers, Creed. We have BB King's Blue Summit 100. This is a 3 LP with 20-page booklet, $54.99. Incredible lineup of artists on here. Kenny Wade Shepherd, Jimmy Vaughn, Gary Clark Jr., Buddy Guy. 3 LP, $54.99. Megadeth, that's their newest album, on the crystal red organza colored vinyl, $44 on Megadeth, and then here is another one on black vinyl for $44.99. So red and black on the Megadeth. Van Halen Balance, 2 LP, $39.99 for Van Halen Balance, and Miles Davis, Bitches Brew, that's $34.99. A Gatefold 2 LP, single LP, should be a 2 LP. Yeah, 2 LP. I was about to say it has to be, I'm pretty sure. Michael Jackson's #1 hits. That's a 2 LP, just $33.99 on that. And Hank III, Rebel Within, $29.99 for Hank III. And Alice in Chains on yellow vinyl, a 30th anniversary 2 LP, $39.99. The Beatles Singapore press is a no bid. This is a buy it now for $100, kind of a rare pressing here. Late 60s Singapore with the original EMI sleeve, 100 on that. No bid on ABC Lexicon of Love. That's a buy it now for $35. And then David Bowie, 175 for that OG pressing Euro. That's up for bid. I'll give that one more second. Let me put ABC in a sleeve over here. And other Japanese pressings coming up. Right now we're in a Hatchet Ed crate, which is, like I said, one person's order, several invoices, several thousands of dollars. It adds up quickly. Please don't ever go over your head. Please make sure you've got money coming in before you start skipping on invoices. L Silverhorn on balance, $39.99. Thank you. We got BB King sold. BB King sold to Shauna Rice. And then over here, we have Michael Butler gets the Beatles for $90. So we try to make sure nobody ever gets two invoices behind, especially if there's somebody that spends $1,000 or $2,000. Because all of a sudden, if something happens and you can't pay that first invoice of $2,000, and then 4 days later it's a Thursday and you've got another invoice racked up for $2,000, and then all of a sudden you realize on Monday you can't pay for either one, and then you're like, well, I might get a bonus at work at the end of the year in 6 months and I can pay off Chad. And then all of a sudden you got 3 invoices for $6,000, and then you realize that you're no longer employed, and then you owe us $6,000, and then we get a message saying, hey, I just got fired, I don't have any money, and I can't pay for all my records, and then we have to resell $6,000 worth of records. This is the Black Crowes Crowology. This is gold vinyl, $44.99. $44.99. Matthew Hendon has Bowie. Matthew Hendon has Bowie. And if all that happens, then all of a sudden you may be sitting at your table eating supper of your family, and then this guy busts through your door. And then that's not going to be a good sight for anybody. You're going to be like, holy crap, now I've messed up. Hatchet Ed just busted through my kitchen table. He just landed right in the middle of my kitchen table. Gene Clark, very desirable record here. Gene Clark, a 1967 USOG. This is a Terre Haute pressing. A nice VG copy. Columbia 2i, very clean, and the cover is probably a VG Plus. And look, on the back, it's signed by Doug Dillard. Signed by Doug Dillard on the back, who played on this. Guitarist, bass, drums, and let's say bass Chris Hillman, drums Mike Clark, piano Leon Russell. That is now up for bid, and this is a $70 start. $70 start. That's Gene Clark. $70 start, okay? There's that. All right, next thing over here is this is sold to Matthew Hendon for $175. Matthew Hendon does get Black Star for $175. Let me put that in a new sleeve. Thank you, Matthew Hendon. That's sold to you for $175. Appreciate that. $175. Andy Wade ABC 25. Sold to Andy Wade for $25. Gene Clark has a bid for $70. Brent Robley, tough one to get there. And all these have we... okay, now we're moving into some pre-owned stuff here. Black Crowes was sealed, but it was pre-owned. Great price at $44.99. We have Charlie Daniels Band live at Capitol Theater. Limited edition marbled vinyl, $34.99. And then Spinal Tap, The End Continues. Spinal Tap is $29.99. The End Continues, special record store day edition. Next auction is going to go up for bid right now. And here is, let's do another Japanese pressing over here. Let's do a Japanese pressing. Best of Steve Miller. Jet Airliner, Circle of Love, Live in the USA. So a little bit different cover than we normally see. Well, it's a different album, technically. Best of, the one we see over here is that best of 74 to 77 or whichever. This is Near Mint Minus, the best of Steve Miller Band. Looks like a great track listing. It has, it has a poster photo, a calendar, a 1983 calendar there. And an insert $35 start. Abracadabra, Rockin' Me, Fly Like an Eagle. That looks pretty solid. Okay, like I said, these are all sticker price unless it was already discounted. Like this was $6.99. It was VG $14.99. Charlie Daniels Volunteer Jam 3 and 4. That is $6.99. And David Lee Roth, $9.99. That was more than half off on David Lee Roth. $9.99 on David Lee Roth. This is Magpie Salute. That was just $9.99. That's that picture disc. Magpie Salute, $9.99. And Soft Side of Hard Rock, a comp, $19.99. Bon Jovi Cinderella, Dio Deep Purple Rainbow, TNT Black Sabbath, $19.99. And I want to thank all the good buyers out there for paying invoices. So if this hadn't have happened, this would have been the second week in the row. The second week in the row, we wouldn't have had any Hatchet Ed crates. So, I mean, we're just talking about less than 1% when this happens. This is a very rare occurrence, but I'm sure Ed sent out a lot of reminders last week. A lot of people missed invoices. Some of y'all buy every single week, and sometimes y'all buy on the coin shows, and so you get like multiple invoices. I told y'all there's 52 weeks in the year. We had some people last year with 60 and 70 invoices. And you're like, well, how does that happen? Well, they watch on the Sunday shows, and then they buy stuff like, like in the group, and that might be a separate invoice. So we had some people last year of like, they had 60, 70, 80 invoices. That's a lot to keep up with, especially if you're just buying and you know you're going to pay for it and you just don't check your email, and you're getting boxes of records for us every single week. So Ed sent out some reminders, but I think he's cracking down on a few people, and we've worked out some deals with others. The best thing to do is if you ever get in a bind, just talk to Ed. Silence is the worst option. Silence is the worst option, okay? That tells us, like, man, you can't even just type out a message and say, Chad, I'm not going to pay you. I mean, this guy did that. He's like, I'm not paying these invoices. It's like, okay, fair enough. Canceled. You can't buy from us again. I gave him a chance. I said, if you can pay these by Friday, that's very unfair to us. If you can pay them by Friday, you can buy from us, because he's been buying from us for a long time. He says, I'm done. So I was like, all right, we're done then. It's over. We broke up. Sometimes you got to walk away from those painful relationships. David Lee Roth is sold to Stephen Parton for $9.99. Jim B., you were second. Kevin Brown third. Joseph McCormick fourth. Steve Miller 35. Steve Miller Band 40. And we have the Guitars That Destroyed the World. VG Plus $17.99. VG Plus $17.99. Gene Clark. Gene Clark, thank you, Brent Robley. This is sold to you for $70. This is sold to you for $70. This is sold to you for $70. Thank you on that. All right. Steve Miller Bands with Mike Codrini at $40. Let's move this over. Okay. $40 on that. And our next auction, this is an interesting one here. When they sent me a photo of this, I'd even put it in the hot picture. Because I was like, what is this? This is the Andromeda Strain. What a cover here. This is a soundtrack. The artist is Gil Malay. What a cover. Look at this. Looks like a spaceship thingy. What an interesting cover. Look at this. Let's go to the top. To refold this package, please follow these instructions. Wow, look at this. What a crazy cover this is. The Andromeda Strain. It has the instructions. And look at the disc. This is a 1971 OG. The disc is cut. Well, let me go back to this camera view. Look. $100 start. I'll never be able to fold this back correctly. The vinyl's near mint, so it's like a lathe die cut. Patrick says it's near mint, $100 start. Rare record, rare cover. Yeah, I'll never be able to get this back together. Where's those instructions at? I think I'm pretty close. Okay. And then there's the I should have put those back in there. So very interesting here. 1971, not for sale, promotion use only. The Andromeda strain, original electronic soundtrack. And the artist is Gil Millet. Right there. Very French sounding, right? $100 start on that. Never seen it before. Interesting. Folds out. Reminds me of like a satellite in space or something. And I think it's something to do with space, the movie. I don't know. Don't ask me. I've only seen like 5 movies. Steve Miller Band, $41 of Andy Wade. Mike Quadrini, you're out. So that was at $41. Mike Quadrini bid $43. Andy Wade, you're out. And Terry Gerhart says he's done. Okay, back to this crate. Over here, this is Flying Burrito Brothers, $9.99. Boy, look at the markdown on that one. $9.99 on Flying Burrito Brothers. John, these are all sticker price unless they're already marked down. So the Black Crows will have to stay at $44.99. That will have to stay at $44.99. That's about zombies, not about space, okay? Not about space then. It looks like something from space. $17 on 5-Man Electrical Band. This is a 73 sealed copy for $17. 73 sealed copy. And he is out on Steve Miller Band. So let's go ahead and sell that then to Mike Quadrini for $43. This Andromeda strain is $100. Starting bet on that. Let's put this in a new sleeve. Let's get some other auctions going. Stand by. A lot happening. We're in a Hatchet crate. Yeah, everything is sticker price unless it's already been discounted. If it's been discounted, then I'll honor the discounted price. Preston Rose on FBB. That's sold to him for $9.99. And we have Hanging On, Waylon Jennings. VG Plus copy, $17.99. Definitely an older RCA pressing and an older Waylon. And then CBD Price, Charlie Daniels. Well, we have Volunteer Jam for $6.99. That was discounted. And then this live Capitol Theater was sealed, $34.99. So 2 different ones. Free was half off at $14.99. A white label promo all right now. So the Andromeda has a bid for $100. And I think there's another weird record in here we've tagged for auction. Were Around. Were, WHIRR, is a 2013 U.S. limited edition milky clear vinyl. And when they sent me the picture, I didn't know which way. Whoa! What just happened there? Golly, look at this cover. What is this? A circus show? All of a sudden, I'm doing like tricks. My goodness. Near Mint Minus, a $60 start. What a bizarre cover. It's like a tornado going on there. Wow. Like a slinky almost. That is $60 on that one. Were. Okay. Now, we had MT Mac got free. Waylon, $12.99. Waylon is $17.99. $17.99. Okay, and then Andromeda, am I saying that correctly? Andromeda stain is at $105. Okay, and then Mountain was $9.99. That's half off for Nantucket Sleigh Ride. And it has the book, and it's supposed to come with a photo. No photo. Sometimes these are mastered by Ludwig or Holko. Yeah. LH/RL, Sterling Sound. Very good sounding records. That's sold to MT Matt for $9. I think it's supposed to come with a photo too. So, amenities, you've been outbid on the Andromeda strain. Were is a $60 start. And now let's pull out something normal, okay? Let's pull out something normal. Let's pull out a Japanese pressing here that has not been put up tonight, if you want to call it normal. We'll put it up, a Japanese pressing of Elvis Costello, Goodbye Cruel World. if you consider Elvis Costello normal. This is a $35 start. $35 start on this. The title on Were is Around. Were was Around. 2013 U.S. limited edition. What is the Wayland? Was it already discounted? No, it's sticker price. It hadn't. That's why I didn't do a discount on it. It was already sold once at $17.99. Free has already sold. It was already claimed by MT Matt. Moving on. $6.99 for Winston Churchill. I can hear it now. $6.99. Fred Cardinal, you've been outbid on the Andromeda strain. Were is a $60 start. Shoegaze and Costello is a $35 start. Winston Churchill sold to Stephen Parton for $6.99. Rodney Crowell, $6.99. Street Language. Gold stamp promo. Some of these were bought out of the morning flip video. This is Rodney Crowell, $6.99. Street Language. Come on, Rodney, get back in there. There we go. Info on Wayland. Right now, it's pending to Tom Moran if he wants it. It's a VG Plus, $17.99. It's called Hanging On. Look at that hair. He's got some Dapper Dan in there. $17.99 for Wayland. And Bobby Bear, $6.99. Sleeper, Wherever I Fall, $6.99. A lot of these were more than half off at this price. Fred Cardinal, you're out on the Andromeda strain. Final chance on Were and Costello, $60 and $35. $14.99. Major discount on Dylan. It is a 70s pressing, but really clean. $14.99. I want Wayland. Well, unfortunately, somebody was ahead of you. Tom Moran was ahead of you. Not only asking about it, but his claim just came in ahead of yours too. So that's so do you. Where is the Andromeda strain at? It's at 100 and it's right back here. The location is right back here. The price is at 110. Okay? All right. I was first asked. Actually, no, he was. He made an offer on it earlier. He was first earlier, I promise. He said Wayland $12.99 about 4 minutes ago. And then, is that a Wayland album just got here? Was Wayland already discounted? Tom Moran. So yeah, he was ahead of you. He was ahead of you. Black Motion Picture Experience. The Cecil Holmes Soulful Sounds, $13. It was marked $19.99, a 73 US promo. $13. Promotion copy, not for sale. Amenities, you've been outbid on the Andromeda strain. Were is a $60 buy it now. And Costello is a $35 buy it now. If anybody wants these. Were with a tornado flip-flap cover. Jim B's offered $50. It must be a $900 record then. And then Costello is a $35 buy it now. There it is. Well, if we got Were at 60 and then Jim B's offered 50, that must be a $500 to $900 record. And somebody's missing the boat. Cecil 10. Cecil 13. It was already discounted at $13. That's why there's a sticky. It was already $19.99. Now it's $13. Were is sold to Jim B for $50. Taking it. There's a lot of confusion about this crate. There's a lot of confusion about this crate. Bob Reiger gets the Crowology record. Andromeda's at 116. So let me explain this again. Might be some people also just got on. If you see a sticky note on the front of one of these and I say it's 13, that means it's already discounted. But at the same time, if there's a price on the back, that's the price. So essentially, these are no offers. But some of them are already discounted. There's no offers on this crate. But some of them I already took offers on. And that's why I'm selling them again for that same price, okay? So, for example, Black Motion Picture is 13. It's already been discounted. I'm not going to discount it anymore. Same thing for whoever made an offer on one of those other records in here. I think it was the Black Crows we just sold. But Bob said he would take it at sticker price. Okay? So, Hatchet Ed Crate, we've already sold all these once. And I'm selling them again for the same price. Some of them's already been discounted, like that. So it's kind of a sold or pass type situation. You can take them or you can pass. But I'm not going to discount them any further. Will I discount them in the future? Absolutely. But not right now. I may have to discount them another half off to eventually get them sold. But not right now. Nick Cave, never seen this before on Japanese. From Here to Eternity, a $35 start. I don't think I've ever had a Nick Cave Japanese pressing. $35. Hatchet Ed Crate, I'll just keep it simple, no discounts. Okay, some of them are already discounted. Like this, Willie Nelson is $7. It was already marked at one time $14.99. So Willie Nelson, $7. Glendale Train, $14. Signed on the back, it was $19.99. The Andromeda Stain has a new bid, strain that is, has a new bid for $121. Fred Cardinale, you're out. Nick Cave has a bid for $35. Devious John on Willie. So Kevin Nunez, if you want the black motion picture experience for $13, just let me know. Bandera Knights, $14. Sealed Southern Rock, $14. Nick Drake has three $35 bids. Next auction is this right here. This is Interpretations by the Stan Getz Quintet. 1960s U.S. Verve Black Label. VG Plus, not on Discogs. Wow. $30 start on Getz. Awesome cover. Beautiful jacket. Does have a punch hole down there. $30 start. Moving on. Mountain Avalanche, $9.99. Mountain Avalanche, $9.99. Craig Thomas says, I'll take the shaft for $13. Sold for $13 to Craig Thomas. Getz has a bid for $30. Jay Nutra gets Mountain for $9.99. Nick Cave has a new bid for $50. The Andromeda Stain is up to Fred Cardinale. Amenities has it for $121. Hank Williams Jr. and the Cheatin' Hearts, $15. Nick Cave has another $50 bid. Silverado soundtrack, $6.99. $6.99. Golden Earring, $14.99. Original cover, more than half off, $14.99. Moontan, excuse the nudity. O'Doul on Hank Jr. for $15. Nick Cave, $65. TSO Houston on Golden Earring for $14.99. Nick Cave, $70. Getz is still at $35. Fred Cardinale, it's up to you on the Andromeda strain. Rainbow, $9.99. Major discount from the original sticker price. Original on her sleeve. Rainbow, $9.99. The Electric Horseman soundtrack, music by Willie Nelson, EX, $6.99. Clean copy at EX, $6.99 on that. This is a record flat. Yeah, this is a promotional record flat for Stevie Ray Vaughan, $6.99. Just a promotional record store flat, $6.99. The Magpie Salute, $9.99. This is sealed, and this one's called In Here, $9.99 on Magpie. Charles Berry gets Silverado soundtrack sealed for $6.99. Creek Small gets Willie Electric Horseman for $6.99. Jay Nutra on Stevie Ray Vaughan flat for $6.99. Unfortunately, I lost Fred Cardinale, even though he's still bidding on Nick Cave on the Andromeda Strain. So I got to sell this to Amenities for $121. and Hiram just asked the bid. I just sold it for $121. I'm going to lay this over here on the miscellaneous table, and I'm going to have them package this back correctly and accurately fix that. Sold for $121. Sorry, Hiram, your bid came in late, and then I lost Fred Cardinal, which is a common occurrence. Fred falls off sometimes for hours. He lives in a place where the internet goes out for hours at a time. So just imagine you're watching, and then all of a sudden just whew, no power, no internet, nothing for hours. He lives in a very strange place. I can't say where, but he loses power and internet sometimes for hours at a time. I'm like, my gracious, I'd be relocating. I wouldn't be able to survive. I'd be having panic attacks. Cave is at $75. This is near mint minus and pristine from here to eternity. It's a Japanese pressing, $75. Sounds like a bargain. Did anybody else bid on Getz? It did. Amenities, $36. Now, I need to scroll through and make sure I didn't miss anything else. Craig Weatherford was first at 30. On that. Andy Wade, you were third on Electric Horseman. Tyson, you were second. Will Smithson, Go Near Ring's already gone. Rainbow still available, surprisingly. Al Cox on Magpie Salute for $9.99. Next thing, our first auction, $42. Leonard Skinner and Blackberry Smoke, live, $42. A 2013 USOG Record Store Day EX, $42. Cave is at 80. Getz is at 37. Tagged, Al Cox got Magpie. Okay, next auction. Let's see what else we can pull from the Japanese crate. The best of the mamas and papas. Monday. The best of the mamas and papas. The vinyl is near mint minus and absolutely pristine. $35 start. It couldn't get any better. Honestly, I hadn't even looked at it. Hold on one second. It actually needs a cleaning. This is why I always look at them. Yeah, it's got a little bit of a smudge right there. Right there in the dead wax. It's like a fingerprint. It's very nice, though, okay? It's what you would expect. I'll make sure it gets cleaning, okay? $35 start. All the Japanese pressings are beautiful, unless I'm like, wait a minute. TSO Houston got Rainbow, and then somebody else claimed it, and somebody else the condition. Already sold to TSO Houston for $9.99. The next unpaid auction was Van Halen for $20. An 84 USOG Winchester Inner Shrink Hype VG, $20 on Van Halen. And this was $225. Tyler Childers, Can I Take My Hounds to Heaven? Very limited edition. He only made these for a record store in Kentucky. Pop's Record Store, Lexington, Kentucky, and it includes an autographed insert. Now, if you know the price of Tyler Childers' autograph, you'll know that's a bargain. $225, especially on album jackets. They're pretty pricey, honestly. $225 on that. $225 on that, okay? There are a few 45s and a few CDs, okay? There are a few 45s and a few CDs. I'll do those in just a second. O'Doyle got Van Halen. Creek Small was next. Amenities is back in on Getz at 38. Craig Weatherford's out. Where are we on Nick Cave? Matthew Hendon, 90. Jason Fortner out. Getz is at 40. Mamas and Papas, a $35 start. Okay, like I said, these are all priced as marked, no more, no less. Have you done the Hatchet Ed crate? Boy, you just missed it. This is the Hatchet Ed crate, but you're about to see another read-through. This is the Hatchet Ed, and there's silver too. This guy had a couple $1,000s in silver. So I think it was, well, it's quite a bit in records, but man, there's a lot of silver in here. 500, 105, 150, 335, 225, 75, 575. Yeah, so it's a lot more than I realized. Okay, so here we go. Bill Withers, $38.99, limited numbered yellow vinyl. Creed, My Own Prison, $33.99. Megadeth Red Vinyl, $44. Megadeth Black Vinyl, $44. Miles Davis Bitches Brew, $34. These are all new and sealed. Michael Jackson's Number One's $33. Hank III, The Rebel Within, $29. And Alice in Chains Self-Titled, $39. Charlie Daniels Band Live, $34.99. We have Spinal Tap for $29.99. The End Continues. Charlie Daniels VG $6.99. Volunteer Jam 3 and 4. Magpie Salute Picture Disc $9.99. The Soft Side of Hard Rock, a comp, $19.99. TNT, Black Sabbath, Bon Jovi, Cinderella, Dio, Warlock. That is $19.99. Topographic on Volunteer Jam for $6.99. Getz is still getting bids. He's out on Nick Cave. This is sold for $90 to Matthew Hendon. Thank you, Matthew Hendon. Let's put that in a new crate. More stuff coming. We got plenty of auctions to run. I mean, plenty. And we still got, if you're just getting on, we still got 6 crates of pre-owned stuff to put up. 6 crates of pre-owned stuff to put up. The Guitars That Destroyed the World, VG Plus $17.99. 5-Man Electrical Band Sealed, $17. Rodney Crowell, $6.99. Bobby Bear, $6.99. Dylan, $14.99. Glendale Train, $14.99. Bandera, $14. Leonard Skinner Blackberry Smoke, $42. Tyler Childers, $225 sealed. Can I Take My Hounds to Heaven? Pops Resale exclusive out of Kentucky. Autographed insert. Over here, we have Getz at $41. Craig Weatherford out. Nobody Bet on Mamas and Papas. $35 buy it now. Craig's out on Getz. Sold to Amenities for $41. Are there a lot of Japanese left? Now, don't tell me you're trying to think about going to bed. There's no way, David. It's a Friday night at 9 o'clock. You should be all hyped up. You need to go in there and get you a Mountain Dew. You need to go in there and get you a Mountain Dew, my friend. You need to do the do. Go in there and get you a big old Monster. Big old Monster. You're not going anywhere, buddy. I'm holding you hostage. You are hostage tonight. You're not going anywhere. Next auction is going to go up right now. I have up for bid at this moment. A lot of people probably didn't expect this, but here we are. I do stuff like this sometimes. This is The Doors, Morrison Hotel. And this is a 1970 USOG Allentown press, VG condition, original inner sleeve, a $20 start, signed by Jim Morrison. I'm joking. This is not signed by Jim Morrison. It would be a $125,000 start. The Doors is a $20 start. We have, that's a VGOG. Stephanie Hill on Bobby Bear. We're done with the Hatchet Ed crate. We are done with the Hatchet Ed crate. Moving on. We still got plenty of more new vintage stuff to do. Let's go ahead and pick out the next pre-owned crate. Boy, do we got some cool looking stuff in here. Holy crap. All right, let's go through this one. Okay, here's some of the auctions. They've straight priced some of them. I'm okay with that. Not all of them, though. Not that one. Golly, well, here's your Japanese right here, buddy. We got a whole crate of it coming up. Golly, look at all that. This is a great crate. There are 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 Japanese pressings in here, 14. Wow. There's some of these auctions in here too. What is going on here? Yeah, a lot of the auctions are right here. Look at all this stuff. Will y'all look at this? Okay, some of these are... Yeah, I was wondering where some of these are. Okay. Wow, okay. Huh? All right. Let me figure this out one more time. This is a pretty intense crate. I'm starting to get dizzy. Let me check the label on this one. Man, that's going to be a great price. But it's damaged on the bottom. Okay. All right. Pretty fair prices on these Japanese. I mean, they're going to be best offer too. Some of them are really cheap. Some of them are slightly more than I think they should be, but I'll take offers. That needs to be auctioned. Golly, I didn't expect this stuff in here. Is that a OG pressing? We need to check that one. Yeah, so here's a lot of the auction stuff right in here. All right, let's do it. All right, this is a buy it now best offer crate. Y'all are going to like this one. Look at the Obies. You can't see them, can you? Hold on a second. Look at the Obies. Look at them. Uh-oh. Here we go. All right, so I left off. Stephen Hill got Bobby Bear. Doors 20. Did any of the Chet Bakers go up? Honestly, we've sold a couple, but I think there's some in here. And then Doors is at 22. And we're at 22 on the Doors. Craig Weatherford, you're out. What is the title of the Rodney Crowell? That was from the last crate. The Rodney Crowell from the last Hatcheted crate was Street Language. Near mint, gold stamp promo, $6.99, no more, no less. Okay? Now, I just found a bunch more of our auction stuff tonight. I was kind of curious where it had ended up. And here is one of them. Here is Chet Baker. This is the Marachi Brass. Hats off, the Marachi Brass featuring Chet Baker. And this is sealed. And this is going to go up for a $25 start. Hats off, the Marachi Brass featuring Chet Baker sealed, $25 start. That's now up for bid. And now our third auction is Tom Petty, Into the Great Wide Open, and OG Pressing. Wow. And OG Pressing. They've wrote a suggested grade on here. Let me take a closer look at it. Get this sticker off my thumb. Golly. There we go. It's got some hairlines. Yeah, it's a VG Plus, but nothing to fret about. Tough record to get an OG copy of. Tom Petty, a $45 start. Okay, that's an OG press of Into the Great Wide Open. All right, here we go. Let's get started. These are all buy it now best offer. Chad, if I bought a Tyler Childers, would you be able to hop on to next week's bill? Now, what we do in that situation, I can't, my short answer is I can't do that. However, if you ask first thing on Monday, is it still available, we can put it on your next invoice. But no, we can't hold stuff and roll it over. Sometimes on expensive stuff, I'll split it up for people. But you can imagine if we did that, there'd be people want me to add stuff to invoices over and over on the next week, right? They'd be constantly saying, Chad, go ahead and give me all those, but I'll take them next week. And then it would be a disaster. So the short answer is no, I can't do that. But on Monday, first thing when invoices start, if you say, Chad, I'll take that if it's still available, I'll put it on your next invoice for the next week. But no, we can't start adding stuff to invoices in the future. That would get out of hand. Fairport Convention, EX condition. I think this is one of the more desirable ones here. Fairport Convention, EX, $39.99. I think that's just self-titled. $39.99 for Fairport Convention. These are all buy it now or best offer. The Black Crowes Southern Harmony, a musical companion. The double LP 2015, $34.99 for the Black Crowes. Oscar Peterson Quartet, EX, $14.99. EX, $14.99. There's something else. There's a note. Something about a book. Is there a book in here? What did that say? It says Book of the Month Club reissue. Oh, Book of the Month Club reissue. $14.99, Oscar Peterson. That's like the Jelly of the Month Club. Soda Master Ma. He says, I'll take Tyler Childers tonight. That's your best bet if you really, really want it. Sold to Creek Small for $2.25, because here a bit later, somebody might say, Chad, I'll take that Tyler Childers, and then you would have been missed out on it. Okay, that's sold to Creek Small for $2.25. Now, I've always said if it's something really expensive, we can try to split it up for you. And usually that has to get in the $4, $5, $6, $7, $8,000 range on something. We can work something out. Otherwise, it's whatever you're buying this week for $8 in limited shipping. That keeps everybody sane, okay? Otherwise, Ed would literally put a hatchet into me. And y'all know about Hatchet Ed, don't you? Oh, my. All right, The Doors is sold to Matthew Hendon for $22. Chet Baker is sealed, a $25 start. Hats off to Marachi Brass. This does not have a bid yet. How much is Black Label Grimmest Hits? Jerry Metal Guy Guerrera, 2 LP green vinyl, $38.99. 2 LP green vinyl, $38.99. Tom Petty has bids for $55 and then $60. Tom Petty, $55 and $60. We pulled Oscar Peterson, right? Yes, Oscar Peterson sold to Master Ma. John Bergenstorm on the Black Crows. Moving on. This is the Velvet Revolver, music on vinyl, VG Plus, $29.99. Music on vinyl press, VG Plus, $29.99. Saturday Night Fever, Japanese pressing, 1978, $34.99. Staying alive, staying alive. The top of the music on vinyl jacket has a couple seam crackles. Couple seam crackles on Velvet Revolver. Black Label Society, sold to Jerry Metal Guy Guerrera. Thank you. Let's replace that with Reload. Give me fuel, give me fire. Okay. Next is Odgkin's Nut Gone Flake, a very desirable record. The 68 OG, but unfortunately it's VG minus 30. This was very much an auction-worthy record. It's another one of those cool collectible covers. 68 OG, VG minus, $39.99. I wonder why it's VG minus. That's usually a question I get. Why is it VG minus? Is it like got a scuff? Is it a bunch of scuffs? Is it got a gash? It's just got more scuffing than it should. You know, it's going to play with noise. There's no major marks on it. It's a pretty nasty one there, but I don't see anything that's like bad. Pink Immediate label. Nudgkin's on Gone Flake. That is the small faces or faces. Small faces. I get that mixed up all the time. Okay, Tom Petty 6570. Andy Wade on Saturday Night Fever. Staying Alive. Tom Petty's at 70. Next auction is some of those other ones that I just found over here. And that is Stand By, Hold Up, This Is It. Oh my gosh. Actually, here's something I meant to put up last night. So here's another chance. This is Loudness 8186 Live. I don't think I've had this one before. 8186 Live Loudness. It's a 2 LP. $35 start. There's 1 LP, there's 2 LP. So this is a VG, maybe VG Plus copy of Tom Petty. OG, VG Plus. Final call to Mike Quadrini. Here is Loudness, a $35 start, Japanese metal band, and it's a Japanese pressing. And I don't think I've had that one before. Odgkin's is a U.S. original. Nobody bid on the Seal Chet Baker. That is a $25 buy it now on Hats Off Marachi Brass. This is a pretty sweet crate. A lot of interesting stuff in here. I told you I was like, whoa, wait a minute when I started flipping through it. And the next one looks pretty dang interesting as well. So we're officially into prime time, crazy looking stuff here. All right. And I'm assuming that last person passed on Rodney Crowell at $6.99. So I'm going to put that back in the Hatchet Ed crate. Yeah, let's start trying to show some of this silver too, because this is a lot of money here I need to recoup. So looks like some cool pieces. This first one, $572. This is a 5-ounce Great Smoky Mountains National Park special I think that's called a special proof or a special strike. SP. It's a 70 though. Perfect grade. $572. Instant air horn there. Gigantic slab from PCGS. It looks like a gigantic silver quarter. That's a real government minted coin there. That is $572. Okay. Next over here is loudness 35. Is there a 45 on the loudness? Does it have the Obi? The Obi is included, Pat. I don't see a 45. No 45, but it does have the Obi. Loudness is at 40. And David Bowie, live in Los Angeles, 1974, $27.99, a 2 LP. That's an unofficial $27.99 on David Bowie. And The Clash, London Calling, $32.99. Looks like it's a 2004. 2004. Let's go ahead and sell Tom Petty to Mike Quadrini for $70. Is the Tyler JSA. No, it's sealed. It came as an exclusive through the Pops record store. They're good. I promise you that. He definitely signed them. I've seen them loose authenticated. They're not auto pen or anything. He actually did sign them for Pops. Okay? These are some of the hot picture records. Yes, I think they went ahead and just straight priced them. Yes, that's what you're looking at here. Then we have Session at Riverside, a Denmark press, flip back cover, near mint, $24.99. Coleman Hawkins, Charlie Schaefer's, Billy Butterfield, and Peanuts Hucko. You don't hear that name every day. Loudness is at 45. And Kai Winding Caravan, $14.99. Kai Winding Caravan, $14.99. Mofi Inner Sleeve, Kai Winding. Jay Beach said 25 on The Clash. Sold for 25 to Jay Beach. Next is Chet Baker, You Can't Go Home Again. No condition notes, near mint minus. This is actually a Unipack design sleeve. $24.99 for Chet Baker. Let's keep it like this right here. Loudness has a bid for 46 and now 50. A little bit of everything in here. I think the next crate's pretty sweet too. Just don't want to get anybody to log off quite yet. Craig Weatherford on Kai Winding. This is buy it now best offer. Here's another piece of silver. This was $706.80. $706.80. A 5.46 vintage pour silver bar. $706.80. Okay, $706.80 on that. Chris Baycheck on Chet Baker. So to Chris Baycheck. Did somebody get Session? No, somebody got Kai. Loudness 47. Let me grab another auction. And that next auction is going to be the Sex Pistols. Now, this was in the post. This is Sex Pistols, Sex, Anarchy, and Rock and Roll Swindle. And this is going to go up for a $20 start. No condition notes on it. Sex Pistols. Is this official? You know, I don't really know. Yeah, I'm assuming it is. I don't know if I've seen this before. 2009, $20 start on Sex Pistols. Loudness is at 50 with TSO Houston. Loudness high bid right now, $50. Bowie 18, George Scherer. I will do this for $24, George. It's marked 27. 24 on Bowie. Baker's already sold. Session is sold to Thomas for $20, Thomas. $20 on that. It's marked $24.99. Jazz goes to junior college, Dave Brubeck Quartet. VG Plus, $39.99. Columbia 6i, VG Plus, $39.99. Jazz goes to junior college, Dave Brubeck. Doesn't look too bad to me. And Tarja, Act 2, sealed, $69.99. 3 LP. Final call on Loudness. The Japanese pressing is at $50. Let's go make sure Pat Lucero's done. Sex Pistols has two $20 bids. And this looks like King Gizzard. It was King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard, Explorations into Microtonal Tuning, Volume 2, $24.99. King Gizzard. Black vinyl. Looks like it was new somewhere back 4 or 5 years ago for $25. Same price. Sex Pistols, $225. He said 22 on Bowie. Sold. And I almost overlooked it, and I did. There is the Rolling Stone Sticky Fingers. Now, this is discolored. This came out in '84. It's a die-cut picture disc of Brown Sugar and Bitch, VG 1999. And I think I can package that a little bit better. Let me put it behind this. But it has some very bad... I don't think I've ever seen one of these that wasn't toned, unfortunately. I don't know if I've ever seen one of these that wasn't toned. That's what it looks like there. You know, kind of brown. His pants turned brown. $19.99 on that. The Rolling Stones picture disc. Loudness is sold to TSO Houston for $50. Okay? TSO Houston for $50. Let's get that new sleeve. Bop bum 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 baran. Bum 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 Bomberan. I don't know why the Beach Boys just started playing in my head. Boy, it's amazing what goes through my head here every night. Just had Beach Boys. Okay. Sex Pistols 27, Session 18. All right, sell Session to Thomas Sujar for 18. He got me. Sex Pistols 27. Line Stink gets the Stones. Sold to Line Stink. And we have, this is Santana, essentially. Carlos Santana, Oneness. A Japanese pressing, $24.99. How much is Brubeck? And then somebody claimed Brubeck. Kevin Chapman, this is VG Plus, $39.99. If you don't want it, somebody else does. But you've got dibs on it right now, $39.99. Next auction is going to go up for bid right now. We had one earlier. No, let's not do that one. Let's do this one. This is a Japanese pressing of Santana Abraxas with Obi. Santana Abraxas with Obi. Near mint minus and pristine. Wow. $35 start. Gatefold jacket and insert. There's another Santana. That's going up for auction. Sex Pistols 28. It's up to Jay Beach to bid again. King Gizzard sold for $20. Santana sold for $20. Joe DeGatto got King Gizzard for $20. David Johnson gets Santana for $20. And now my crate's full. Let me do a little bit of swapping. Actually, I can go ahead and put Brubeck in there. Brubeck is sold to amenities. Now let me swap out crates. All right, it sounds like when I come back, it's time to sell the Sex Pistols. And Santana just went up for bid. All righty. Folks, we're cooking with hot grease now. They got some hot grease right down the road at Wendy's. Boy, what I would do right now for a Wendy's cheeseburger. And I want to let everybody watch and know right now, we still got 5 crates like this of pre-owned stuff that have not been gone through tonight, with dozens and dozens of auctions still to run. Rick Springfield, a Japanese pressing, hard to hold, $24.99. Brubeck plays Brubeck. The vinyl's VG Plus. The cover has some wear and tear. $29.99. A 6i original Columbia label, VG minus cover, VG Plus vinyl. Brubeck again. Sex Pistols is sold to Preston Rose for $28. Santana does have a bid for $35 with amenities. Next auction, before we go any further in this crate, David Johnson's getting a little bit nervous because he knows there's plenty of Japanese Obies coming up. This is Alice in Chains Dirt, the 2LP red vinyl, a $25 start. Alice in Chains Dirt, a 2LP red vinyl. Here it is. It's Friday night. Y'all don't have anywhere to go, unfortunately. You're stuck with me, just looking at amazing music with an opportunity to buy it. $20 start on Allison Chains. Hello, I Must Be Going. Japanese Phil Collins, $29.99. $29.99. Pat Benatar, Precious Time, $24.99. These are near mint Japanese pressings. Olivia Newton-John's Greatest Hits, $24.99. Amenities gets Brubeck. He's also about to get Santana for $35. And Rick Springfield, Success Hadn't Spoiled Me Yet. I Wish I Could Be Jesse's Girl, $24.99. And Super Twin Stevie Wonder. This is a good one. $59.99. It's a 2 LP Japanese pressing, $59.99. Superstition, If You Really Love Me, Yester Me, Yester Do, I've Never Had a Dream Come True, Castle in the Sand, My Girl, You're the Sunshine, My Sherry or More, For Once in My Life, Signed, Sealed, Delivered, We Can Work It Out. Oh, man. I Was Made to Love Her, Traveling Man. That is loaded. Boy, Facebook was backed up, wasn't it? All those Facebook comments just came in. All the Facebook comments just came in. All right, so Amenities got Brubeck, Allison Chains 20, Santana 36, Brubeck 23, already sold, Santana 45, Kevin Chapman next on Brubeck, Shauna Rice on Springfield. Shauna, I'm assuming you meant this one? Or did you want the other one, Shauna, or both maybe? Maybe both? And you're first. Let me know, Shauna. And then Mike Quadrini on the Phil Collins. Allison Chains got another bid for 20. Andy Wade was next on Phil Collins. Allison Chains 25. Allison Chains 26. Stevie Wonder has a bid for $55. That's so to Jason Fornerat. Olivia Newton-John, $15. Olivia Newton-John, Jerry Metal Guy Guerrera, $20. Amenities, you were next on Phil Collins. Chad Is Never Leave You in Summer on Stevie. Troy, unfortunately, that's already sold. And Santana out. Yeah, we had a back. Sometimes Facebook gets clogged. Restream software isn't working too well with it anymore. Shauna gets both Rick Springfields, okay? All right, that's done. And now we have Allison Chains. So here's an update. It's a 2 LP red vinyl. It just got a bid for 30 and now 33. Them Bones. Here Comes the Rooster. And then Amenities has this for 46. That's the Japanese Santana Abraxas. 46 on that. Let's go ahead and add another auction. But Jerry Guy says he will take Olivia for 20. Okay? Sell that to him for 20. You got it. $20 sold. You got it. Next auction is going to go up right now. This is U2's Rattle and Hum. A 1988 OG VG copy. A 1988 OG VG copy. U2's a $20 start. Next, Wings Greatest Hits. $49.99. Japanese press. Has the obi, insert, etc., etc. Wings. It's available. We're doing straight price Japanese stuff. Pat Benatar was $24.99. Pergy, I think you're out on the Santana, or whoever else was bidding. The most recent bid on Santana was 46, and now Allison Chains 39. Next is Whitney Houston Whitney, $29.99. I just want to dance with somebody. $29.99 on Whitney Houston. Urgent, can't cast the first stone. Urgent, just $19.99. Japanese press. Pat Benatar sold to Jason Fornerat. Next, Phil Collins, No Jacket Required. $29.99. Japanese press. Studio. Mike Quadrini got Whitney Houston. Santana has a new bid for $39. Santana was already at 46. The Abraxas was already at 46. U2 has a bid for 20. And Jason Fornerat gets Phil Collins. Urgent is $19.99. U2 has a new bid for 22. Toto Turn Back. Japanese, $29.99. Andy Wade next on Phil Collins. Allison Chains, $39. Jason Fornerat, we're about to sell it. He says he's out on Santana. That means this is sold to amenities for $46. Sitting on the park bench. Got a black magic woman. U2, 27. Abraxas Date Libo Henry, you just missed it. You just missed it. Thompson twins Into the Gap, $39.99. Japanese, buy it now, best offer. Stevie Wonder, best collection, $44.99. There is some writing on the back. Superstition, You Are the Sunshine of My Life. Yester Me, Yester You. Uptight, Traveling Man. My Sherry O'More, Higher Ground, A Place in Sun, Blowing in the Wind, For Once in My Life. I Was Made to Love Her. Fingerprints, signed, sealed, delivered. Living for the City, $44.99. U2's at $29. Alice in Chains sold for $39 to Jason Fornerat. Sold for $39. Right? We need new auctions. There's U2. It's at $29 with Hendry. Next auction is going to go up right now. This is Black Sabbath, a 1982 UK picture disc, Dio, Turn Up the Night, and Lonely is the Word. Black Sabbath is a $25 start. Nice, clear plastic, near mint minus picture disc. Black Sabbath, a $25 start. There's another great looking Stevie Wonder. Footloose, we already sold one of these tonight for $35. There's another one, $34.99. Stevie sold a wheel for $40. Will Smithson gets that. Ella sings Gershwin. Ella Fitzgerald, VG Plus, $19.99. VG Plus, $19.99. Frank Sinatra, Count Basie, It Might As Well Be Sing, arranged by Quincy Jones, VG $12.99, and Like Lonesome in Love, Ella Fitzgerald, $59.99 on the Black Verve label near mint. $59.99 on this. Black Sabbath does have a bid for $25. U2 is sold over here to Hendry for $29. Thank you, Hendry. That is sold to you. Let me get this repacked. And this is sold to you. Looks like we need more new auctions, eh? Yep. Looks like we need a few more. How about a random pieces of silver? What do we got over here? The Spider-Man silver statue, $135. That is 1 ounce, number 10 of 500. Spider-Man, $135. That's still a fair price for that, regardless of silver spot. $135 on Spider-Man. Moving on. Pink Floyd, More. Some cover damage noticeable. The vinyl is near mint minus, though. Nice. It is a reissue. Super clean, though, with VG or less cover. $34.99. Is the Toto a 25 or 30 first number? Toto just got an offer for $20 to David Johnson. And Larry, I'm going to have to go ahead and sell that to him for $20. And Magic Christian Music by Badfinger. VG Plus, $34.99. Next auction is this right here. And that next auction is Chet Baker Quartet live in Paris, featuring Carl Ratzer. A near mint German press, $45 start. Recorded in 1980, not released until 1985. $45 start. Okay. Next was, how much was the 5 ounce silver coin? I got the 5 ounce Smoky Mountain coin, $572. $572. Black Sabbath has a new bid for $28. Frank Sinatra sold for $8.99 to Master Ma. Black Sabbath $26.28. TSO Houston sold on the 5 ounce silver. Air horn, $572. Air horn alert, air horn alert. Adjust your volume. Silver sold $572. Here we go, folks. TSO Houston. Silver is a quick way to bring out the air horn. 5, 4, 3, 2, fair warning, 0. Nice. Let's put that over here on the Miscellaneous table. And believe me, I love miscellaneous items. Love them with a passion. Some people's like, golly, Chad, you love miscellaneous items, don't you? I'm like, it's my passion. May love them as much as I do records. All right, here we go. Not done with this crate. David Bowie Space Oddity, OG label for this RCA press. Original on her sleeve, VG Plus, $19.99, but there is cover damage, especially here on the back. $19.99 on Bowie. Ella Fitzgerald, Misty Blue. Ella Fitzgerald is VG condition, $9.99. That crate is complete. We'll do one quick read-through. Chet Baker is a $45 start. The Black Sabbath is at $35, and let's put up another auction. I still got a 5.46 ounce silver bar, and I still got the Spider-Man statue. Let's add another auction. You got the Toto for 20. Yes, you got the Toto for 20. Next auction is going to go up right now. This is Tom Petty, Long After Dark. An 82 USOG VG Plus condition. Tom Petty's a $20 start. $20 start. Ella is sold to Will Smithson. Bowie is sold to Stephen Parton for 10. Sid Said gets Badfinger for 25. And let's run through these again. Spacewalk is $34.99. $34.99. These are all buy it now or best offer. We're going to do another crate very similar to this coming up right now. EX, $34.99. Velvet Revolver, music on vinyl press. It does have a light crackle. VG Plus, $19.99. That needs to go in a new sleeve too. I like everything in brand new matching sleeves. I like everything neat and orderly. You should see my Lego collection. You should see my Lego collection. This is $19.99. And then over here we have Ogden's Nut Gon's Flake. Ogden's Nut Gon Flake. This is VG minus $39.99. Looking for an offer. That's Small Faces. Small Faces, a 68 USOG. Petty is blue vinyl. No, Petty's an OG pressing. VG Plus condition. Spacewalk is a misprint. Really? Okay, what happened on the Black Sabbath? Line Stink 35, I think that's it. Bowie 10, Badfinger, Velvet Revolver 15, Velvet Revolver 14. I got Velvet Revolver at VG Plus $29.99. So I can't do 15 and I can't do 14, but I'll do it for $24. And then Sean Sam said he would do it as sticker. Man, I just shot myself in the foot over $6. I'm keeping track tonight. That now moves my foot shooting total to a grand total of $14. My foot shooting total is now at $14. I'm telling you, I'm keeping track tonight. Spirit of Vinyl gets Spacewalk. Thank you. I've got more if anybody else wants one. What else should we put back there? Let's replace that with one of our no bids tonight. Costello Japanese Press, $35. All right, so here's what's happening. Black Sabbath is sold for $35, and that's sold to Line Stink for $35. Give me a second. Hold the fort. Hold the fort. Now we got to figure out who gets Velvet Revolver is going to go to somebody. Velvet Revolver is either going to be sold to the following. Well, Joe passes. If David Baber passes at 24, it's sold to Sean Sam, who was going to pay full price. Chet Baker did not get a bid. This is a near mint German pressing, $45. And yes, there are about 5 really expensive Iron Maiden records that didn't sell last night. The grand total of them are $845. I've already tried doing a bundle with somebody. He passes. So Sean Sam, this is sold to you for $24. Tom Petty's an 82 USOG Pinckneyville. VG Plus, $20, final chance. We do have an offer on small faces for 20. Can't do that. I can't do that. I'll do it for 30. That's $10 off. It's kind of worn, but still pretty nice for what it is. I mean, it's not really, it never was in a good position to be stored properly to begin with. And there was an offer on Fairport Convention. Joe Castillo, let's do that for 30. That'd be $10 off on that one. I'm making deals. Chet Baker is sold to Ray Red for $38. Ray Red for $38. Okay. So my foot shooting total, $14 so far tonight. If I do 350 live streams this year, that means that's a grand total of $5,000 in foot shootings. Whew. Faces 25 and Fairport Convention 28. Boy, y'all are driving a hard bargain tonight. Sold to Castillo for 28. Sold to Unbought for 25. Let's try to get this in a cardboard. A lot of stuff needing cardboard this week. Golly, I've spent $10,000 on cardboard protection. Whew. Tom Petty's at 25. Pergy's out. All right, there's not going to be anything left in this crate. Tarja, Act 2. Tarja is sealed for $69.99. Wings Greatest Hits. I'll go ahead and reduce this myself. $35. That's about what these sell for typically. $35. I'll go ahead and reduce that one myself. $35 on Wings. Urgent's a Japanese pressing. $19.99 on that. Thompson Twins Into the Gap. $39.99. These are buy it now best offer. Footloose. We've already sold one tonight. There's another one. $34.99. Ella Sings Gershwin. VG Plus $19.99. Make sure Wings goes in for $35 to Jason Fornerat. Ella Fitzgerald, Like Lonesome in Love, Near Mint, $59.99. And Pink Floyd More, it's a, that's like a late, it's not a barcoded pressing, but it's definitely a later reissue. The cover's pretty worn, $34.99. Tom Petty is sold to Unbought for Tom Petty sold to Mike Quadrini for $25. All right, not much left in there. Let's bring over the other crate, and we need new auctions. Here is a Commodore's Japanese pressing. Ballade, B-A-L-L-A-D-E. The Commodore's is going to go up for just a $15 start. Japanese pressing, $15 start on the Commodore's. And we had one of these earlier tonight. Here's another chance if you missed out. A Japanese pressing of REO Speedwagon High in Fidelity. I think the last one sold for 50, 51, 53, 55, something like that. We're going to put up another one for another $35 start. High in Fidelity, a Japanese press, $35 start. There's the insert. There's the cover and over. Everything's nice. David Doman on the Footloose. Thank you. And we have this. Chad, have you ever had a customer come in with a mailer you sent them, order in to refuse? Do what now? Let me read that again. Chad, have you ever had a customer come in with mailer you have sent them, order in to refuse? Have they refused delivery? Jerry Seinfeld did that one time. I may be reading your comment wrong. Okay, and then here is our next silver. This is some buckshot, $130. I think this is 1 ounce silver buckshot. I know it looks like it's in a shotgun shell. You cannot shoot this. You can snort it. It will be pretty painful, but it's $130. Oh, to reuse. I read that as refuse. Sorry. Let me read that again. Oh, to reuse. Yes. I have somebody boxed up a bunch of mailers and mailed them to us one time, and they put them in a big box and took them to the UPS store. And they paid like $76 to send them back. And I was like, that's a nice gesture, but we try not to reuse them. Now, we'll send them to a recycling if you want us to, but we try to put everything in new mailing packages. And I'll tell you why. That way we know if it's been tampered with, right? So we know exactly how we package stuff. That way we put out fresh mailers so we know if it's been tampered with, etc. So, yeah. But we had one, and I was like, man, please, if you're going to spend $76 to mail back mailers, they went to the UPS store, bought a huge box, and then had UPS pack them. And, I mean, their total bill was something crazy. I was like, no. How about you just use that $76 and buy more records, and we'll take care of the mailers. We spend thousands on mailers, and We'll have to take care of that. That's our problem, okay? All right. Here we go. This crate here is pretty intense, too. Golly. So I can do this crate. We still got a check condition crate around here somewhere. Yeah, this is Earth. Golly, this is some pretty crazy stuff, I think. Dillon and Petty. Some auction-worthy stuff, too. Okay. Let me pick and choose from this crate before I put it up, because there's auction stuff in here that was advertised, and there's... Let me try to find John's check condition crate. That'd be the next best thing, if I can. I mean, John's marked Dio over here. He's marked... What else is he marked? Golly. Where do they keep finding all these records at? This must be the check condition crate. Yeah. All right. Let's do this one. Yeah, I don't mind taking mailers back, but we probably won't use them because we like sending everything out new. We've never reused anything. We don't reuse tubes. We don't reuse mailers. It's better business that way. This is an awesome check condition crate. Chad's about ready for a Monster. I got to go up front. I think I'm going to drink a Monster before I drink another cherry and slush thing. All right, so over here, it's high infidelity, not high fidelity. Yes, REO Speedwagon, high infidelity. Now, Troy Robinson. Troy Robinson opened the Commodores at $16. Then somebody bid $15. Then somebody asked how much is REO Speedwagon? A $35 start. And now we're good to go. Okay? The Commodores is at $16. Troy Robinson. Everybody else is out. There's my Metallica logo. REO Speedwagon, the same one that sold for $50 earlier, is a $35 start, and Michael Salazar is in. Yes, this is silver, what they call silver shot. It looks like little fragments of silver. This is actually the sort, like when people use silver for industry and silver for jewelry, they actually have to get it in silver shot, typically. $130. This is some silver they didn't get paid for, okay? Now, we're ready for Buy It Now Best Offer. I haven't had sweets in a while. I'm on a strict diet. I'm on a very strict diet right now, okay? First thing I have is Zebra, self-titled, VG Plus, $18.99, original under sleeve. These are all Buy It Now or Best Offer. Zebra's VG Plus, $18.99. You heard me correctly. Santana, this is VG, $14.99, original Columbia 2i label. VG Condition, $14.99. VG $14.99. We have the Chambers Brothers Love, Peace, and Happiness, VG $12.99. And Nitzinger, 1 Foot in History. Nitzinger is EX $17.99. The Commodores is sold to Troy Robinson for $16. Sold to Troy Robinson for $16. Thank you, Troy. And then REO is sold for $35 to Michael Salazar. Sold to Michael Salazar for $35. Okay. Next. Don't send me any Oreos. No, I don't eat Oreos, don't eat cookies. I'm like 27 pounds lighter since the 1st of February. Zebra, 13, 15, 15, 15. Zebra is $15. J Nutria. If you want it, it's yours. If not, then John Farrell, then Brian Stern, then Whiskey Todd. Peter Wolf, Lights Out, EX $12.99. J Nutria does get Zebra. Okay, next auction. There's some cool stuff in here. This is going up for auction right now. This is Bob Dylan and Tom Petty live on the radio, 86. It's a 2LP unofficial. This is going to go up for a $25 start, near mint minus. $25 start, Dylan and Petty live on the radio. I cheat on Sundays. That's when I go eat large indulgence meals and like eat ice cream. $25 start. Okay. Dylan and Petty, $25 start. Peter Wolf, Nitzinger, Chambers Brothers, Santana. Don't miss out on this one. This one has Evil Ways on it, Soul Sacrifice Jingo, and that's the original label. VG $14.99. Somebody should grab that. Wes Montgomery, A Day in the Life with the hype sticker, contains the hit single Windy. EX $17.99. That is Wes Montgomery, EX $17.99. And Grand Funk Railroad, On Time. EX $17.99. Grand Funk Railroad, On Time. Next auction is going to go up right now. This is Ozzy, Bark at the Moon. Da-da-da-da-dum. Whoa, whoa, yeah. It's on silver vinyl. Look at this. Bark at the Moon. The backside is evidently toned, but we had another one just like this the other night. And it has a light warp. Test played. Does not affect back play. Really cool Ozzy kind of promotional item here. It looks like a platinum, and I guess the B-side looks like a gold record. Ozzy's at $25 start. Bark at the Moon. Okay. TSO Houston got Santana. Brogan Scones was second. Jason Fornerat third. Troy Robinson fourth. Grand Funk sold to John Farrell for $12. Next is 16 Greatest Hits, The Impressions. EX $24.99. The Bob Dylan Tom Petty unofficial. Just one bid with Ron Eaton. We're about to sell it for $25. Ozzy's a $25 start. And the best of Tommy James and the Shondells. Oh, Crimson and Clover. Over and over. $14.99. You heard me correctly. $14.99. That's right, Chad. You are correct. Correctamundo. You are accurate, my friend. You are on the number. That is correcto. You are 100%. That's right. You are correct. That's correct. Next. Bob and Tom has a new bid for $35. Ozzy has a bid for $25. Leslie Gore, My Town, My Guy, and Me. EX $17.99. EX $17.99. Electrolyte Orchestra Discovery. VG Plus $14.99. Original inner sleeve. VG Plus $14.99. And Bob Dylan Shot of Love. A VG copy, $12.99. You may ask yourself, Chad, what is the next auction? The suspense is killing me. I've got it right here. This is an 86 USOG VG++ EX. The Police, Every Breath You Take, the singles. We had one earlier. This is a nicer copy. $25 start. Creek Small Mouth gets the Shondells for $10. Crystal Blue Persuasion. It's a new vibrate. ELO VG $14.99. VG $14.99. It has the poster. I'm not seeing any spaceship inserts. Just the poster insert. Ryan Eaton on Dylan. Let's go ahead and sell the Dylan and Petty for $35 to Jason Fornerat. $35 on that. Here we go. And I have fresh raspberries. Raspberries. VG Plus, $17.99. Crystal Blue Persuasion. It's a new vibe. Ozzy, a soda Scott Wynn for $25. Whoa, yeah. Bark at the Moon. Police is a $25 start. That is the singles. Every breath you take. Next is Cream, Goodbye. VG $14.99. Talking about the time you drove in my car. Talking about the night you... Awesome. Cream badge. Sticks, Kilroy Was Here. EX $17.99 has a gold sticker on the back that's slightly torn. Promotion copy, not for sale. ELO Discovery Gatefold. Absolutely. Yes. VG Plus $14.99. Don't Bring Me Down. Bruce. ELO Discovery. Next. I'm going to verify this before I put it up. So let me go ahead and be opening this up and this up. And this up. And this up. And this up. And then this up. And now let me open up Discogs. Police has a new bid for $30. Every breath you take, every move you make, every chance you make, I'll be watching you. Right, that's what I thought. This is a sealed, check this out, a sealed OG Tom Petty, The Last DJ, $125 star, and it's sealed. An OG 2002 Tom Petty hype sticker, sealed, $125 start. Sticks is sold for $9 to J Nutria. Thank you on that, J Nutria. All right. Next is Golden Earring Moontan, a VG copy $14.99. VG copy $14.99. And Led Zeppelin Physical Graffiti. Nice price, even for a VG, $24.99. Da-da-da, 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 da-da-da. Da 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 da. Oh, let the sun beat down upon my face. Stars fill my dreams. Da da da. I'm a traveler. Next is Earring, $10. Sold to Stephen Parton. The Police is at $32. Corey, let me know if you want to bid again. UFO Phenomenon. UFO is VG Plus $17.99. UFO Phenomenon. VG Plus $17.99. Joe Delgado gets Led Zeppelin for $19. And Brenda Lee, Memphis Portrait. VG Plus $9.99 for Brenda Lee. UFO 15, UFO 12. UFO sold for $15 to Joe Castillo. Next is a Japanese pressing of Bob Dylan's Blonde on Blonde. Don't get this one too often. This is an $85 start. Near mint minus with Obi, Bob Dylan's Blonde on Blonde. Tom Petty has two $125 bids. Bob Dylan's an $85 start. Next in this Buy It Now Best Offer check condition crate is Neil Diamond Stones. EX $12.99. Live Cream, Deserted Cities. This is, let me check on this one. I'm thinking about volume 2. I was about to say, that song's not on here. Yeah, this is an Atco original press. VG Plus, $24.99. So Fortnite, Kaiser's bid of $1.25 came in first on Tom Petty. Let's go ahead and sell the Police over here And that's so to Brian Stern for $32. Every breath you take, every move. King of Pain. Oh, that's a good one. I like King of Pain. We have Tom Petty Todd and Dylan's an $85 start. Next is Angel City, 2-minute warning, VG plus $9.99. And Simon and Garfunkel, The Concert in Central Park, 2 LP, VG plus $17.99. Next auction is going to go up right now. What may that be? You may ask yourself, Chad, what may be thou? What thou are you? Thoueth thou? What are you referring to? How about an OG sealed copy of Styx, Kilroy Was Here? Now, there is some spine damage, but it's never been opened. It's a $20 start. It does have a ding on the spine, but it's sealed. $20 start on Styx. Oh, it's split down here too. It's got a split there and a split there. $20 start on Styx. Okay, let's go to the top cam. Dylan is 40 AP 27-4. That would be a stereo press. Stereo press. Bob Dylan, Blonde on Blonde. Tom Petty 140, Tom Petty 149. Styx is sealed, but it's got some splitting. $20 start on that. Okay. David Bowie Pinups, a VG copy, $9.99. That is the first label. Just $9.99 on Bowie. Seems like a great price. Eagles, Hotel California. On a Dark Desert Highway. Cool Wind in My Hair. $24.99. And I think that's OG because it's got those markings in the dead wax. Is it good? Is it 6 o'clock yet? That's written in the dead wax. Is it 6 o'clock yet? Spell o'clock. John Kaiser on David Bowie. That's so to John Kaiser. We have Hey, wow, a classic. Hey Baby, Bruce Chanel. VG plus $16.99. VG plus $16.99. And Elton John's Honky Chateau. I'm a rocket man. Rocket man, burning down this field. Tom Petty is a sealed OG copy. $160 for John Kaiser. Bob Dylan, final chance at 85. Styx, final call at 20. Eagles 15 for Sid Said. Eagles 18. Let's do $18, Sid. If you pass, then it's sold to Richard Bradshaw. Okay? And then Fleetwood Mac Rumors. Monday morning, you sure? That's not even on this album. I don't want to know the reason why you love me. You can go your own way. Go. There you go again. You say you want your freedom. Hotel California, so to Sid Said for $18. Wow, we got some of the biggest albums of all time right here. The Raspberries, I'm not joking. This is a scratch and sniff cover. This is a scratch and sniff cover. It smells like the Raspberries. Not the fruit. It actually smells like Eric Carmen. Okay? It actually smells like Eric Carmen. Tom Petty is sold for $160. $160 sold. Bob Dylan did not get a bid. $85 buy it now on Dylan. $85 buy it now on Dylan. And Styx didn't get a bid. $20 buy it now on Styx. I'll take it. Yes, you got it for $18. Sid Said got it for $18. Yes. The Clash that was sold, was that the one posted? Yes, it was. How much was Fleetwood? What pressing is Fleetwood? What pressing is Fleetwood? Fleetwood is VG plus $24.99. Pressing? Oh, man. I'm pretty sure it's OG, but there are so many of these. Oh, man, there's so many of these. There's no telling. I don't have a good indication by looking at it. But it does have the lyric insert. It looks like it's an OG. Okay, and then we have the great hits from England. That's EX $12.99. Fleetwood Mac, Then Play On. EX $17.99. And The Who's next. An original Decca press. Oh, man, classic album alert. Several in this crate. $24.99. We won't get fooled again. Old Boss. Wait a minute. Hold on a minute. Meet the old... No. I messed up again. Meet the New Boss. same as the old boss. Dum, da-dum, da-dum. Y'all gonna like this next crate. I've been picking a few things in here to auction, but man, the what's left in here is pretty dang sweet. It is some pretty dang sweet stuff. So stand by. There was some auctionable worthy stuff in here too. Brian Stern got Fleetwood Mac, right? So Sticks, Kilroy was here. Cover damage, but unopened. $20 on that. $20 on that. Let's put that right in here. And then let me get Bob Dylan in a sleeve. Dylan was a Japanese press, $85. Out here in the field, Sally, take my hand. We'll travel south cross land. Put out the fire. Don't look over past my shoulder, something like that. The Exodus is here. The happy ones. Let's get together before we get. No one knows what it's like behind blue eyes. Bargain. The best I ever had. Oh, he wanted rumors. Okay. Did you ask about it first? Kevin R. asked about it first. Kevin R., I'm assuming you're passing. So let's go ahead and tag rumors. Kevin R. had first dibs. That's sold to Brian Stern. Okay. Great check condition crate there. Let's run through that one again quickly before we go through this other crate I've been teasing stuff out of. Here's a unique pressing of, this is an older remaster or reissue of Wish You Were Here. They don't make it quite like this anymore. Has this sticker on the back. 180 gram. I think this is a 2011. It is sealed or presumed, presumed near mint or sealed. $35 start. Pink Floyd, Wish You Were Here. Welcome to the machine. Then imagine David Gilmour strumming a guitar. Welcome, my son. Welcome to the machine. Okay, John Farrell on raspberries, both raspberries for 22. There's two of them in here. There's two raspberries. Oh, there are. That would be 11 and 11. Sell them, the John Farrell. 11 and 11, sold. Okay. Killing the pop line, killing the non. Nulls and null. Mean guitar. Craig, any way we can get some lyrics to Welcome to the Machine up on the screen? Any way we can get some lyrics to Welcome to the Machine up there? Give me 1 second. I'm about to confirm details on these. Because I think, an OG Tom Petty Echo. I do. Here is a 1999 U.S. original Tom Petty Echo. Near mint, another one. Another OG Tom Petty here at 10 o'clock, unadvertised. $125 start. OG 99 Tom Petty Echo. Nice. $125 start. Pink Floyd has a bid for $35. And while John Kaiser's here, we can make a bundle deal on those iron. You want that bundle deal from last night? This is a 2011 Pink Floyd Wish You Were Here. Remaster. That's what it sounds like. I think Craig's went to bed. Or he's refusing to share me the lyrics to. Hey, I got Google. I got Google right over here. Okay, Conditional both ELO. We're about to find out. We have the Chambers Brothers, Love, Peace, and Happiness, VG $12.99. Nitzinger, One Foot in History, EX $17.99. Peter Wolf, Lights Out, EX $12.99. Wes Montgomery, A Day in the Life, EX $17.99. The Impression, 16 Greatest Hits, EX $24.99. Leslie Gore, EX $17.99. My Town, My Guy, My Me. ELO is VG $14.99. Electric Light Orchestra, VG. Cream Goodbye, VG $14.99. ELO Discovery, VG Plus $14.99. Brenda Lee, VG Plus $9.99. Neil Diamond Stones, EX $12.99. Live Cream, VG Plus $24.99. Angel City, VG Plus $9.99. Simon & Garfunkel, VG Plus $17.99. Bruce Chanel, VG Plus $16.99. Elton John, Rocket Man, Honky Chateau, VG Plus $24.99. Greatest Hits from England was how much? EX $12.99. Peter Wolf sold for $9 to Joe Salamone. The Who. Wow, nobody's bought. I'm assuming everybody has this. I'm assuming that all 296 people have this that's watching right now. If not, then I don't know what you're doing in your life. Fleetwood Mac is EX $17.99. The Who sold to TSO Houston for $20. Pink Floyd, one bid sold for $35 to Jason Fornerat. This is your last chance on Tom Petty. The Tom Petty is sealed, or excuse me, is OG near mint, $125 minimum bid. This is it. This is your chance. Scott BB gets Fleetwood Mac. Okay? These are some of the kind of records that was in the last crate, or the next crate. I mean, I've pulled out several because I've been like, holy cow. So let me see what's going on here before I do anything else. Okay. I got to check a couple of these because I was pretty overwhelmed at what I was seeing in here. So I was like, hold the fort. And I'm changing some. I'm putting some up for auction. Is this sealed? No. No. Whoa, that seems high. Let's auction that. That seems low. That seems low. That's about right. That one's a little high. That one's about right. That's a bargain. Holy crap. All right, we'll leave it in there. Y'all better be paying attention to this crate. That's all I got to say. Y'all better be paying attention, okay? I pulled a couple out that I think maybe were too high or too low, and we're going to auction them. So it's probably going to work out for both of us. So we sold the Who for $20. Scott Beebe got Fleetwood Mac, then Play On. Whiskey Todd second on Who. Fleetwood Mac, John Farrell, You Were next. Both ELOs for $21. Both ELOs for $21. Both ELOs for $21. So did Rich T. Duke. Samuel Kopich got Leslie Gore for $15. Tom Petty Echo, an OG 1999, $125 buy it now. There are no Japanese pressings in the next crate, David. All right. John Kaiser gets the steal on Tom Petty for $1.25. All right. Now, somebody did actually legitimately ask to see the no-bid Iron Maiden stuff from last night. So, give me a second. We'll put some of that up for buy it now. Let me touch my toes. Oh, my gosh. Whew. That was my knees, if y'all heard that. Sound like a double-barrel shotgun going off. Holy crap. All right, there were some snipers on the Tom Petty, but Kaiser hit first. He hit the bullseye. I think there's an OG, I think this is OG Mojo too. Yeah, we're about to find out. This is a pretty cool crate here. It's OG Mojo. 2010. Did this thing come out too? When did this come out? Yeah, this is 2010. Is that when it came out? Yeah, 2010 OG. Yep. This is the 2010 OG Tom Petty Mojo. And this is a $45 start. It is near mint, and it's now up for bid. Okay. So there's that. Bob Dylan sold to Samuel Kopich for $75. Thank you. That's done. Sold for $75. Next auction. Let me scan this one to find out. Why is this? I think these went out of print for a while. Yeah, that was our old price tag. I think they matched that from a previous live, but they don't sell for this anymore. All right, this is the awesome Guardians of the Galaxy soundtrack. An amazing comp. I've never watched the movie, but the music on it is wonderful here. Blue Suede, Hooked on a Feeling, Go All the Way. Speaking of the Raspberries, that's a great song. We just sold that album a moment ago. Spirit in the Sky, David Bowie, Moon Age, Elvin Bishop, I Want You Back, Jackson, I'm Not in Love, Come and Get Your Love. That was made very popular from this movie. But this is that great soundtrack plus the score music. Sealed a $25 start. Sealed a $25 start. Okay. We do $550 on the maidens. I think I was at $845 last night and I said $700. Let me show them. Let me flip down a couple individually. And if you missed last night, we had about 150 something Iron Maiden records. The first one that was left was Caught Somewhere in Paris. Trademark of quality, $175. Numbered 53 of 500. Caught Somewhere in Paris, Iron Maiden, $175. That's a bot now. I'm going to flash a couple right here right quick. And Guardians of the Galaxy does have a bid for $25. Tom Petty's a $45 start. Okay, buy it now, best offer on this crate. It's pretty good. The Beatles, Now and Then, on red vinyl. The 12-inch single with Love Me Do and Now and Then. Their first song and their last song. Sealed, $29.99, Now and Then. The Voices of Motown, a Walmart exclusive blue vinyl, sealed for $24.99. Awesome Motown comp here. The Contours, the Supremes, Marvelettes, Marvin Gaye, Jackson 5, $24.99. $24.99. And we have Earth Crisis, sealed for $59.99. Gamora's Season's End, Earth Crisis, sealed for $59.99. Tom Petty has a bid for $45. It's an OG pressing. Guardians of the Galaxy has one bid for $25. And Master Ma on EC for Earth Crisis. That's sold to Master Ma. And then Hiram was second. Terry Gearhart gets Motown. All right, this is another Beatles. This is the Abbey Road 3 LP box, just $44.99. Wow. The 3 LP box. Of course, those are new, 89. Back when this was sold, I think if I ordered them right now, they'd be like $109. So that seems like a crazy good price on the 3 LP vinyl box for Abbey Road. $44.99. Mammoth, Wolfgang Van Halen, $24.99. That is black vinyl. It's in half shrink wrap, $24.99. Brian Stern on the Beatles. Now, do you want the Now and Then or the Abbey Road box? And let's go ahead and sell Mark Chesler the Guardians of the Galaxy for $25. That's sold to him for $25. Tom Petty Mojo has a new bid for $50. Let me show another Iron Maiden no bid from last night. This was a box set, $225. Iron Maiden 3 LP box poster, and that one is called Stockholm, Sweden, June 2003. Brian Stern wanted the Abbey Road box, okay? And then Jason was next, then George, then Mark, then Terry. Yep, that was one I almost pulled out the auction, but I was like, you know what? I'm going to see who's paying attention. My crate is now filled full, filled up. Let me swap out crates right quick to start filling up another one. And after this, we still got 3 crates of vintage to do. Just FYI, this is technically pre-owned too, but we still got 3 crates to do after this. So a lot still to cover. A lot still to cover. And plenty of auctions. I mean, I got this stuff stacked up all around me now after these crates I've purged. Okay. Next is Tom Petty's at 55. These Iron Maidens are buy it nows or best offer. I got a pretty good offer on the bundle deal for everything. Right now, are these Iron Maiden bootlegs? Yeah, these are all unofficial releases. Yeah, these are all unofficial. 175, 225. They all add up to $845. I've got an offer for $550. That's pretty dang strong. Here is Iron Maiden Conquering Chile, Return of the Beast, $195. Red, white, and blue vinyl. So that one's $195. All right, Tom Petty OGs at 55. Earth, Primitive and Deadly, Near Mint, $29.99. Earth, $29.99. Okay. Over here, in here, Pink Floyd The Wall, $44.99. It is near mint. It's been open, $44.99. Next, Ivan R. on Earth. This is a new arrival crate, buy it now, best offer. Never shown before. Anderson East, Alive in Tennessee, $29.99. $29.99. Next, Iron Maiden. Iron Maiden, All Hell Broke Loose at Wembley, $175. And the last one that was part of that bundle was this one right here. Iron Maiden Monsters of Rock, orange vinyl, $75. So there's a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They add up to $845, my original price. Last night I said $700, and I have an offer for $550. Thomas Hujar, you were second on Earth. Who was the other bidder on Tom Petty? Jamie Sotar, let me know if you want to bid again. We got to get another auction going. We definitely do. What's in the Japanese crate? I thought I had a Bruce. Here we go. Born in the USA, Japanese press. In shrink, Obi, all the goodies. Bruce is a $35 start. Near mint minus. Born in the USA. And then Pink Floyd, Thomas Clark said 32. Of course, these are new $50. Let's do it 38. We have an offer on the Iron Maiden boots for $575. Looks like y'all are getting closer. Jimi Hendrix Experience, Paris 1967. Sealed. This is $34.99. Paris 1967. And I'll reduce the price on that one. I think it got misstickered. Pink Floyd sold to Thomas Clark for $38. I may be wrong, but I think it got misstickered. I lost Jamie Sotar on the Tom Petty, so sell this to Stephen Tuttle for $55. I mean, technically, I'm still at $700 on the Iron Maidens. Y'all were getting closer. And I guess at this point, whoever throws out the strongest offer and I say sold to will get dibs on them. But, I mean, those prices, what's left is some of the most expensive ones. Even though we sold a ton last night, I don't know how many $200 ones we sold last night. It was insane. Last night might have been one of our biggest sales of all time because I went back and we tried to figure it out. I was like, I don't know how many $200 records we sold. We might have sold like, I have no idea. It was, if you watched last night, you know what I'm talking about. So this is like just the handful left out of about 200 metal auctions. Cat Stevens, live 1970-71. It is sealed, a 2 LP parachute boot, $24.99. Bruce does have a bid for $35. That's going to once, going to twice. That's going to once, going twice. Next auction, I don't get a Chet Atkins Japanese too often. We had a Bill Monroe earlier tonight. Here is a Japanese, the best of Chet Atkins. A $35 start. Near mint minus RCA. Tom Sullivan on Cat Stevens. We have Red Allen and the Blues Singers Volume 1. This is $34.99. Sealed. Volume 1 and 2 sealed. Oh, okay. It's two different jackets sealed. $34.99. Okay. Next is the Beatles Let It Be. The Target exclusive limited edition t-shirt bundle. T-shirt is a size large. $44.99. Joe Salamo, you get Bruce Springsteen for $35. Thank you on that. Who's going to make the best offer on the remaining Iron Maidens? They're going to get sold tonight to somebody. At this point, we're probably going to keep them as a bundle. They're going to get sold to somebody tonight somehow. We got Kaiser throwing out a firm offer. Brian Stern throwing out a firm offer. Frank Sinatra, Put Your Dreams Away. EX, $24.99. A Columbia 6-eye EX. Pretty dang nice. $24.99. Chet Atkins Japanese, $35. Going to once, going to twice. Going to once, going to twice. Bob Brookmeyer, 7 times wilder, the Bob Brookmeyer 4. Near mint, $34.99. Facebook's been hung up. Facebook has been hung up. Here come the Facebook comments. Here come the Facebook comments. All right. So, Tom Sullivan got Cat. George Sherry got Jimi Hendrix. Make sure this goes in for $34.99, please. Make sure that goes in for $34.99. Jason Forder second on Cat. Is that the stack of no bids from last night in one auction? Well, we're basically taking offers on it, yeah. Oso offered $600 and Brian Stern offered $600. So we got two $600 offers. Chris Gardner said $625. Brian Stern says he's out. So right now the high offer is between Chris Gardner, Oso Adventure, and John Kaiser. It's basically an auction, but I'm going to be fair and make sure everybody's done submitting offers, okay? So it's an auction offer, I guess. And I hadn't actually said I'm going to sell it, but we'll see what happens. Kaiser says he's out. Okay. It's between Oso and Chris then. It's between Oso and Chris. Frank Sinatra sold to Kevin Chapman. John Kaiser was first last night. Brian Stern threw out the second offer. Now it's between Chris and Oso. Actually, Chris asked about him earlier tonight. But to be fair, we'll just let y'all battle it out, okay? So, Oso, you're back out. Chris Gardner, $625. Badfinger, self-titled, EX, $39.99. Abbey Road, sealed, $29.99. That's the standard Giles Martin, Sam O'Kell. And we have changes, David Bowie. VG Plus should be tan label. If it's OG black, would be a slightly later repress. Slightly later repress, $29.99. Chet Atkins is a no bid. Buy it now for $35. Buy it now for $35. Once these are, I mean, you can't get these really anywhere. You know, they're typically banned on Discogs. They're blocked on eBay. You can really just find them in stores, find them in groups, find them from Iron Maiden collectors, find them in places like this. Is the Beatles 2 shirt like the cover? No, it's actually a really cool shot of them doing the rooftop concert. It's a shot of them doing the rooftop concert. Sealed $44.99. Condition, they're all near mint. Yeah, no condition notes on any of them. Yep, very nice. Monsters of Rock, orange vinyl near mint. That one's originally $75. All Hell Broke Loose at Wembley. It's a 2LP, 3LP, 2LP. It's also near mint colored vinyl. I looked at Chile last night. Chile was 3LP red, white, and blue vinyl. It's been cleaned, modified bags. And then the picture discs are nice. They're really cool too. They all have different artwork on them. They all have different artworks of Viking Eddie with poster. And then the Caught Somewhere in Paris is sealed. So it's brand new. And it's trademark clear vinyl. Belinda take the Beatles. Great. Thank you on that. And we have George Duke, Rendezvous. George Duke is sealed for $19.99. Hank Crawford is sealed. Hank Crawford's back. There it is. There's his back. And that is sealed for $29.99. And Pink Floyd Metal, I'm going to do this one. I'm going to do this one for $29.99. $29.99. The Bowie is VG Plus, $29.99. $29.99 on Bowie. Black label. Okay. And there's the Revolver box, and this one should have a tote bag. Very cool tote bag there. The Beatles Revolver, $49.99. And we have Pink Floyd Ummagumma. Now, it has some writing, has an old retail sticker. The vinyl is near mint. This is a difficult record to look up, believe me. When I was going to first put my collection into Discogs, I started with Pink Floyd. I had about 4 crates of Pink Floyd records. I had 5 different Ummagummas. And I started with one of these, like a US press, no Gigi cover. And I about beat my head against the wall trying to figure out what I had. And I was like, okay, I'm just going to pay somebody to put them into my collection because I don't have time. It was very confusing. I was like, what? Yeah, this is a weird one to look up. $39.99 on Pink Floyd. Led Zeppelin Presents. It's near mint. It's an OG, $44.99. That's a nice copy. I bet this sticker will peel off. Yeah, this sticker up here will peel off. So, the ball's in your court on the Maidens. There we go. Left a little bit of residue, but that looks a lot better. Right now, the high bid on Iron Maiden is $6.25. Stealing Bob Dylan, a VG copy, $24.99. That's a vintage bootleg. We've been auctioning those this week. And then this is a OG pressing of Led Zeppelin 3. So Mote It Be in the Dead Wax. EX62. We haven't had a true OG in a while. And I bet this sticker will peel off too. Yeah, this is a real 4-digit. Let me look at all the matrices on this for you and give you the information. What an interesting album here. You got everything from the Immigrant Song to Since I've Been Loving You and all the acoustic stuff. Perfect. Just left a little square, but that's a lot better than the sticker. Those have probably been on there for 30 years. There's the MoFi sleeve. So, oh, hold up. I retract. This is actually mid-70s text. Mid-70s text. My bad. I didn't pull it. I just looked. I saw about that much right there. I saw the So Mote It Be and the catalog number. But this is actually a mid-70s here. And I'm assuming, George Sherry, your Zeppelin was for the Presents. Those on Swan Song, those didn't really get reissued that much. If you see Presents or Physical, well, except for Physical, they had to make a lot of those. But Presents and most of those you see are OG pressings. But anything Atlantic, you got to check because they made those all through the 70s, as you can imagine. Millions of them. So that's actually a mid-70s press with a 4-digit, but dead wax there. All right, I'm taking his offer then. The Iron Maidens are sold to Chris Gardner for $625. Chris Gardner, thank you. $625 on these Iron Maiden bootlegs. Let's put them all in the crate. We got a bundle deal and we got an air horn. That wipes us out of all the Iron Maiden stuff from the night before. Thank you, Chris, and congratulations. And thanks everybody else that made offers and bid on them. Those are sold. Iron Maiden bundle, $615, and that is sold and that is 625, excuse me. 625. Time for an air horn. 625 on the air horn. 625 on the air horn. Chris Gardner. 3, 2, 1. Adjust your volume. Fair warning. Here it is. Hatchet Ed 45s have not been shown. Let's do that right now as I recap this crate. And if you're just hopping on at 10:30 on this great Friday night, we still got 3 more crates of vintage to go through. Buy it now or best offer on all of them. Buy it now or best offer on all of them. Yes, this was from that big order we didn't get payment for. And let's go through these. They're all priced as marked. All priced as marked. Hank Williams Jr., Young Country, $6.99. Hank Williams Jr., Heaven Can't Be Found, $6.99. Bon Jovi, Living on a Prayer, $9. $6.99 for Hank Williams Jr., All My Rowdy Friends. Run DMC, You Be Illin' for $6.99. $6.99 for There's a Tear in My Beer, Hank Jr. with a duet with his father. Against the Wind, that's $6.99. Bob Seger picture sleeve. $6.99 for Hank Williams Jr., When Something Is Good, Why Does It Change? $6.99 for Dwight Yoakam, I Sang Dixie. $6.99 for Hank Williams Jr., If the South Would Have Won. The Bangles, Another Manic Monday. Hank Williams Jr., Early in the Morning and Late at Night. And Parents Just Don't Understand, DJ Jazzy Jeff and the Fresh Prince. No wonder I can't. Oh, wait a second. There we go. Those are all $6.99. It's just another manic Monday. Oh, man. Mega Blast beat out Craig on Run DMC. Craig is like, oh, gosh, Mega Blast. John Durden. That's sold for $6.99 to Mega Blast. Craig was second. Victor wants Tear in My Beer. Jay Beach was next on Run DMC. Noah Colwell got Dwight Yoakam. Troy was fourth on Run DMC. TSO Houston on Against the Wind. And Kevin Chapman on the Bengals. Okay. And Pam Murray was next. That left DJ Jazzy, Parents Just Don't Understand, for $6.99. And Bon Jovi for $9. Let's do a Hank Williams Jr. bundle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 for $30 instead of $7 each. $30 on those. Bon Jovi sold to Brian Stern for $9. And that leaves DJ and Hank. Okay. The 45s have no condition notes. Nope. No condition notes. All right, let's do more auctions, more buy it now, more everything. Here we go. Next thing I have is Ted Nugent. This is an early 80s press, but a beautiful. This is known for a lot of ring wear. Ted Nugent, and love him or hate him, you got to say Stranglehold is pretty epic. And that's the lead song on this album. Stranglehold, track 1, side 1. This is an early 80s press. Beautiful. EX Plus near mint minus. A $10 start on Ted Nugent. Now up for bid. We have the Beatles Now and Then, red vinyl 12-inch single, sealed for $29.99. Mammoth is $24.99. These are all buy it now, best offer. Anderson East, Alive in Tennessee, that is $29.99. Red Allen, the Blues Singers, Volume 1 and Volume 2, sealed together for $34.99. Bob Brookmeyer, 7 Times Wilder, near mint, $34.99. Badfinger is EX, $39.99. Beatles is sealed, Abbey Road, $29.99. George Duke was sealed for $19.99. Hank Crawford was sealed, $29.99. Pink Floyd Metal was sealed for $29.99. Changes was VG Plus, $29.99. The Beatles sealed Revolver, so you get the stereo remaster remix and the tote bag, $49.99. Pink Floyd Umaguma, $39.99, riding on the cover. Bob Dylan Stealin', that's a vintage bootleg, VG24. And Zeppelin, EX62.99. Don't hesitate to make an offer on that one. That's a little on the inflated side. That could have confused the Matrix. Those labels are tough. Those labels are tough. So don't hesitate to make an offer on that, okay? And then here are the few CDs we had. Okay, and these were, oh, wait a minute. I got a waiting list for these. Okay, and then, so we have a tribute to Stevie Ray Vaughan, $6.99, and Petty Knopfler Clapton, in-store play sampler. Tom Petty, Martin Knopfler Clapton, promo sampler, $6.99. Okay. And I have a wait list for these Stevie Ray Vaughan promos. I'll have to go back and see who's next in line. But if y'all remember, we found a whole box of those, so I'll go back and tag the next people. All right, and here's what happened here. Ted Nugent 10, Ted Nugent 10, Ted Nugent 15, Ted Nugent 10. Pink Floyd, or excuse me, Ted Nugent 16 with Mike Pierce. Metal 20, Metal 25. I'll do 25 back to the turntable. If not, I'll sell it to Chad Sauls. Preston Rose gets Dylan for 20. That's a great price on Zeppelin, 45. That's about right for that version and that grade. $45, Jason Fortnerat and Stevie Ray Vaughan. I got the Stevie Ray Vaughan tribute with King, Clapton, Cray, Buddy Guy. That's still available, or the in-store sampler. The CD, that's not really going to be a waiting list you can go on because we can't get any more of them. Unless we find another batch somebody hadn't paid for, but those should all be shipped by now. This guy didn't pay for a bunch of invoices several weeks back. That stuff should already been shipped and delivered. Back to the turntable does get Pink Floyd for 25. All right, so the tribute CD is still available and the in-store sampler of Petty Knopfler Clapton, but the other two CDs will be spoken for. All right, and then Ted Nugent is tied at 17. We got 3 people still actively bidding on that. All right, that was all the Hatchet Ed stuff. Yep, and we can maybe run through it again later. It was this one person, several thousands of dollars in invoices. I hadn't finished going through all the silver over there on the tub you see on the left side, but make sure when you're buying stuff, you can pay for it. That's all I ask. And it's usually almost never nobody. This would be, if it wasn't for this big order, it would be 2 weeks in a row we didn't have any Hatchet Ed Crate stuff, okay? So 2 weeks in a row, we wouldn't have had Hatchet Ed Crate stuff except for this one person. So everybody's been very good about paying their invoices. He has sent out some firm reminders, but most everybody's good, okay? Our next auction is Tom Petty. You're going to get it. This is a U.S. reissue on that MCA Coral label. VG copy, $15. Noah Colwell says he'll take the tribute for $6.99. The songs on the sampler, that was Tom Petty, The Last DJ, Have Love Will Travel, and Dreamville. Martin Knopfler's Why Aw Man, I think. Devil Baby, The Rag Picker's Dream, and then Clapton's Change Your World, Cocaine, and Badge. Okay? Get the person off the island. They have been kicked off Chad's Island. Yes. They've been kicked off Chad's Island. That doesn't sound good. Let me not say I have an island. I do not own an island, okay? I do own chocolate-covered raisins. And I'm about to eat some and chug a Monster. No island for me. But if you want me to blackmail a bunch of rich people like he was doing, we can do that too. Just not in the way he did. We don't want to do anything like that. My gosh. Okay, this conversation is over while I walk up here and get a Monster, okay? No more Epstein talk. This is an Epstein-free show, okay? You got lucky, babe, when I found you. You got lucky, babe. I know you can't own an island anymore. I used to think about that as a kid. I was like, wow, imagine having your own island. And now if you own one, you're like probably going to go to prison for just saying you own one. Island, you're under investigation. The Coletco files. I'll open up the file on Seth, holding blackmail. The Coletco files. I'll start opening files on everybody. Blackmail. That guy was doing some pretty bad stuff, obviously. I think his financial thing was just going to hold all those people ransom on blackmail. But he did it in a very, very horrible way. First thing is Ted Nugent 20, Ted Nugent 20. Chris Collins said he will take the sampler. Okay? That is so to Chris Collins. That means Mega Blast, you were second. And we have, what's our Discogs? I think it's under Coletco. I think it just says Coletco or Collect Company. Nobody bid on Tom Petty. Let's make this a buy it now for $15. Right? What happened to my tag? This is a reissue on the Coral label. Not bad, though, for $15. Conservatively graded by Seth, the Pharma Files. The Pharma Files. Yeah, don't let me open up Seth's file. Y'all go, no. We have Ted Nugent over here. The last bid was Nealon Black at $20. You tied Mike Brangle, so Nealon, you're out. Nealon, you're out. Okay? Oh my gosh, that was a great neck adjustment. Noah Colwell got Tom Petty for $15. Okay? There's that. And we have Mike Brangle on Ted Nugent for $23. Okay, I think you just bid against yourself. You did. You actually had it for $20, and Nealon's out. Okay, next auction. Next file. George Lynch, Oasis? Huh? Didn't know we had stuff like this laying over here. Oasis. Oasis is a 2020 Euro unofficial blue vinyl sealed. $150 start. Where's Jason Fortner at? $150 start. George Lynch Seamless. George Lynch Seamless. This don't have any information on it. Okay. Somebody dropped a bag of Leckos. That would have been my spine moving back into place. This is a 2021. This is sealed. Last one sold for 114. And gosh, that was 3 years ago. And then 4 years ago, okay? So George Lynch, a $55 start. That's called Seamless, and it's sealed. Mike, you're going to get Ted Nugent actually for $20. All right. Beautiful copy there. Got a stranglehold, baby. I am supposed to be off Monsters. Yes, I missed some comments there. Yeah. Yeah, I'm officially 1 minute sober. And now 3 seconds. Okay. Buy it now, best offer. We got 3 fast crates to go through before midnight. Not saying we're stopping at midnight, but we need to get through them before midnight. Ike and Tina Turner, Ooh Poo Pa Da Poo. $14.99 for Ike and Tina. Peter, Paul, and Mary, Moving. And this one does have Puff, the Magic Dragon, on it. $9.99 for Peter, Paul, and Mary. Ted Nugent again, this time Free for All. Meatloaf on vocals, $14.99. The Oasis is an unofficial 150. Stop the Clocks. Stop the Clocks. I don't know a lot about this, but it's an unofficial blue vinyl, 150 on that. George Lynch is at 55 with Tiger Kaiser. And James Taylor, Mudslide Slim, $24.99. Green Warner Brothers label, Allied OG, does have a blue X on the cover, but that's a nice copy, $24.99. Emmylou Harris, Elite Hotel, $14.99 for Emmylou Harris. And Rita Coolidge, Love Me Again, $9.99 on Rita Coolidge. Billy Joel and Innocent Man, $14.99. And Emmylou Harris, Blue Kentucky Girl, original on her sleeve, $14.99. Thomas Schwartz on Peter, Paul, and Mary, $7. Thank you. Sold. We have ELO's Greatest Hits. Ooh, Evil Woman. Ba-da-da-da-da-da. 19. Boy, but that's a nice copy. Terre Haute Press. I saw that in the Dead Wax. TL. George Lynch has a bid for 56. Final Chance on Oasis. And Rod Stewart, Tonight I'm Yours. $14.99 for Rod. Next thing over here is Grover Washington Jr. The Best Is Yet to Come. Gold stamp promo, $9.99. And The Best of Jeff Beck, a Holland press, $24. I Ain't Superstitious is on there. Boy, look at that Les Paul. Holy moly. That's a UK edition. And then Diana Ross, Theme for Mahogany. That is $9.99. 2-4. That's a full album, by the way. At first, I thought that was a single, but it's in fact not. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. Let me move some stuff around here. So let me put this stuff down in there. And then there's the Motorhead figures. I brought up the Motorhead figures last night. No takers, though. Let me see what's in here. I actually have a couple pricey metal records I hadn't got to yet. Nasty Savage. I think this is a pretty desirable record here. Let me double check. Let me check the Discogs right quick. Luckily, there's a barcode. Because you got lucky, babe, when I found you. So this is an 88 OG, and according to Discogs, near mint minus, and this is really nice. And Nasty Savage is a $20 start. Metal Blade Records, Nasty Savage, Abstract Reality, a $20 start. That is now up for bid. Okay. George Lynch LE. George Lynch is called Seamless. It is sealed, limited to 200. If that answers your question. High bid's $59. Oasis is a $150 buy it now. $150 on Oasis. Nasty Savage is a $20 start. Not as pricey as I thought it was. And Steve Hackett, Please Don't Touch. Steve Hackett, $14.99, another guitarist. Dan Fogelberg, Captured Angel, $9.99. And we have Emerson, Lake and Palmer, Pictures Out of Exhibition. That's also $9.99. And then our next auction is going to go over here. And our next auction is Pink Floyd. And this is a 69 Jacksonville press. I love this label of Piper at the Gates of Dawn. Piper at the Gates of Dawn. First thing you need to know is it's not an OG. I love this label, though. The candy stripe label from Tower. The vinyl on this is a solid VG+, but the cover is probably fair or whatever's around VG, less than VG minus. It's chipped, it's got tape, but still, as y'all know, Piper, a very desirable album, has tape. So VG minus, I forget, I get poor and fair and good mixed up. I guess good. Probably a G condition jacket. VG plus vinyl, a $25 start on Pink Floyd. $25 start. Sid said on Emmylou Harris Elite for $8. Sell that to Sid for $8. George Lynch still getting bid. Nasty Savage Final Chance at $25, and Pink Floyd's a $25 start. If you don't have a copy at all, a solid vintage copy to start with. See Emily play. Interstellar Overdrive. Good stuff. Next is Ted Nugent, $26.99. Boy, look at this copy. Another stunning. This album usually worn out. Double LP, gold stamp promo, $26.99. Oasis 120. You bought it. Thank you, Master Moss 666. 120 on that. That's done. Was that studio material? I wasn't familiar with that one. John Kay and the Sparrow. John Kay of Steppenwolf. That's got to get tired. I mean, every time somebody references his name, it's John Kay of Steppenwolf. That'd be like saying Harrison Ford of Star Wars. We have John Kay, $19.99, and Born Again, Randy Newman, $14.99. Ted Nugent, $20, JCB. You bought it. Sold for $20. And George Lynch is at $68. That's between Tiger, Kaiser, and Chad. And we have Man. That's what it's called. And the album is Be Good to Yourself at Least Once a Day. That has a pop-up cover, $39.99. Let's take a look at that. A pop-up cover. Hopefully it don't scare me. Holy crap. Hold on. We need to go to top cam like this. This is the map cover. I have seen this before. Watch this. You watching? Watch this. What, you watching? Wow. Look at that. Map of Wales. What a cool cover. We've had some cool covers tonight. Map of Wales. They don't make this stuff anymore. This is $39.99. $39.99. Let's do that again. That's pretty cool. $39.99 on this. Wow. Map of Wales. How did they get that to fold like that? That's pretty amazing. All right. That's called Man. All right. Whiskey, you was a close second on Gonzo, but Josh Brown beat you on that one. And Brian Stern, you were third. The Book of Invasions, a Celtic symphony. That's Horselips. The band's Horselips. Gold stamp promo, $19.99. Chad, you're out on George Lynch. Gray Slick, Gray Society Volume 2. This should be on a Columbia 2i label. $29.99. And America in Concert. Is this Japanese? I thought this was only released in Japan. No, it's a U.S. press. I don't get that very often. America in Concert. Beautiful. Vinyl, $14.99. All right, back-to-back buy nows. You can get Pink Floyd Piper for $25, and you can get Nasty Savage for $25. That's a great price on any kind of vintage copy of Piper, I'm telling you. $25, and then Nasty Savage, $25. That was Near Mint and Shrink. Those are $25 and $25. And then we have the Dave Clark 5. That is a compilation over 2 LPs. I'm Glad All Over, $24.99. Eric Van Leuven gets Pink Floyd for $25. And Let's Sell Victor Guerra Nasty Savage for $20. Next thing over here, George Lynch, Final Call. Making sure Chad Sauls is done. Facebook hadn't got hung up, has it? Our Facebook comments coming through. Let me pull it up before I call an auction sold. We would give them another chance, but we need to. Facebook's been weird. Let's open up Coletco here. No, they're caught up. Okay, I've just lost Chad temporarily. Let's put up another auction. What else is over here where those came from? Clutch. Oh, yeah, I know this. This is still in print. These aren't cheap, though. They're like $50, $60, $55, $60. This is Clutch Robot Hive Exodus. That is the 2 LP colored vinyl, remastered, bonus 7-inch, and the autographed insert. And This is sealed. Let's try it for a $35 start. That's pretty close to half of retail on that. Brand new and sealed. Clutch, $35 start. That is now up for bid-o. Okay? Now up for bid. Clutch. Next is Grover Washington Jr. Wine Light. Just the two of us. Week $9.99. Icantina Turner, get it. $24.99 for Icantina. And Cher, Half Breed. $24.99, one of her more desirable albums. That is OG, $24.99. And that is Moth the Hoople, Mad Shadows, $19.99. Chad did say out on George Lynch. There we go. Thank you, and so did John Kaiser for $70. Now we're down to Clutch, which has bids for $39 and $40. And our next auction is going to be, okay, let's see here. Cleaning out bins, man. I have got a lot of stuff. This is going to be a fun part of the show the rest of the night. Oh, wow. How about a Zeppelin bootleg? I forgot about this. Live at the Los Angeles Forum. Oh, yeah. Forgot about this. A vintage Zeppelin boot to boot. And to boot, it's a vintage Zeppelin boot. This is a well-known vintage bootleg. Look at the price on it. $6 back in the day. September 4th, 1970. The gatefold got destroyed. What happened here? I don't know what happened. It's not supposed to have anything. It's not like it's supposed to have something there, but somebody wrote all over it or something. This is a very solid VG Plus, EX maybe. And it's got a scuff. That's the reason it's VG Plus probably. And the rest of it's pretty solid. That's a Los Angeles Forum, $95 start. $95 start on that. Clutch, I guess it's up to Mega Blast. Bradley has it for $40. Cher is sold for $20 to Terry Gearhart. And let's go 3 auctions wide. Metallica. Dallas, 1989. Near mint, a $45 start. Golly, where are these coming from? I should have pulled these out hours ago. Man, you just never know here at Coletco, folks. You just never know. That's why we call it Coletco. Because we're collecting stuff, and then it's a co. It's a coup. This is a 45. It's black vinyl, 2LP, Dallas, 1989. And Justice for All tour. Yep. Wow. I clicked on Sphere, Metallica Sphere tickets today. I cried. And then I clicked on Masters tickets. And then I cried some more. And then I wanted to be really in pain, so I pulled both of them up at the same time. And then I cried again. 2 things I want to go to this year. 2 of my favorite things. Concerts, golf. To go to my favorite golf tournament and to go see Metallica. Combined, we're talking thousands of dollars. I'm like, gosh. Got to bite the bullet, though. To play, you got to pay. I think the night I want to go see Metallica, the 2-day ticket is like $1,400. And a practice round for Monday at the Masters right now, I think is $2,200. $1,400 for 2 tickets. Is that for both of them? You got off pretty cheap. I think right now it was $1,400 for, 2 tickets was 20. Wait a minute, we can pull it up right now. And then the Masters was 2,000 and something too. It was just insane. But I mean, I don't do much. I work around the clock, but I just spending money like that for events are like, oh, it's like, oh God. I mean, if I take time off, it's going to be something special. Metallica at the Sphere, the Masters, but still, that's like, oh, that's so. Let me pull it up. Clutch. This is sold for $40 to Bradley Smith. That's sold to Bradley Smith for $40. Masters is really expensive this year. I heard they really cut allotments this year, so they didn't release many tickets evidently. So they did not release many tickets. Zeppelin is a $95 start. I got my Masters badge for all 5 days. I'll give you $3,000 for it right now, Mark Stanley. I'll give you $3,000 for it right now, cash. That's a firm offer. Right now, I'll fly to you and pick it up in person. $3,000. Led Zeppelin, live at Los Angeles Forum, is a $95 start. $95 start, Led Zeppelin. I'll give you $5,000 for it, Mark Stanley. $5,000. I'll fly to you this week, Sunday, and go get it. I'll give you, you got a 5-day badge. I'll give you $5,000 for it. Right now. Metallica is Dallas 1989. This is a double LP. This is a $45 start. Led Zeppelin's a $95 start. It's a vintage original bootleg, Los Angeles 1970. And Metallica is a $45 start. And Tom Sullivan has it. Okay. This is a vintage Botnell best offer. A Clockwork Orange, music from the movie. Now, this is a Pickwick 1999. 1999. That's a Pickwick. I don't actually think I've seen that before. Mellow Gold. Mellow Gold is a 3LP, $24.99. Mellow Gold, $24.99. Gordon Lightfoot, The Association, Carly Simon, ABBA, Seals and Croft. Hello, It's Me, Todd Rundgren. And The Best of Nat King Cole, $9.99. And Changes, there's another David Bowie, this time not check condition, $34.99. The other one was VG Plus, Clockwork OG. No, it's a Pickwick, some kind of comp. I've never seen it, though. Pickwick's a budget label, but it's the music from Clockwork. $19.99. Yeah, me going 5 days for the Masters would be expensive. Obviously, what I just offered him for a badge would be a bargain. I'm not joking. That would be, there's a reason he's not taking my offer. A 5-day badge to the Masters on the secondary market is probably 10 grand, maybe 15,000, especially if like a big name is leading on Sunday, 5 days at the Masters. So he would honestly be, if he wants to be a friend, he would sell it to me. But if he was smart, there's a reason why he's saying no. And then me missing 5 days of selling would be a catastrophic loss in finances. So yeah, I can't take many days off. It has to be really, really worth my time to miss work. Really, really worth my time to miss work. Tommy Bolin, Private Eyes, $19.99. And then we have Jeff Beck, Blow by Blow. Jeff Beck is $19.99. And what do we have here? This is interesting. $39.99. $39.99. This is, what is this? It looks like a stop sign. Horse Lips, Happy to Meet, Sorry to Part. I don't think I've seen that one. Another really interesting cover tonight. $39.99 for that one. $39.99 for that one. All right, so Zeppelin didn't get a bid. It's a $95 bot now. A $95 bot now for Zeppelin. I'm more interested in how he got a 5-day badge. Some of y'all got some connections somehow. That's tough to get, man. That's like hitting the lottery. I mean, literally, that's how you get Masters tickets. You either win the lottery through their website, or you drive down to Augusta and you buy off a street vendor. Most of them are legitimate, and you pay a couple $1,000s for a 1-day pass. So, or you go on StubHub, and those are all legitimate. But man, they're even more expensive. They're just as expensive on there. So, bet on my family. Oh gosh, you got the legacy stuff, man. Oh gosh. Shoot. You're one lucky person. You got something that's worth a lot of money. But for that, it doesn't matter. Horse Lips, sold to Michael Butler for $35. Sold. And then Metallica is at 63 with Tom Sullivan. That's Dallas, 89. TSO Houston gets Bolin for 15. What dates you see in Vegas? Well, I obviously hadn't bought tickets to Metallica. I don't have tickets to the Masters yet. The Metallica was going to be the bye week for Tennessee. So that first run in October, Tennessee has a bye week, I think. It's the October, whatever week Tennessee, I think it's the last week in October. Yeah, I think it's like the shows I was looking at was, I think, yeah, it would be Halloween. I think they're playing a show Halloween night, which would have been a Tennessee bye week. I think it's those two right there. So I'll have to see, though. But it's whatever that bye week is in Tennessee for Tennessee's football schedule. Okay. Metallica is Reunion Dallas Arena, 1989, a 2 LP unofficial, and this is at $63. Okay, back to selling. Maybe one day, or maybe here soon, I can clock down Masters and Metallica tickets. The M&M. That's about the only thing I'll probably go to this year. Who's going to do auction for you if you need to be away from Metallica? We are trying to figure that out right now. They had a meeting this morning about figuring out how to do that. Either pre-recorded or having stuff ready or getting somebody to fill in. So, yeah, we're going to figure that out, though, because, like I said, it's very expensive for me to miss, but it's even more expensive if there's absolutely no show at all. So we got to figure that out. And we will. We got time. The Masters is only about 30 days away. Yeah, could you imagine? Can you imagine seeing Metallica on Halloween night in Vegas? I bet that's going to be an expensive show because there'll probably be a lot of people off and in town and just stuff like that. Yeah, I got to go to Rush. I've got about 4 things on my calendar. Metallica, Robert Plant, Masters, and Rush. And I don't have tickets to anything. No tickets yet. Robert Plant is at the end of this month in Nashville. Metallica's in October. The Masters is the end of this month or 1st of April. And then Rush is Atlanta. I think they're playing in Atlanta. They're playing at Atlanta. Yep. They're playing at Atlanta. All right. Next is Metallica's at $75. Our next auction is going to go up right now. So here we go. This is Elton John's Madman Across the Water. This is the 77. I actually don't see this label as much. That's the tan MCA label. EX Plus condition. A $20 start. $20 start. Madman Across the Water. Elton John. A $20 start. Blue Jean Baby. LA Lady. That's now up for bid. All right, they're still bidding on Metallica. The last no bid was Led Zeppelin, Los Angeles Forum, $95. That was in VG Plus condition, okay? And what else is over here? There's some other stuff. And we need to recap that crate. Somebody asked about Dave Clark 5, too. All right, so Dave Clark 5 was $24.99. Orange Epic label, 2LP Terre Haute. It doesn't say if it's stereo or mono. It's in stereo. Orange Epic label, very nice, $24.99. The Jeff Beck that was in here, Jeff Beck was the best of Jeff Beck. And this is $24.99. $24.99. It's a Holland EMI, $24.99. The best of Jeff Beck. If anybody out there is interested in helping host shows, we could use you in the near future. If you think you can get on here and jump in the fire with all these crazy people. The Jeff Beck in the front was Blow by Blow, $19.99. $19.99. Also a nice copy. This is the blue and black Epic label, early 80s press. It's definitely a reissue. There's a barcode on the back. Okay, Elton John's A Final Call, Robbie Summerlin 20, and the Metallica Tom Sullivan's Out 007 Platinum has it for 80. Now, I don't know where I found that, but maybe I can find more stuff. But no, there's nobody here any longer at Collectco that would normally fill in for me. Just me. We have a 2010 USOG, only time on vinyl, Bare Naked Ladies, All in Good Time. A $55 start. $55 start for Bare Naked Ladies, sealed, all in good time. Craig Thomas said, send me a private jet, he will sail, and Hiram says, I'll host a show, give me a place to crash. So we got 2 people, they'll fly in, okay? We can do that. Oh, that was great knee pops right then. Whew. Oh, man, that felt pretty dang good. Oh, yes, that was my ankles. And now, oh, yeah. Okay. Retiring from teaching. Wow, 32 years. Thank you for your service. 32 years of teaching. Wow. Robbie Summerlin, Elton John, $20. This is sold for $20. Robbie Summerlin, one of my favorites there. And then Metallica over here, 1989. And this is sold to 007 Platinum for $80. Okay. And then Bare Naked Ladies is a $55 start. All right, we got quite a few no bids over here before I completely recap them. We'll get through all of them in just a second. Let me move some stuff up here. And this is all of our no bids for tonight. That's quite the pile there, but we hadn't really recapped them in a while. Final chance on Bare Naked Ladies. Okay. All right. Let's move this over, and I can almost condense these two. I can almost condense these 2 bonus crates into one, which would be great. Which means we still got quite a bit of stuff to sell, including these Judas Priest records. Here's Screaming for Vengeance. Okay. A 1982 USOG. Conservatively VG minus, but it would probably pass at VG, okay? It has the original on her sleeve, and this is a $10 start on Judas Priest. That's now up for bid, okay? $10 start on that, Judas Priest. I almost got these auctions condensed. I have. That's great. Now we got everything into one crate here. Nope, not yet. Almost. We can almost put them in one crate. Let's do this right here. All right. Okay. Turn this on. Time to change up a little bit. I'm going to be Yoda for a while. And let's do another crate of Vintage Bot Now Best Offer. Okay. All right. And here we go. All righty. I'm actually tying my shoe right now. I stand on my side of my foot so much. Did we finish going through this crate? We didn't really read the titles again, did we? So Jeff Beck, Iketina, Ted Nugent, James Taylor, Rita Coolidge. Let's do the camera like this for a second. Billy Joe, Emmylou Harris, ELO, Rod Stewart, Grover Washington, Dinah Ross, Steve Hackett, Dan Fogelberg, Emerson Lake and Palmer, John Kay, Randy Newman, man with that fold-out cover, Horse Lips, Grace Slick, America, Grover Washington, Iketina, Mad Shadows, Mellow Go, Nat King Cole, Changes, and this is Clockwork Orange, so it's a Pickwick budget label of the soundtrack, it looks like. 1999, David Bowie and Dave Clark 5. Okay? That was a good angle where you could see down there with me. And then Bare Naked Ladies is a no bid. It's a $55 buy it now. And Judas Priest has bids for 10 and 12. Okay? There we go. And I know there's some people asking about staff, like, where's this person? Where's that person? A couple times late at night when I've been wrapping up the shows, I was like, I'm not really going to bring it up, not really going to talk about it too much, but I'm sure some of y'all are very curious. There were like 3 people less here at Collectco. Some people were released. Some people chose to leave. Most of them were released. I'm not going to say anything else but that. That's not me. Just like I don't talk about no bidders, we won't talk about things that happen here at the store. But I know some of y'all are highly connected and watch every night, and you're probably curious. But I'll just say that there's some people no longer working here. So, and curiosity peaked for a while, but you're not going to be getting anything out of me. That's just what happened. So you can let your imagination run wild. ELO, $12. ELO, $15, Stephen Douglas. ELO, $15. How much was Fogelberg, Billy Joel, ELO, and Priest? Okay, let's go pull those. But what I've been telling everybody is nothing's changed here. If you're here to buy records and to support Collectco, that still remains the same. Absolutely, that still remains the same. But that's all to be said. Some very unfortunate situations. So it's very tough running a business. Extremely tough. We have Dan Fogelberg, Captured Angels, $9.99. And Billy Joe, An Innocent Man, $14.99. Billy Joe, An Innocent Man, $14.99. Okay, so over here we have, so we had an offer on ELO for 12. I said 15. Judas Priest 15. Judas Priest 22. Stephen Douglas said sold. Okay. The Bare Naked Ladies, Travis, was All in Good Time sealed. Sealed for 55. Sealed for 55. I'll be selling my company to a few associates if I'm coming to work for you in retirement. That sounds awesome to me. Well, I need some knowledgeable retired people to price records, research them, and Chad, is Ladybird record still available? No, I've already sold it to Robert Vladicek. Well, Julie is still there. Yeah, my mom's still here. I hadn't fired her yet. If anything, she'll fire me. My mom is still here. She hadn't been fired yet. Melinda Deering on Fogelberg. This is sold to Melinda Deering. Thank you, Melinda. That's sold to you. And over here, let's see here. Kevin Chapman on Billy Joel. Kevin Chapman on Billy Joel for $12. That's sold to him for $12. And then Bare Naked Ladies is sold for $55 to Travis Woods. Yeah, Robert Vladicek already bought that, Kelly. He already bought it for you. All right. And then Judas Priest over here. And Judas Priest over here is sold to Richard Bradshaw for $22. That's sold to Richard Bradshaw for $22. No, nobody was cut because of finances. No, I had nothing to do with it. Next auction is going to go up right now. This is MC5 back in the USA. Unfortunately, a really low copy, a 1970 US OG. This is GG plus condition. GG plus condition. As y'all know, these are typically that. The other night we had one straight priced, and I was like, wow, it's actually in good condition. And I think it's still laying around here somewhere. But this, unfortunately, is a beat up. So how about a $5 start for MC5? A $5 start for MC5. That is now up for bid, okay? $5 start for MC5. But I'll promise this. This is Collectco. I'm invested in this for the rest of my life, buying and selling collectibles. I've been doing it since I was a kid. I'll be doing it probably for the rest of my life. And so that's always going to be here and everything we promise and guarantee. But I'd say if you're going to be following us for the next years, we'll probably have people come and go. Hopefully not at a high rate, but I'd say over the years, there'll be people come and go. Now, I've had some people here that's already worked for me 5 and 6 years. Ed, John, they're hopefully not going to go anywhere until they just decide they're going to retire. And then when they decide they're going to retire, I'm going to handcuff them and not let them leave, okay? But, you know, that's what's going to happen in a business. There'll be people come and go, whether the situation's good or bad. So, I mean, can you imagine how many people I'll probably go through in the next 20 years? But the good people, hard to find and keep for sure. That's a challenge. Okay, we have Rush Fly By Night. This is a 180 gram VG Plus, and this is a $20 start. So this is the 180 gram remaster VG Plus condition, a $20 start. Fly By Night, that is a solid, a Seth grade of VG Plus, which looks beautiful to me. That's a $20 start, okay? And MC5's at $5. So we got a new crate that's never been shown. Buy it now or best offer happening right now. Buy it now, best offer. But we do need some help. I'm already trying to recruit somebody I know to come help me scout and buy collections. That's a big thing here, but we have plenty of inventory. We have plenty of inventory, so we're pretty good for a while. We've been digging stuff out. All the stuff we've been selling was already in this building, and it's full of records. But eventually we'll have to get out and scout and buy some collections. And then I do need somebody that maybe can fill this capacity a few times a year. We have a pretty new record pricer, Patrick. He's awesome. He's doing a great job. He knows music well. You'll be hearing me say his name a lot. And then I could probably use somebody else to help price records and research auctions and stuff like that. Because right now, Henry, my business partner, he's been helping out. I've been doing some stuff too, photographing and researching auctions when I can. So, yeah, I mean, we'll eventually need some help, but we're pretty covered right now, especially on buying. We got plenty of inventory, but this business, you always got to be buying stuff, like all the time. So, but yeah, I have a list of people trying to sell stuff right now. So, and the problem is like, when am I going to find time to do it? So we're trying to find somebody that can travel with Tanner and Henry and Tyler, who knows records and can scout stuff and, you know, do stuff like that. Okay. All right, here we go. We'll move on, start selling records. That's why I'm here primarily, and to have some fun. The very best of the Fleetwoods, $9.99. $9.99. Love Will Never Pass Us By. That's Ronnie Millsap. That's $9.99. Ronnie Millsap. The Johnny Winter Story, $19.99 for Johnny Winter. And this is John Sebastian Songbook. I love this hop sticker. John Sebastian featured in the Woodstock movie, singing Younger Generation. $14.99 for John Sebastian. And we have another Nitzinger. And Nitzinger is Live Better Electrically. That is $19.99. The last bid that came in on MC5 was $5 and then $6. Just a $6 bid on MC5, but it is low grade, GG plus. And the last bid on Rush was $25 for Aliens Among Us. $25 for Aliens Among Us. So Rush is at $20, Rush is at $20, and then Rush is at $25, Aliens Among Us. That's Fly By Night. I like to give records away for free. Can I sell? No, if you try to give stuff away, you won't be here very long. The Nitty Gritty Dirt Band Alive, $39.99. Now you can pay for them and then give them away to customers. That's fine with me. They'd love you if you do that. If you say while you're working here, you'll pay for something, then give it to somebody. Nitty Gritty Dirt Band, that one doesn't come through too often. $39.99. And we have Miseris Longa Vista Brevis by The Nice with Keith Emerson. That one is $29.99. And then the Romeo and Juliet soundtrack, $19.99. Romeo and Juliet. And then Friends, $12.99. MC57, MC510, and then Hammers Up on Rush at $25 with Aliens Among Us. I was going to make sure nobody else wanted to be at MC5's at $11. It is a low-grade G plus copy, but still very desirable record. All right, over here. And some of y'all saying you want to work for me. I don't know if you do or not. I mean, I'm pretty demanding. My work ethic is, some people classify it as insane, and I have a strong premise on attention to detail and not making silly mistakes. So everybody's held to a high standard here. So you know how I work, almost around the clock. So tell to some people, I'm like, I don't know if you want to come work for me or not. I'll be like, is there a reason that you didn't put this sticker? I'll walk up to somebody. Is there a reason you didn't put this sticker perfectly straight? Okay, that's strike one, all right? Don't ever do that again. No, I'm joking. I'm very easygoing. We have Zappa Freakout. This is a beautiful German press. I mean, a beautiful 67 German press. This is a $35 start. $35 start. The Mothers of Invention Freakout. $35 start. That's now up for bid. What's the Friends? The Friends is a compilation from A&M Records. Fairport Convention, Cat Stevens, Ron Davies, Quincy Jones, Lambert, Honeycomb, Free, Spooky Tooth, Lou Michaels, Humble Pig, Bloodwood Pig, and The Move. $12.99. $12.99. There's that. And I already bought one from you. I was about to say, when you bought that, I think you've already bought one. And my gut feeling was right. So this is still available. Travis is putting this back. It's still available for $55 if anybody wants that. Employee discount. There isn't one. We have Rush. No discount. We have Aliens Among Us gets Rush for $25. $25 all on musical taste. Well, that's true, but I'll let everybody go with their flow with their own taste. Matthew Hendon, you're out on the MC5. T-Dog has it. And this is a beautiful 67 German pressing of the Mother's Invention, $35, okay? Buy it now, best offer. Nice, Zeppelin. It is a 5-digit early 80s specialty press, $44.99. $44.99 on Led Zeppelin. And John Mayall, looking back, John Mayall is $26.99. John Mayall, Blue London, $26.99. Mothers has a bid for $35 and MC5 $12. Gentle Giant Interview, $19.99 for Gentle Giant Interview. Next, coming from the bonus crate is Kicks. Yeah, you heard me correctly. It's got some kind of defect on it, Seth said. Let's see what kind of defect he has. It's got one of those impurities pressed into the vinyl there. You know, those typically don't affect playback too much, maybe a little bit of light noise. And other than that, it's got a couple scuffs on that side. So buyer beware, but this should be just fine. And we're just going to put it up for a $5 start. $5 start on Kicks. $5 start on that. Zappa has two $35 bids. MC5's at $12, which means T-Dog's out. Seth is, yeah, he's fired. Just not legitimately. Just not legitimately. He's fired in a sense that just no one likes him. We have Leon Russell Carney, $14.99, and Johnny Winter and $19.99 for Johnny Winter. It's a 70s press, $19.99 for Johnny Winter. I'll go through all the no bids in just a second. Gary U.S. Bonds on the line. Gary U.S. is $9.99. Kicks has a bid for $5. Zappa's tied. So, Chris, you tied Matthew Hendon. T-Dog's out on MC5. We're about to sell that for $12. And Donna Summer's Greatest Hits Volume 2. Donna Summer is $9.99. And Nat King Cole, Songs for Two in Love. Nat King Cole, $9.99. These are all buy it now best offer. And Amazing Grace, the best of Judy Collins, $9.99. The best of Judy Collins. That's a UK copy, $9.99. And Ray Stevens' Greatest Hits, The Streak, $9.99. Kicks 5, Kicks 6. Johnny Rivers is sealed for $14.99. And Neil Diamond, Just for You. Neil Diamond. Some great songs on here. Cherry Cherry, Shiloh, Solitary Man. This is on the Bang label. Great. That's the first label, too. Not bad whatsoever. Nice Neil there, $14.99. That's got some of his. I love his early stuff. He kind of lost me in the mid to late 70s. That's when my Neil Diamond interest falls off heavily. It's kind of like Elton John. It's like greatness and then whoa, then maybe a couple, but Neil just, to me, whoosh, I'm out. But the early stuff's great. We have MC5 here. This is sold for $12 to Matthew Hendon. Zappa's at $36. Matthew Hendon, you're out on that one. And then Kicks is at $10 and Kicks is at $11. Okay, so let's move these down right there. All right, next thing is the original Delaney and Bonnie, except no substitute, $19.99. And Quiet Village, that is the exotic sounds of Martin Denny. The exotic sounds of Martin Denny, that's in shrink, $9.99. And we have Ted Nugent, Weekend Warriors. Ted Nugent, $14.99. 1 second, please. All right. Mothers has a new bid for $40. Kicks is at $11. Voyeur, David Sanborn, $9.99. Voyeur, David Sanborn. And then over here, Graham Parker and The Rumor, The Up Escalator, $9.99. Ted Nugent's been hot tonight, $14.99. No Condition Notes, original under sleeve. That's actually pretty dang nice. Just a little bit of edge wear up here. Still VG Plus on the jacket, in my opinion. Gladys Knight and the Pips, $9.99. There's a whole nother crate of pre-owned to go after this. Wow, there's still 227 people watching tonight. Thanks, everybody, for spending your Friday night with us. Still going through new vintage. Then we'll probably do some kind of half-off crate. And then I did promise the jazz people last night we would knock out the other half-off jazz. We went through 2 half-off jazz crates last night. And there's only like 5 records that was left. So that was pretty cool. And we might do something like that again. How about Ace Frehley going up for bid? Live +1. A VG minus copy for a $10 start. Once again, just some scuffing, nothing significant. I'll let you know if it's like, man, this thing's got a gash in it. Otherwise, just like a lot of hairlines. $10 on Ace, and that's up for bid. Kicks was at $15. Ted Nugent, $10. That is sold for $10 to JCB. And Melinda getting that great Neil Diamond for $10. No Condition Notes on Nat King Cole. What about those Hatchet Ed? I've already shown them, but I will go through them again. The only thing, well, here, I'll keep it simple. The only thing left is DJ Jazzy Jeff and the Hank Williams Jr. The rest of them already sold. This is Parrots. Parents Just Don't Understand for $6.99. And then we did a bundle on the Hank Williams Jr.'s at $5 each. That was actually those. That was all that was left there. Okay, and then no Condition Notes on Nat King Cole. So what happened on Zappa? Out. So this is sold to Matthew Hendon for $40. Freak Out. Beautiful German press of that. 67 original, actually. And then Kicks had that one impurity and some scuffing, but other than that, not bad whatsoever. And Corey, 15. Victor Guerra, out. This is sold to Corey for $15. And that's on YouTube as EM7 Corey. And then Ace Frehley, just a $10 start. Live +1. Rip it out. I got it made. What's the track listing on here? Yeah, Rip It Out. I thought so. Rip It Out, Break Out, Something Moved, Rocket Ride, and Words Are Not Enough. Rest in peace, Ace. I still got the signed Ace Frehley Les Paul. Still got it if anybody wants it. Tyson has that for 10. It's only $15,000. That will help fund a lot of my expenditures for this year. We have Everything is Everything, Diana Ross, $9.99, and Linda Ronstadt, Heart Like a Wheel. The cover, unfortunately, pretty worn. No condition notes on the vinyl, $9.99, and Rockets is $9.99. David Sanborn, did I show that? No. Voyeur is a gold stamp promo, really clean looking for $9.99. Yep, very nice looking for $9.99. Okay. Next, the last rush did well. Here's another one. This is a U.S. reissue, a PRC VG minus for a $10 start. Now, why did he grade this VG minus? I'm going to tell him to start bumping these grades up. People are going to be getting these records and be like, dang, I would have paid $40 for this. This is like near mint minus. Yeah, it's got some scuffing on it, but I don't know about VG minus. Rush, a $10 start, and it has the correct company or sleeve. And if you'll give me the next 30 minutes, I'm going to read you the lyrics to 2112. And the meek shall inherit the earth. Dun, 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 dun. $10 start on Rush. Don't have time for that. We have Burger's Hot Tuna. Oh, Hot Tuna there. You're my Calcoan from Jefferson Airplane. Prism is sealed for $19.99. Craig Weatherford wants David Sanborn. That is sold. Rush has a bid for 10. Bob Dylan, Empire Burlesque, $24.99. My Maria, B.W. Stevenson. He's kind of a one-hit wonder. That is sealed for $14.99. What is this strange device? When I play it, it gives forth a sound. It's got wires that vibrate and give music. What can this thing be that I've found? See how it sings like a sad heart and joyously screams out its pain. Chords that build high like a mountain. Wow. I know it's most unusual to come before you so, but I found an ancient miracle. Wow. Goosebumps. We have ELO, $19.99 in shrink wrap, and I can't get it out of my head. $19.99 on that. Fresh Cream, that's their debut, a U.S. press, $39.99. And Emmylou Harris, Pieces of the Sky, $14.99. Dio, Holy Diver, a U.S. original for $44.99. A gem to wrap up the crate, $44. Rush, Ace has got one bid. So did Tyson Morgan for $10. Thank you, Tyson. And 2112 is at 16, and that is with T-Dog. That is with T-Dog. Man, yeah, this is epic. Oh, man. Listen to my music and hear what it can do. There's something here as strong as life. Wow. I can't believe you're saying these things, they can't be true. John Kaiser on Dio. So to John Kaiser. Done. Rush is at 18. Eric Van Leuven a close second. Martin Denny. Quiet Village was probably $9.99 in shrink. Nice. Yeah, that's my favorite part. I guess from when he finds the guitar. Yeah, from Discovery up into the Dream. But yeah, that right there. I could just listen to that right there. Man. You can hear him he's playing the guitar. He starts getting better and better. Starts playing the riffs and stuff. Scorpions, Love Drive. Scorpions is a 1979 USOG. 1979 USOG. This is a $20 start. Love Drive. $20 start on Love Drive. Quiet Village, $6. Yeah, I'll never forget the first time I heard it. I think I had a CD comp of Rush one time, and it had just a portion of it. It had a portion of 2112, I think, like not the whole thing. And the first time I ever listened to the album, he started singing that part, that music, that part right there, and it caught my ear. I was like, whoa, wait a minute. I knew I was listening to the song 2112, but it was my first time ever listening to it. And it got to that part right there, the listen to, the first time I heard that right there, Getty singing that, listen to my music. I heard that and I went, whoa, it just did something. I was like, wait a minute. And then I got really engaged. And from there, I was a Rush fan. It was that part of that song, him telling that story. And I realized what was going on. I was like, wait a minute, he's telling some kind of epic story here about finding a guitar. And that was like I'm sure some of y'all had that same moment, whether it was with Rush or some other band. But that was the moment for me. I was like, holy crap. This is like next level here, okay? This is next level crap, okay? This is next level crap. We have Billy Idol, Whiplash Smile. This is an 86 OG Carrollton Inner Sleeve EX Plus, $20 start. Billy Idol, Whiplash. It does have a little bit of a crease there, but the vinyl's nice. The Rush has been graded VG minus. Now, I think that's a little harsh, but we have to call it VG minus. Yeah, it's got more scuffs than it should for a VG copy, but nothing altering, okay? And right now, the high bid is JCB at 20. No, the high bid is Aliens Among Us at 18. 18, and T-Dog, you're out. He just asked the condition. The Scorpions has a bid for 20, and Billy Idol's a $20 start. That is another show I have to go to. That's in November. They're playing in Atlanta. They're playing in Atlanta in November. I never did get to see Neil Peart, so never did get to do that, but I'll definitely go see this new lineup. All right, I am going to chug some Monster, and we got to go through another crate. Great Monster there. All right, if anybody else needs a price or anything, did I sell him that Martin Denny? I did, okay. The Fleetwoods. Let's do this right here. The Fleetwoods, Ronnie Millsap, Johnny Winter. Stop shaking, camera. There we go. Love and Spoonful, Knit Zinger, Nitty Gritty Dirt Band, The Nice, Romeo and Juliet, Friends Comp, Zeppelin, John Mayall. Somebody asked about this one. John Mayall, Looking Back. It's called Looking Back. Blue London label, $26.99. Zeppelin's a mid-70s. No, it's a early 80s specialty press, but it's nice. Obviously, didn't get to see them. They stopped touring 25 years before I was born. One of my favorite bands there. If you don't know a lot about me, if you're new to watching, you'll find out I have a really soft spot for Zeppelin. Gentle Giant, Leon Russell, Johnny Winter, Gary U.S. Bonds, Donna Summer, Nat King Cole, Judy Collins, Ray Stevens, Johnny Rivers, Delaney and Bonnie. That is Graham Parker, Gladys Knight, Dinah Ross, Linda, Rockets, Hot Tuna, Prism, Dylan, B.W. Stevenson. ELO's a nice copy. Cream, and Emmylou Harris, Piece of the Sky. I'm probably the most knowledgeable about Led Zeppelin, both the band, their history, their music, and about their records. I'm probably a self-proclaimed expert, okay? There's still a lot to learn. I still find out stuff all the time, but definitely on their records. That's one of the biggest things I collect. The Beatles is so complicated. Just their history. There's so much history there, and they're the most talked about and written about band of all time. I probably know about their stuff the second most, but that's a lot to take in if you want to be a Beatles expert. It is a lot. Just the records, but not only that, the band history and all kinds of stuff. Aliens Among Us gets Rush for 18. The Scorpions is sold to JCB for 20. And Billy Idol's a $20 buy it now. Billy Idol's a $20 buy it now. Whiplash Smile. Okay. So much to know about the Beatles. There's more information on them. I mean, you can look up, like, they have records of what they were doing on a daily basis. I mean, I'm pretty sure there's a Wikipedia page, and it's a daily breakdown of what those guys were doing there. I mean, they have the most documented, researched band ever, really. I mean, there's people who have tried to figure out what they were doing almost every day for about 10 years. No bids. Yes, let's do that. Let's do that. Okay, so no bids. Let's start with the most recent. Billy Idol, Whiplash Smile, an 86 USOG inner sleeve EX Plus, $20. Bare Naked Ladies, All in Good Time, a 2010 USOG, only time ever on vinyl, sealed, $55. Led Zeppelin, a vintage bootleg, live at Los Angeles Forum, VG Plus, $95, 2 LP, full show. The Best of Chad Atkins, Japanese, Obi, $35. Styx is OG seal, just $20, but the cover is split at the bottom and split on the spine. Styx is $20. Chet Baker, Hats Off, the Marachi Brass, sealed, an unopened copy, $25. The Mamas and Papas, Japanese pressing, $35. Here's an interesting one here. Chromongangon, CROMAGNON, and that's a number 331-777, $30 buy it now, silver and black vinyl, and the name of the album is Orgasm. That's an interesting shaped cover on the back. And then this is a really cool Beatles here. This is the Savage Young Beatles. That's the unofficial. The real one is an orange cover, and it's a $500 to $800 record. Very tough to get. I've only ever had one. This is the unofficial, still a 60s pressing, and it was $55. The Savage Young Beatles, $55 on that. And the only box set was the Neil Young, which is a really cool set because some of these are, well, all these are tough OGs to get. These are all tough OGs to get. Freedom, Ragged Glory, Weld, and Ark. I don't know if that was even originally released. I know Ragged Glory's tough to get, and Freedom. Freedom's not too expensive, but it's just tough to get. Ragged Glory's like a $100 record. This has a bonus disc. So double, triple, triple, and single. That's 6, 8, 9 LPs of music. 9 LPs of music. $120. And those new were $200. So that's a great deal on the Neil Young box. Those new were $200. 120, 9 LPs. Freedom's a double. Ragged Glory's a triple. Weld is a triple. And Ark is a single disc. 130 for Zeppelin and Beatles boots. Sell these to Matthew Hendon for 130. You got it. Okay, thank you on that. And maybe one day we'll get one of those OG Savage. You know, there's another, y'all know the bootleg label, or there's a label called Adam 8. It looks like a V with the 3 Roman numerals. That was kind of like a K-Tail comp. They did some like compilations. Well, there's one where they did the John Lennon. He's on the cover. That's another interesting Beatles record. It's also yellow. It's an Adam 8 compilation, and there's John Lennon. That's another one kind of like this. A lot of people have it and think it's a very valuable record, but they're mostly bootlegs, but the real ones can get really expensive. If anybody knows what I'm talking about, it's an Adam 8, John Lennon. He's on the cover. So that's pretty cool. Okay, we hadn't started this crate yet. Just a handful in here, but let's put up some more new auctions. Okay, let's put up some more new auctions. I've got quite the crates over here to go through. First thing I have is this. I got Led Zeppelin, Speak of the Devils, and I got the Police. Okay, this is Led Zeppelin 3, 5-digit catalog number. That's immediately going to tell you it's a reissue. Any of those first 5 albums on Atlantic will be 4-digit. Quick Education, 5 digits, automatically reissue. But also you can have 4-digit and still have reissue. It depends on the rim text, the address for their headquarters or their main offices. That will tell you quickly what pressing you have. Specialty. This is the George Piros cut /GP. But unfortunately, it's in VG minus G plus condition. So a pretty low-grade Zeppelin here. Lots of scuffing on it. $10 start. Mid-70s reissue on that one. And the Police Regatta de Blanc, a 79 US, maybe a VG copy, also a $10 start. So $10 start on Zeppelin, $10 start on the Police. Those are now up for bid. All right, let's get started with this crate. Buy it now, best offer. First thing in here is Chad Atkins and his guitar, and that's $9.99. Chad Atkins and his guitar. A Taste of India, Martin Denny. Taste of India, Martin Denny, $9.99. Creedence Clearwater Revival. Feels heavy. Should be on a blue and black label. That's the first clue right there. This is OG stamped. I think that's a first, or at least an older copy. $34.99. Zeppelin 10, Police 10, Zeppelin 10. Let's go ahead and start a third auction. What else could I pull out of my hat over here? Municipal Waste. That'd be a little something different for tonight. I don't know what this is here. Kiss, Kiss, Kill, Kill. That doesn't sound fun, does it? KKKK. This got a barcode on it? Let's see what's going on here. It's tagged for a pretty high start, but I need to check on it. And so let me do that right now. Out of college, money spent, see no future, pay no rent. Kiss, Kiss, Kill, Kill. Yeah, it's not cheap. They start at $45, and the sleeve is G plus on that one in mint. So I think ours is slightly better. It looks like a pretty nice jacket and a pretty nice disc. Let's take a look at it. Kiss, Kiss, Kill, Kill. Horror Pops. I think that's the name of the artist. I just had it pulled up. Let me figure out the information. This is the Horror Pops, Kiss, Kiss, Kill, Kill, 2008 Psychobilly Punk Rockabilly. So near mint minus vinyl and VG plus jacket, $45 start. $45 start on this. There's the, wow, 2 MoFi sleeves. That's an extra one. So KKKK. Gotta be careful with that one. That's a strange abbreviation. But anyways, we have over here Pete Townsend, White City, $14.99. Frank Sinatra, Come Dance With Me, $14.99 for Sinatra. And The Who's Last, $34.99. A 2 LP live. The Almond Joys, Early Almond Brothers, Dwayne and Greg Almond, $34.99. It's actually got some pretty cool songs on here. I like Dr. Phone Bone. That's a cool one. And You'll Learn Someday. And there's one more. Maybe Gotta Get Away. Those are all pretty cool songs. $34.99. So Zeppelin has got up to 12 of Larry Gonzalez. And the other bidders out. The Police is at 12. I'll make sure Robbie Summerlin's done bidding. And Kiss, Kiss, Kill, Kill is a $45 start. Kevin Chapman got Sinatra for 10, and that actually brings me to a point. I need to swap out crates right quick. We have filled up another crate tonight. That's pretty epic. That's pretty epic. We need to fill up about 2 more in the next hour or 2 to be like very successful night selling records. If I could have picked up the pace on some of these auctions, we would have already been there because I have like a whole crate of auctions still. and that'll give them motivation to get even more ready. All right. So here we go. Vandenberg Alibi. Vandenberg is $29.99. Bob Dylan Biograph. This is actually pretty cool set here. 5 LPs. Great Dylan comp. $49.99. Looks like the top of the box has a little bit of wear or discoloration, but other than that, they have no condition notes on the vinyl. So Dylan, 5 LP. I've always said some of these vintage box sets are great values. If they said right now we're going to remaster Dylan's catalog and do a 5 LP box of his best music from his most iconic years, the mid 60s through the late 60s, it'd probably be what, $299 or something, a 5 LP Dylan box. So $49.99 I don't think is bad. Same thing for Bruce. Bruce stuff is expensive. If they ever reissued this iconic Live 7585, it would probably be $300. So you can buy the OGs for $40-$50. Police is still getting bids, but we're done on Zeppelin. Zeppelin sold Larry Gonzalez for $12. And if anybody wants Kiss Kiss Kill Kill, it's a $45 buy it now. $45 buy it now. 4K. Kiss Kiss Kill Kill. All right. Done. Put that over here in the no bids. Do ra-da-da, shoo-ba-da-da, da-da-da. Okay, next is Ted Nugent, State of Shock. Another Nugent. No condition notes, $14.99. And James Taylor, Walking Man, $24.99. The Police is at $14 with Stephen Douglas. Profile 2, The Best of Emmylou Harris, $14.99. Cream Disraeli Gears, a UK copy, $34.99. Wow, look at that. That's unusual. Beautiful vinyl too. $34.99. The cover has a little bit of damage over here. $34. My first Zeppelin album. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. That's wild. What are the unsold auctions? You just missed them. But if you stand by for about a few minutes, we'll go through them again. But you just missed them. You got on a very bad time. Rush. U.S. reissue around 1979. G condition. It does have some feelable marks. $5 start on Rush. $5 start on Rush. There is a stain, and the vinyl's in G condition. James Taylor for $18. That is sold to Michael Nath. And he just keeps on walking. Walking Man. Olay ELO, $19.99. An ELO compilation, $19.99 for ELO. And then we have The Rockets, No Ballads. The Rockets is $9.99. Golden Great. And we're back. Y'all missed me cussing out my mic. I was letting that thing have it. I called it every name in the book. I called that mic right then everything you could think of. And honestly, you missed it. All right. I'm going to take this opportunity to stretch. Oh, gosh. All right. So, somebody said we went off at G Great. All right, so Golden Greats, Martin Dini, $9.99. Gary U.S. Bonds, Dedication, $9.99. The Power and the Glory, Gentle Giant, $19.99. John Mayall, Blues from Laurel Canyon, $26.99. And TSO Houston wanted Rockets. So did TSO Houston. I missed that. Thank you. Okay, so the Police, Stephen Douglas, $14. This is sold to Stephen Douglas for $14. And then Rush was a G plus copy, really low grade. The last bid on this that came in was T-Dog at 7. T-Dog at 7. Kramer starting now. That's when he fell in love with Pam. Pam? Pam. I like that name. Pam. Pink Floyd. The Wall. I had a feeling. Wow. A gold stamp promo. The vinyl, though, unfortunately, VG minus. A Terre Haute second sleeve. We're going to start it for just $20. I have become Pink Floyd. Has the insert paper sleeve there. $20 start on that. I have a feeling. My hands. Look, Mommy, an airplane. Blue sky. Bobblehead Todd gets Kill, 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 Kill for $35. Pink Floyd has a bid for $20. Matt Bushy on Gentle Giant, $15. Sold. John Mayall, Gary U.S. Bonds, Martin Dini, Oleolo, Cream, Emmylou Harris, Ted Nugent, Bruce, Bob, Vandenberg, Almond Joys, The Who, Pete Townsend, CCR, Martin Dini, and Chet Atkins. Goodbye, blue sky. Goodbye. Goodbye. Boom, 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 boom. Look, Mommy, an airplane. Wow, are these all your guitars? Read on education. Some epic songs on that album. Run, run, run. Rush is sold for $7, and that's sold to T-Dog for $7. Wow. Larry has Pink Floyd for $20, and that's a final call. All right, and Municipal Waste. Yeah, I have to double check it. It's autographed, and I think they wanted me to look at it and make sure we didn't need to get it. Okay, it comes with an insert. That's probably good. Let me see what's going on here. The other one I had to check on. Let me check on this one too. It has an autographed insert with it. Okay, so this record, it does have an autographed poster. Yeah. Which has some of the value. It's not JS8 or anything, but it's obviously good. Yep. And this is going to be, with that poster, probably need a $45 start on Municipal Waste. Okay. And then Bob Dylan is sold for $40 to Preston Rose. Larry, you get Pink Floyd for 20. You're getting some classic album pickups here late, Larry. Led Zeppelin 3, Pink Floyd The Wall, all minimum bid. No condition notes on the mail as far as the vinyl, but there is some chipping going on up here. $26.99. Whew, I got to stop yawning. Holy cow. All right, we're ready probably for some discount. I know those have kind of been discount, but we're ready for legitimate discount crates. Hope y'all ready. We're ready for legitimate discount crates. As soon as I stretch my leg. Been pretty good tonight. Haven't had too many knee issues. But we have hit that time of the night where I got to do some condensing. I'm going to ask everybody where they're watching from. I need to find out where everybody's watching from. That's always very fun. You're going to say your city and state, or state. You don't have to get too specific. You don't have to get too specific. You don't have to get too specific. You know, don't be putting your like email and residential address out there for the world to see. Let me check on this over here. I hadn't opened my phone in like almost 7 hours. Make sure there's nothing pressing over here. There usually isn't. Most of my inner circle people know that I'm not available after 5 o'clock. And I usually tell them I'm never available. It's really hard to reach me. I have a lot of messages though. Oh my gosh. Facebook messages that are kind of addressed to me, text messages, friends and family and business, emails, and personal Facebook messages. I got a lot to do. Even my brother texted me today at 11:58. I'm just now seeing it. Even my very own brother texted me at 11:58 this morning, and I'm just now seeing it. Okay. Missed call, missed call, missed call. 1, 2, 3, 4 more missed calls. 156 unread text messages. That doesn't count ones I've opened that I forgot to mark unread again. 156 unread text messages. Wow. The municipal waste is on green. It's green and yellow splatter with sign poster, $45 start. Starting these sales at 5 o'clock. By 12, I'm like beat now because we used to start at 7, and you know, this time of night we'd only be 5 hours in. Now we're already 7 hours in, and it's about over. You know, we got about a good hour left in us, maybe. Whew. Otherwise, I'm going to pass out over here. All right, look at all these locations. Awesome. Mississippi, West Tennessee, North Carolina, Dallas, New York City. Wow, New York City. Texas, North Carolina, Arizona, Jersey, Connecticut, Oregon, Hermitage. That's not too far. Williams on Earth. Wow, Earth. Can you believe it? Kentucky, Illinois, LA, Zarnia. Wow, Michigan. I have a big brother and a big sister. Big sister works here for me. She does a great job too. Big brother wants to work here. He's a sheriff's deputy. He likes his job. He's a sheriff's deputy. I like having the law on my side. South Carolina, Florida, Houston, South Carolina, Georgia, and Ohio. Okay. And awesome. Let's make municipal waste a buy now for $45. And let's go through probably the one nonsense half-off crate of the night. I'm going to pick out one crate just to do insanely at half off. We do that at least once every night. 007 grabs the municipal waste. That was quick and fast. So did 007 Platinum. Alex Perez says, my current state is hammered. Alex has had a little bit too much sauce tonight. No telling what else I might bring out. I think I had another Aussie record over here. We had one the other night because I just seen two people comment that are Aussie guys. And let me bring out a pretty good auction here. Probably one of the best ones left for the night that's going to be happening. And let's bring out that Aussie. I'm probably going to... What happened is I ended up working after last night's sale, and I went home and skipped the gym, and I actually woke up at like 2 p.m. I usually wake up at 4. So I woke up 2 hours in normal, posted a couple of those pre-orders, worked on light boxes, and then... So I've been up 2 hours longer, too, than I normally do by now without sleeping as much. Now, we had one of these the other night. This is an Aussie pre-release montage. Now, we had this the other night. Now, we had one the other night that had a letter. And this one don't have the letter. But it's a pre-release montage from Diary of a Madman. It's a promo from Jet Records. 007 Platinum says, I've been drinking since 3 p.m. Bring on the Aussie. We can do it, buddy. $35 for Aussie pre-release montage. Chad is getting old. When I hit 30, I went downhill fast. My bones started hurting more. I got sleepier faster. Now, I can pack in a lot of energy. I give my all here for about 8 hours every night. And then I pass out. And then I've had enough. Here's 2 great auctions to make sure y'all are still watching. Aussie pre-release montage already has a couple bids. And this is an OG smashes, thrashes, and hits. An 88 US original. Now, I think there's a mark on it, so let me find that mark. Yeah, I mean, well, there's more than one mark, but no failables. It's a VG record, though. Kiss, a $25 start. Smashes and thrashes. Original inner sleeve. Not in print. $25 start. Okay, we just sold one. We sold one a couple nights ago, signed by Gene Simmons for $375. It was a picture disc signed by Gene. Aussie's already at $75. 007 says he's been hitting the sauce and he's going to be tough to outbid, so y'all might want to contact your bankers. And let's find that half-off crate, okay? Let's find that half-off. We'll probably pick out a crate that's pretty dang recent, and we'll blast through it at half-off. And we call that a half-off, no more, no less nonsense crate. I think I have found one right here. This has some really... Oh, man. I actually think we can do better than this one. Or let's just do 2. Let's do this one and another one, okay? Yeah, let's do 2. Let's do this one and let's find another one. Okay, let's see what's in this one. We'll do that one too just in a second. Let me see what's in this. I'm looking at dates too. March 3rd. That's actually been a while back now. But that's still pretty recent. Oh, yeah. Let's do this one. Yeah. Here's a good one. Here is a good one. Let me do one flip. If I veto something, meaning I'm always very honest, if I veto something, I'll pull it out and we'll put it up for auction, or I'll let y'all make an offer on it. Right now, I've vetoed one record. I have vetoed one record, but I'm always very honest about it. If I veto something, we'll be fair and put it up for auction. I have vetoed 2 records. But man, there's a lot I'm passing over that I wish I could veto. Holy crap. There's veto number 3. So 3 vetoes. That means this is a dang good crate. The rest I'm letting slide. I have vetoed 3 records. Those will be our next couple auctions, okay? You probably want to be paying attention. Y'all probably want to be paying attention here, okay? Awesome half-off crate. Collectively, there's about 2 crates of auctions left, but we'll finish those tonight and tomorrow. Here we go. Let me stretch my leg right quick. Oh, gosh. No Johnny Blue Skies have shipped to us yet. We've got them ordered. None have shipped yet, Scott. None have shipped yet. We'll try to get an update tonight on that. Okay. All right, so Kiss is at 38, and Ozzy is a final call for 75. Chad, I'm 49, and I've only slept 6 hours and 48. Golly, 6 hours and 48 hours. Holy crap. I've done stuff like that before, but it doesn't feel good later. I've stayed up for a long time before. I've played golf. I've done sales up until the night, woke up early, played in golf tournaments, come back after golf tournaments and done another 8-hour sale. And at the end, I was falling asleep, like falling over. And that's when I realized I never can do that again. All right, here we go. We have Frippinino, no pussyfooting, $20. This is a half-off crate. No condition notes, I don't think, on anything in here. This is pretty simple. Half off, no more, no less. $20 on Frippinino. Railroad Sound, steam and diesel, $7.50. Jackie Gleason presents Aphrodisia, $5 on that. And Foghat Night Shift, $7.50. The Aussie record is sold for $75 to 007 Platinum. James Hicks has Kiss for $45. That's Smashes, Thrashes, and Hits. Let's move that right over here. Next auction is going to be one of the vetoed records. Let me go get it. There was 3 vetoes out of this crate. I do have veto power, just like the president. I'm the president of Collectco. I'm also the commander-in-chief of our armed forces, which is Otis. This is a 79 Jacksonville press, so this is a third label, but really clean copy of Master of Reality. And as y'all know, any vintage pressing of this in high grade is desirable. And this is a $25 start. It does have a vinyl impurity mark right there. Other than that, yeah, this is pretty nice for a Master of Reality. And of course, the tough part, the jacket, not bad. Sweet Leaf, awesome. Children of the Grave, Lord of this World, Into the Void. Oh, man. A classic album, $25 start on Sabbath. Okay? First is Kiss is at 47. Michael Nath on Foghat. And we have W.C. Fields, the original voice tracks from his greatest movie, $7.50. In and Out of Focus. That's Focus for $10. This is some kind of UK copy, I believe. Yeah, it's Imperial Holland, German press. German. I'm sticking with German. Holland. German. Holland. It's a Holland press. $10. Blondie, Auto American. Blondie is $12.50. Black Sabbath 25, Black Sabbath 35. All right now. Da-da, 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 da-da. Won't you listen? Da-da. Dr. John, the Night Tripper. Nice. $20. And this is a clean copy, an Atco original for $20. Holy crap. Kiss is at 55. Black Sabbath is at 35. If you're just joining us, we're hot and heavy. Who's hot and who's heavy? We're right in the middle of a half-off nonsense crate. This is what people live and breathe through. This is what people live and breathe for here at Coletco, a half-off nonsense crate. They're like, Chad, give it to us. Eric Clapton was here. Excuse the nudity on the back. Eric Clapton was $10. Aerosmith Rocks, a clean-looking copy. It is an early 80s reissue, $13.50. Wow, that is clean. That's a very nice copy of Rocks. I'm back. I'm back in the saddle again. Some people say I can sound just like Steven Tyler. Kiss is at 57 with John Kaiser. Black Sabbath is at 40, and Kiss is at 58. Next is Al Cooper, New York City, You're a Woman. $10 on Al Cooper. And we have Leon Russell, Americana. Oh, Leon there is $7.50. CCR, that one's called Chugolin. And Chugolin's now just 15 bucks. Gatefold jacket. And so far, everything I've looked at here is really clean. No condition notes on any. That means all these are EX Plus or better. That means you're looking at EX Plus or better. Kiss is now at $60. $60 of Kaiser, and 007's at $45. JCB, you're out. Okay? Half off crate, no more, no less. Joe E. Covington's Fat Fandango. 10 bucks on that. 10 bucks on that. And we have T-Rex Tank. T-Rex Tank. This is half off, no more, no less. T-Rex has the poster with it. Nice. Look at this. There's Mark Bolan. That's I wonder where that tank is. That's pretty cool. And the vinyl's nice. Chad took too many golf balls to the head. I have not been hit in the head with a golf ball, but I have been hit right in the stomach. Right above my, let's see, the left side of my gut. Probably, yeah. Oh, man. I was nearly murdered. I took a golf ball to the gut at full speed before. When I tell you that didn't feel good, wow, look at this Stevie Wonder. $17.50. It's got a couple scuffs, but still, that is unusually nice for Stevie. And then T-Rex is $20. Black Sabbath is at $50. Kiss is at $60. Are we done? He's out on Kiss. And then 007's out on Black Sabbath. Okay. T-Rex was $20. Yeah, right in this. See, I'll point to George. Right in this area right there. My finger's too big. Right in that area of my gut. Oh, gosh. Whew. I'll never forget it. My brother towed one off the hosel, or I guess he shanked one off the hosel, and I was stupid enough to be in front of him to the left. We were walking off the tee box, sort of, but it was in our backyard. We was playing in our backyard. Oh, that was painful. Okay, we have Gilbert on Stevie Wonder. That's sold to Gilbert. Joe Castillo sold on T-Rex. Cameron Davis on Blondie. Cameron Davis on Blondie. Cameron Davis on Blondie. Robbie Summerlin, you were second. Thomas Hujar gets Aerosmith. So did Thomas Hujar. Sherry Darnell got CCR. Facebook's been hung up. Facebook's been hung up. Sherry Darnell got CCR. Chris Knapp on Dr. John. Now, one of them's already sold. Kristen Starr next on Stevie. Chris Knapp, you were second on T-Rex. And Kiss is sold. Facebook was backed up. Facebook was backed up. All those comments. I was wondering where everybody's claims were. I was like, boy, this is weird. 195 people watching and all these half-off records, they were all backed up. John Kaiser gets Kiss for $60. Let's get that in a new sleeve. Let's get that in a new sleeve. Aerosmith also is... Okay, Aerosmith already sold. Oh, no, a putback. Noah. No. No putbacks. Can't happen. This is sold. This is sold. And this is sold to John Kaiser for $60. Eric Van Leuven got the Dr. John, yeah. And then Black Sabbath over here is sold for $50, the JCB. Okay. All right. Thomas Ujar got the Aerosmith. Putbacks are very, very costly. Putbacks is the equivalent of, it's bad. Very, 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 very bad. We have Jeff Beck, Truth, and Beck Ola. This is a 2 LP, $17.50. 2 Jeff Beck albums and 1 gatefold package, $17.50. Next is I Told You So, Count Basie and his orchestra. $10 on Count Basie and his orchestra. I Told You So, $10. And Paul Butterfield, North South, Gold Stamp promo, $7.50. All righty. Now, Veto record number 2. Veto record number 2. A 69 Pittman press. You heard me correctly. A 69 Pittman press of Alice Cooper, Pretties for You. Alice Cooper, Pretties for You. A 69 Pittman press. Gatefold jacket on the original straight label. This is a very desirable pressing of this. We're talking about OG. This is his debut album. First press with the original company inner sleeve. This should get a lot of activity. $35 start. $35 start on Alice Cooper. $35 start on Alice Cooper. Okay, let's put this right over here. Michael Butler on Paul Butterfield, sold. What's the 2 Beck albums that are together? Truth and Beck Ola. Truth and Beck Ola. That's what's the artist name? It starts with an M. Magret. This is sold to Jay Nutria. Alice Cooper's at $35. Noah Colwell on CD putback. Okay. I'm glad you did it now. I think Ed a couple times told me, Noah got a little bit too many putbacks. There's only one thing I ask. When you buy something, before you say, I'll take it, you 100% unequivocally, without a doubt, definitely want it and definitely need it. Who wants this for $6.99? A tribute to Stevie Ray Vaughan. B.B. King, Eric Clapton, Robert Cray, Buddy Guy, Dr. John, Art Neville, Bonnie Raitt, Jimmy Vaughn. $6.99. Be careful of the putbacks, because let me tell you why. You're going to make a guy very angry, and he goes by the name of Hatchet Ed. And then that's all I've got to say. And every once in a while, we'll sick a dog on you. Hey, there's Otis. Whoa. Whoa. Golly. Dang it. Whoa. Did y'all see that? Whew. That was Otis. Ah. Ah. Yeah. Ah. That's a big dog. Whew. Hopefully that don't happen again. Alice Cooper has bids for $35 and $36. The Yardbirds, Shapes of Things. This is a 2 LP. $13.50 for the Yardbirds. $13.50 for the Yardbirds. This is a 2 LP. It's a compilation of Yardbirds music, 64 to 66. 64 to 66. $13.50. Hatchet Hell was to drive off the road. Wow. That was scary, wasn't it? Otis is scary too. V15 Type V. This is $12.50. Sure Audio Obstacle Course. You listen to this and you'll just become better. $12.50 on that. Paul Horn in India. Ragas for flute, Vienna, and violin. I love flutes. That is $10. And we have Ian Gillan Band, Scarabus. Ian Gillan from a lot of things. Deep Purple, Black Sabbath. Ian Gillan, $10. And we have the original music of Thriller, nothing to do with Michael Jackson, $7.50. Alice Cooper, $36. I've lost Kristen Start. Kristen Start, are you out there? Are you with me? Do you want to bid more than $36? It's all up to you. right now. The spotlight's on you. We're all waiting. We're all looking at you. It's all up to you. Next is, what year was the Gillen? This was 1977. It's yours. If not, so to Hiram. Jeff Beck Group, $10. Jeff Beck Group, really clean record, $10 on Jeff Beck. Boston, $17.50. Now, this is on the first label, but it's got a sticker covering the catalog, so it makes me think it's some kind of repress. They, as y'all know, made millions of those. When that came out, here's what they said at the pressing plants. Alert, 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 everybody, Boston, Boston, start making them. Go, 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 Boston. Ian Gillen is so to Jay Nutria. I've lost Chris and Start. He's about to lose Alice Cooper. He's probably out there and he's like, you know what? I'm just not going to say out. I can't admit it. I'm done bidding, but I just don't want to say it. Next is Black Sabbath Mob Rules. This was another record I vetoed. I vetoed this record, and we're going to start it for $25. It's an OG copy. Beautiful. Black Sabbath Mob Rules. $25 on Black Sabbath. That's now up for bid. We have Super Hits Volume 2. Chain, $10 on this. I'm a soul sitting on the dock of bay. Grooving. The beat goes on. Wow, there's some good. For what it's worth, Funky Broadway. There's some good stuff on here. $10 on that. Badfinger, Say No More. Badfinger is $10. And ZZ Top, Tres Hombres, $17.50. $17.50. ZZ Top, Tres Hombres. Kristen has decided he's out on Alice Cooper. $36. This was marked for $59.99, which is not a bad price. And now it only sold for $36. Wow. That's a nice Alice Cooper. OG first label, original company or sleeve. All those people at 7 o'clock, 5 o'clock, 6 o'clockers, it's like Alice Cooper, Alice Cooper, Alice Cooper. I mean, like, you shouldn't go to bed. You miss all the best stuff at night. They're like, oh, I've got to sleep. Oh, I've got to go to bed. And I'm like, what? For what? For what reason? Black Sabbath at $25. Mega Blast got ZZ Top. Sid Said got Badfinger. Mega Blast is passing on ZZ Top. And now Black Sabbath has one bid for $25. A steal. That's a theft of a price. The Yardbird, Shapes of Things. The Yardbirds is $10. And Tommy Bolin, Teaser. Tommy Bolin's $9 for Teaser. Tommy Bolin, $9 for Teaser. Next auction is Rush. This is a 1976 US. VG minus. Rush. VG minus. Caress of Steel. $10 start. $10 start. Soul Compilation 5. The Soul Compilation is $10. This is half off, no more, no less. The prices I'm telling you are the final decision. It's a sold or pass basis. Tommy Bolin is sold to TSO Houston. Rush has a bid for 10. We're about to sell Black Sabbath for 25. 1910 Fruit Gun Company, Goody Goody Gumdrops, $10. This is half off, no more, no less. No more, no less. This was not a Wally press. I've already checked. I checked it the first night we put it out. This is not a Wally press. No, I've already looked. This is not a Wally press. No Wally here. I think that's what everybody looks for. Everybody looks for those on Iron Maiden records too, I think. I think Wally did those earliest Iron Maiden records. I think he did those too. Okay. Over here, the next thing was Rush is at 10. Rush is at 13. Michael Butler on both Yardbirds. These are sold to Michael Butler. Awesome. MB, thank you. And then over here, we have Jay Nutria said, how much, no more, no less. And then Rush 10. And then Soul is sold for $10. And Soul is sold for $10 to Michael Nath. And then over here, we have Dr. John, Hollywood Be Thy Name, $20 on Dr. John. And then Rush is at 15 for with Aliens Among Us, okay? And Black Sabbath is sold to J Nutria for $25. J Nutria gets this for $25. That's sold to J Nutria. As soon as I said that, Rob Fordham has bid $30. That is very unfortunate for both of us. That's very unfortunate for both of us. That is extremely unfortunate for both of us. That was marked $49.99. I could have just left that in the half-off crate. I could have just left that in the half-off crate. Here's our next auction. Queen is a 1978 USOG. This is a VG copy. It is a $10 start. Unfortunately, no nudie poster. All the little people looking for all the nude bicyclists just went, oh, man. Rob Fordham said, too late. Yep. Let's see. So Rush 10. So what's on? I'm actually just now seeing where Kristen Stark said, what's on BS? I thought you said you wasn't buying anything else. He's trying to see the track listings on Black Sabbath. You missed that one too. You missed that one too. I thought you just said you just said I've already spent too much. Now he's requesting track listings. He can't make up his mind. Sounds like he may be hooked to watching Coletco. Sounds like you might need to go visit your local Cash Express in the morning. Hey man, listen. Here's the title to my wife's car. Give me an extra $2,000 or $3,000. I gotta get these records, man. I gotta get these. Here's the title to my wife's car. Please, whatever. Here's my wedding ring. I got to get these records. We have Crack the Sky Classic. That's $10. Crack the Sky is $10. More Credence Gold, $15. This is a half off, $15. Kristen just said he's hooked. He's gonna go title pawn his wife's Bronco in the morning. We have KT Tricoli. This is $7.50. $7.50. And I Cantina, enough said. I Cantina is $10. And we have Tommy Shaw Ambition. Tommy Shaw from Styx, $10. It looks like we're done on Rush. Sold to Paul Brothers for $18. Aries, $18. Aries, $18. I lost Alien Among Us. I lost them. Nobody been on Queen. Just a $10 buy it now. Wow, great album for $10. It's a little bit lower grade, but come on, $10. You can't even go buy a can of Monster for that nowadays. $10, they'll get you a gallon of gas right now. And then you can own this record forever for $10. We have Albert King, King Albert, $10. Albert King, King Albert, $10. And Spencer Davis Group, I'm a Man, $17.50. $17.50. Steve Winwood, Albert King, sold to Mega Blast. J Nutria, second. This is a half-off crate. Power Glide. This is $10. 3 people on Albert King. How much is Crack? Well, I don't sell that here. You may have to go. I probably can take you to a few places in Lebanon that does have that. Back there behind the Walmart. Yeah, I know a couple places you might can get it. Now, if you're talking about Crack the Sky, Crack the Sky is $10. And this was released in 1978. It's called Classic. It's a compilation. So Mega Blast got Albert King, J Nutria second. Have you ever had any Electric Angels? Yes. 007 Platinum third on Albert King. Michael Nath on AM. And AM for Michael Nath was Albert King. You were fourth. And then over here, what was the New Riders of the Purple Sage? It's called Power Glide. Promo and insert, $10. Kristen Starrett still buying records. Say bye-bye to his wife's car in the morning. Hello, Title Pawn. This is sold to Kristen Starrett for $10. Edwin Blom sold on Crack. The Sky. That's sold to Edwin Blom. And we have Vanishing Kids. $5. $5. And the best of Muddy Waters, $17.50. $17.50. The best of Muddy Waters. Power Glide. I'll take it. T-Dog gets Power Glide. George DeLisle, you were second. Master Ma on the best of Muddy Waters. Then J Nutria, then 007 Platinum. And then we got Wilkinson Tricycle. 69 Pittman Press, $20. I will go show you the Albert King poster. It's not for sale right now. It will have to be offered at auction at the correct time and date, but I will show it to you. You know me, I stash these posters around. I stash these posters around here like something fierce, okay? I had a few that I recently acquired from a local collector. I will give you an unveiling of it right now. I'll go ahead and say this. You might have to bring out your checkbook, even though I don't take checks, okay? I really don't know. But here's some really cool posters I recently acquired. Albert King, Antones, Cobras, ZZ Top, Nashville Fairgrounds, Stevie Ray Vaughan, early poster here, really early. And then this possibly locally made Grateful Dead Vanderbilt. This wasn't a commercial poster. Grateful Dead live in Nashville. Those are some really big rarities there. Those are coming up in the near future Coletco. One night we'll have a really special poster auction here. Probably like air horn after air horn type of stuff. But probably have some $50 and $100 stuff too. Those are $6.99. Maybe if you move the decimal to the right a couple times. Maybe if you move the decimal to the right on a couple of them. Dewey Terry Chief, 1972, $25 on Dewey Terry. $25 on that. That's interesting. If you're just joining us, we're in a half-off crate, no more, no less. T-Rex, Light of Love. T-Rex is $20. T-Rex to see the best of T-Rex, $13.50. And if you thought that Stevie Ray Vaughan was cool, check out this Stevie Ray Vaughan. This one, even a guy at Heritage I spoke to says he doesn't believe one has sold on market. This is rare. This is rare. Look at this. It's gigantic. Look at this Stevie Ray. Belgium. Huge. Rare. Big stuff there. Big money stuff there. Edwin Blom on Wilkinson. Sold. Michael Butler on T-Rex to see. The best of T-Rex. And Black Sabbath, Live Evil, $27.50. $27.50. The Clown Died in Marvin Gardens, Beacon Street Union, $12.50 on Beacon Street Union. The Guitar Album, $15. Clapton, McLaughlin, Buchanan, Gallagher, Ellen McWayne, Stone the Crows, Area Code 615, Link Ray, and others. Let's keep bringing out the Stevie Ray Vaughan stuff. But wait, there's more. But wait, there's more. Let's keep bringing out the Stevie Ray Vaughan stuff. Signed. Autographed. Now, rare being signed, obviously, but it is personalized to Grace. To Grace, love and happiness are something. He said, to Grace, love and happiness are something. Stevie Ray Vaughan. And then signed by Reese. He was in Double Trouble, and that other guy, the other guy. Reese played keyboards, I'm pretty sure. But it might be a way to get an affordable Stevie Ray Vaughan autograph. We're waiting for the letter. It's past JSA. I may go ahead and sell it soon and then ship the letter later. So that's coming. How much? Auction in the near future. None of this stuff's for sale right now. I mean, you'd have to throw out something really stupid for me not to sell it right now without putting it up for auction. You'd have to offer me something absolutely insane. While I'm in here, let me get on the scale. How much do I weigh? I need to shave off a few more pounds this week. I'm going to go on a hunger strike. Okay. Here we go. And, all right, more. Let's finish this half off. Sorry for the Stevie Ray Vaughan. No one got Black Sabbath? How about another Alice Cooper? I already pulled one out. Here's another one. $25. Alice Cooper, Easy Action. Insane. There's some insane stuff in here for half off. Soulful Strings in concert. $5 on that. In the Evening, Joe Turner. Joe Turner is $10. The Yardbirds Collection. $15 on the Yardbirds. Pop History Volume 10, Ginger Baker. This is $17.50. Judy Pulver, Pulver Rising. Judy Pulver is $10. And this is The Live Adventures of Mike Bloomfield and Al Cooper. $15 on that. Ernest Nunez on the Soulful Strings. This was a half-off crate. No more, no less. It's definitely worthy of another read-through. Holy moly, is it? What else is being authenticated over here? Jimmy Buffett. Oh, here's a really cool Kiss piece. This is stuff we're waiting for letters, but I think this is signed. Yeah, this is signed by the cast of the Scooby-Doo Scooby-Doo movie and Kiss. That's pretty cool. So Gene, Tommy, Thayer, Eric, Tommy, Paul, and Gene, and then I think the people who did the voices for the Scooby-Doo movie. So that's fully signed by everybody. We are awaiting the letter for that. It's a pretty cool piece, I think. That's a pretty cool piece. This is stuff. The letters won't be in for like 90 more days, but I may go ahead and sell it so we can go ahead and get the stuff shipped, and then I'll send you the letters later. And then this is one of the more valuable pieces we have right now as far as autograph posters. It's signed Jimmy Buffett, Tales from Margaritaville. It's where he did a book signing. That's all letter stuff. I got Motorhead, Jimmy Buffett, Stevie Ray Vaughan, Motorhead, Black Sabbath, Kiss, Trump, Donald Trump, Obama, Bill Clinton, Ozzy, Pantera, Cheap Trick, Robert Plant. I'll go ahead and show this for the first time since y'all are getting sneak peeks. Signed Robert Plant bootleg. How cool is that? So I'm thinking about doing all this in one night next week, probably next Tuesday, next Wednesday. and then we'll keep a log, and then I'll mail you all the letters later. But they've all passed. We just got to get them in the mail. It's going to be like 60, 90 days. So some cool stuff. Probably do some of that stuff next week. Next week. Buffett, although those are, everything I just showed is 1,000 to 3,000. Most of what I just showed right there was 1,000 to 3,000. All right, let's go through this half-off crate again. Next thing over here is price condition on Tommy Shaw. No condition notes, $10. No condition notes, $10. And then Count Basie and Joe Turner. Joe Turner sold to Rich T. Duke. And then Joe Turner, let's get that one pulled as well. All right, let's read through this half-off crate one more time. No interruptions, no auctions, just me, you, and records, okay? And that is sold as well to Rich T. Duke, okay? So Tommy Shaw, $10. We have Frippanino, no pussyfooting, $20 on that. Railroad, Sound, Steam, and Diesel, $7.50. Jackie Gleason presents Aphrodisia, that's $5. W.C. Fields, his original voice tracks from his greatest movies, $7.50. Focus, In and Out of Focus, a Holland press, $10. Eric Clapton was here. Clapton is $10. Al Cooper, New York City, You're a Woman. Al Cooper is $10. Leon Russell, Americana, $7.50. Joey Covington's Fat Fandango, $10. We're going to do one more half-off crate after this. And the reason we got to hurry is because I started the show at 5:15. That means Facebook expires. Facebook expires in about 27 minutes. So we have time to recap this one and do another one. And we'll do 2 more half-off crates back to back. And we'll probably have to wrap it up for tonight. We'll be back tomorrow at 5:30. But we'll do another half-off crate. So I wouldn't go anywhere. There's still 176 people still watching. Wow. 2 o'clock a.m. East Coast, and we still got 176 people watching. The V15 Type V, that is $12.50. Paul Horn in India, ragas for flute, Vienna, and violin, that is $10. The original music of Thriller, Pete Regulo and his orchestra, Time Label, $7.50. Jeff Beck Group, no condition notes, clean record, vinyl and cover. Jeff Beck is $10. Also, ZZ Top Tres Hombres, $17.50. 1910 Fruit Gum Company, $10. Boston, $17.50. Can't believe that's still there. Dr. John, Hollywood Be Thy Name, $20 on Dr. John. We also have more CCR Gold, $15 for CCR. KT Tricoli, $7.50. I wonder if Rob Fordham's still watching. Rob, I'll run through the no bids too if you're still watching. Rob Fordham, let me know, and anybody else that wants to see him. Icantina, enough said. Icantina is $10. Spencer Davis, I'm a Man, $17.50 for Spencer Davis. Vanishing Kids, Spirit Visions, $5 on that. We have Chief Dewey Terry, $25 on that. The Shure test record, the V15 Type V, was $12.50. T-Rex Light of Love, $20 on that. Black Sabbath Live Evil, that's a double LP, Black Sabbath Live with Ronnie James Dio, $27.50 on that one. Boston's like a VG Plus cover, has a little bit of that ring wear, which is common, and it's an orange label. Like I said, that's the first label, but I don't think it's the first pressing. $17.50 on that one. Nice vinyl, though. It's very clean. EX Plus. Beacon Street Union, The Clown Died in Marvin Gardens, $12.50 on that. The guitar album, this is $15. We have Alice Cooper Easy Action, 1970 Warner Brothers, $25 on Alice Cooper. Green Warner Brothers label, $25 on that. The Yardbirds collection, $15, a 2 LP, $15 for the Yardbirds. Pop History Volume 10, Ginger Baker, $17.50 for Ginger Baker. Judy Pulver, Pulverizing, $10. Boston is $17.50. And this was $10. The Live Adventures of Mike Bloomfield and Al Cooper, a 2LP, 15 on that one. 15 on that one. Anybody else before I go grab the other crate? Time's ticking far as Facebook time before we expire. We don't want to expire. That wouldn't be fun. Jules Silv gets the Black Sabbath. I was waiting for that to happen. And then Michael Butler on GB for Ginger Baker. But FYI, it has some writing on the cover. It's kind of faint, but it's on there. Just want to make sure you want that 100%. That's so to Michael Butler. And Jules gets the Black Sabbath. Now, what we do, there's too many good titles in here to bundle. I'll use some of this for the 9 a.m. Vintage Discount Crate. So if you don't buy them right now, they'll probably be in our group video. That's 9 a.m. I'm not saying tomorrow, but at some point, I'll probably use some of these for the 9 a.m. Discount Crate where they could be a couple dollars more and a couple dollars less. Kenny, have you seen a modern crate? So Jim B's getting really nervous. He needs some deals because he's got to feed his kids McDonald's breakfast in the morning. He had a good night last night, and he bought some Black Crow CDs tonight, but Jim B is getting nervous. He is like, oh no, my time is expiring. I'm running out of times for opportunities, and buddy, I need some stuff, okay? Hopefully you can stick with me. Hopefully you're ready. This has got some pretty cool stuff in it. I see soundtracks. I see comedy. I see all kinds of stuff. Let's go through this one, okay? Let's go through this one. Here we go. And before we do that, let's go through the no bids, okay? Next half off. Yes, half off, no more, no less. Half off, no more, no less. Let's do it. And this will probably be the last crate of the night because by the time we're done with this fully loaded crate, Facebook will probably be expired. Here are the no bids. The first one is a band I can't pronounce, but you're probably not shocked at that. Have you tried the Big Arch? I haven't had McDonald's in about 6 months. Not that I don't like it, but that sounds pretty good. I might have to go get... No, I got Mom's spaghetti. Definitely not eating McDonald's if I've got Mom's spaghetti. I got Mom's spaghetti to eat. This is Cro Magnon. Cromagnon. It's a 2015 French, silver and black, numbered $30. Mamas and Papas, $35. Japanese. Chet Baker, sealed. Hats off the Marachi brass, $25. Sticks was sealed for $20. However, it does have a seam split here and a seam split there. The jacket's pretty busted, but it's never been opened. $20 on that. The Best of Chad Atkins, $35 Japanese. Bare Naked Ladies was sealed, a 2010 OG, only time ever on vinyl, $55. And Billy Idol Whiplash Smile was EX plus 20. Make offers on any of them. Shakedown, $90 on Neil Young, sold. What a great price, but let's do it. Sold a Shakedown for $20. $90. Neil Young box sold a Shakedown for $90. Okay? All right. Big Arch. Now, what exactly is the Big Arch at McDonald's? Y'all are making me hungry. I love some hot fries from McDonald's. A chocolate, my favorite thing's a chocolate dip cone, an Oreo McFlurry, double cheeseburger. Oh my. Let's see, 25 Chad Atkins sold to Chris and Start. Matt Bushy on Billy Idol, $15 sold. And boy, I like some, my gut, I tell you, I like some good old fast food. You know, we got an In-N-Out burger here in Lebanon. I still hadn't been to it yet. I've ate In-N-Out twice in Las Vegas. I've ate In-N-Out twice in Las Vegas, and there's one here in Lebanon that's opened. Haven't had it yet. Maybe tomorrow. Bare Naked Ladies sold to Paul Brothers for $45. It's like a Big Mac, but in the form of a quarter cheese and has crispy onions. Mmm. Whew. That sounds tempting, but I got Mom's spaghetti tonight. I mean, that's probably just as bad as far as calories and carbs, but here we go. Half off. We got High Priest of Country Music. Folks, that's Mr. Conway Twitty. $5 on Conway. The Forum, The River is Wide. The Forum is sealed for $10. We have Conway sold to Mega Blast. We have Lady Nelson and the Lords, Piccadilly Pickle. That is sealed for $7.50. Tom Before, We and the Sea, a 68 promo. 68 promo, $15 on that. $15 on that. The Bandit, the Nashville String Band, the Bandit is $10. Also, the Best of W.C. Fields, $10 on that. Also, we have American Hot Wax. That's sealed. Great comp of early rock and roll music there. $17.50 for that 2 LP. Red Fox, you got to wash your donkey. Red Fox is $10. You got to wash your recommended for adults only. Adults only. That means Mega Blast can't buy this. $10. We have Let My People Come, a sexual musical. $10. Sexual musical. That's all I'm saying. George Carlin, Toledo. George Carlin is $7.50. Dawn featuring Tony Orlando. $10 on Dawn. And a sexual IQ test. A sexual IQ test. $12.50. Holy moly. Good gosh. Whew. Oh, man. How do you score yourself on that? Oh, my gosh. Some of those questions. Stephen Douglas on Red Fox. This is a nasty crate. Big nasty crate here late. This is the 1 a.m. crate. Hope there's no kids watching. Those questions. Oh my gosh, I'm blushing. Gangbusters, 1950s, radio broadcast, $7.50. Eddie Cantor Show, radio broadcast, sealed for $10. Shaving Cream, Beanie Bell. This is Comedy Central, $10. The Ernie Kovacs album, Comedy Central here, $7.50. Freddie Prinze, Looking Good, $7.50. The Very Best of the Marx Brothers. Any comedy lovers here? $13.50. Neil Diamond, Stones. Neil Diamond, $7.50. Gene Autry, You Are My Sunshine. Gene Autry is $5. Tony Orlando and Dawn, Primetime, $5 on Tony Orlando. Rides, Rapes, and Rescues. Good gosh, $10 on that. Lipstick, I think that's kind of naughty too. $15. Mega Blast on Gene Autry. This is Adult Swim. Neil Diamond, Taproot Manuscript, $7.50. No manuscript. Yes, the manuscript's there. $7.50 on that. Oh, Gene Autry was hilarious. We have By Myself Alone, Ann Burton. Fresh Lemonade there. Ann Burton, $7.50. The Chicken Chronicles, original motion picture score, $10. Canned Heat, Classic 4. QT, instrumentals, Jackie DeShannon. Some soundtracks now. Well, first, Tony Bennett. Cloud 7, $5. Pretty Baby, $10. Sadaka, $5. Neil Sedaka. Bobby Gentry's Bobby Gentry's Ode to Billy Joe, $12.50. Moog, The Electric Electics of Dick Hyman, $15. Command ABC. There we go. Somebody was trying to make an offer on that the last time. Over here, Steve Biddlecombe on Tony Bennett, Sold to Biddlecombe. That is Sold to Biddlecombe. We have Billie Holiday, the Golden Years volume. This is sealed for $20. Billie Holiday, the Golden Years volume, volume 2. Sealed Billie Holiday, $20. Nag, Mooney, and Dosti. This is an Indian record, Pakistani. $15 on that one. John Bobing on the American Hot Wax, sealed soundtrack. That's sold to John Bobing. Thank you on that one. This is a half-off crate, no more, no less. A lot of comedy in here, a lot of spoken word stuff. Not so much music. Gunsmoke, that'd be pretty cool. That's an original Gunsmoke radio broadcast. $7.50. W.C. Fields, more comedy stuff there, $7.50. Ooh, Nina Simone, the finest of Nina Simone, sealed for $17.50. I Loves You, Porgy. Sealed Nina Simone. It's on the Bethlehem label, some kind of 70s press probably. $17.50 on that. Eddie Cleanhead Vincent, Cleanhead's back in town. $10 on that. Sherry Darnell on the Billie Holiday. That's sold to Sherry Darnell. Don't give up on this crate yet. Here we go. The Two Sides of Mary Wells, a 68 OG sealed. Wow, in mono. 68 OG mono, Mary Wells sealed. Atco, $25. Year on Nina. No year specified. Definitely something from the 70s. No barcode. It's not from the 60s, I can tell you that. I'm going to say a 70s press. Quincy Jones doing the soundtrack to Dollar Sign or Money, whatever that was actually called. Music with Little Richard, Roberta Flack, Kershaw, that is $13.50. And Herb Albert, Going Places, $7.50 for Herb Albert and the Tijuana Brass. Gabor Zabo Macho, don't give up on this crate yet. $20 for Gabor Zabo, $20 on that. And George Shearing, The Full on the Hill. Golly, George Shearing, The Full on the Hill. That would be a Beatles song. Day after day, alone on a hill. Of course, it's on Capitol. The man with the foolish grin is sitting perfectly still. No one seems to know him or the sounds he tends to make. Okay, we have Rafe on Gabor. That is sold to Rafe. And then Ernest on the Quincy Money soundtrack there. And Mike Brangle on Herb. That is sold to Mike Brangle, Herb. And then we have John Coltrane, Turning Point. Another on Bethlehem. So yeah, this is the same looking jacket. That's probably what the Nina Simone label looks like. Very same style jacket. Coltrane, $15. We have another Gabor Zabo. I think this one's pricey. Yeah, half off of $69. $35 on this. This one's called Bacchanal. 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 Gabor Zabo. That is $35. And then we have Jim B says he'll take the Nina Simone. And then Master Ma on John Coltrane. Then Mike Brangle was next. And my crate's full. So let me show you Father Guido Sarducci. And that is $7. Breakfast in Heaven. And my crate over here is pretty full. And let me go ahead and swap these out. I need to swap these out. Okay. That is done. And Nina Simone's already sold. We still got the sealed Mary Wells, though. That's another female soul album. My Guy. She was on Motown at some point, or Tomla, same thing. Father Guido is sold to John Sotong. Okay. TSO Houston second. The Adventures play the classic Joy. The Adventures play the classics Beethoven, Bach, Mozart. It's called Joy. $5 on that. $5 on the Ventures. Rush, All the World's a Stage. No condition notes, $20. Rush is $20. George Shearing, Here and Now, $5. Mega Blast on the Ventures. Interesting one there. You still afraid of clowns? Yeah. Kramer didn't like clowns. The Age of... I can't believe no one's bought these synthesizer records. The Age of Electronicus. Another Moog synthesizer record. $15 on that. And this one back here is still available too. $15 on that one. The Fabulous Sound of Lester Flatt and Earl Scruggs. $10. Merle Haggard Tribute to Bob Wills. $7.50. The World of Flatt and Scruggs. $15. A 2 LP gatefold. Basie's Beatle Bag. Count Basie doing the Beatles. And that's sealed. Sealed for $10. Tom Jones live at Caesar's Palace. That's sealed for $12.50. We have the Village People Cruising. That's $7.50. It's the State of the YMCA. That's on there. Sugar Man, Stanley Turrentine. That's $15. CTI, Gatefold, and Nice. Promo. Radio station copy. White label promo on Turrentine. And Marillion is $20. Script for a Jester's Tear. $20 on that. No offers. These are half off, no more, no less. These are half off, no more, no less. Chris Messer got Merle. Michael Nath got the sealed Mary Wells. And these were half off, no more, no less. Okay? All right, let me refresh. I think Facebook's about... When did I start? Oh, I didn't start till 2:30. No, that's not right. Friday. We got 9 minutes left before Facebook ends. 9 minutes left. So nobody on Sticks sealed. Who wants this sealed Sticks for $10? It's got a split, but it's never been open. It's going to be near mint minus. Chet Baker sealed. Who wants it for $15? It was $25. So Sticks was 20. How about 10? Chet Baker was sealed 25. How about 15? The Mamas and Papas, it was $35. Let's do it for 20 bucks. A Japanese pressing. And who wants this record here for 20 bucks? The Kromanganongan. 20 bucks on that. Okay? And then we have next is Basie Beatles in mono. Basie Beatles is in stereo. Stereo, Chris. And then Matt Bushy got the Rush. Let's tag that for him. Shakedown got Sticks for 10. Red Cave was second. Then Michael Nath. Chet Baker went for 15 to Adam Minardi. And Jim B offered 15 for Kromanamanka. Can't do it. Can't do it. Can't do it. Eric Van Leuven says he'll take it for 20. 20. Eric, Jim B has dibs ahead of you. Okay. Let's just do the titles, and if you want a price on something, we'll give you the half-off titles. The Forum, the Piccadilly Pickle, Lady Nelson and Lords, Tomba 4, the Bandit Nashville String Band, W.C. Fields, that was the Sexual Musical, and then George Carlin, Tony Orlando Don, the Sexual IQ Test, the Gangbusters Radio, the Eddie Cantor broadcast, the Benny Bell, the Ernie Kovacs album, Eddie Prince, Marx Brothers, Neil Diamond, Tony Orlando, the soundtrack, or actually this is music from silent films, Rides, Rapes, and Rescues, Lipstick soundtrack, Neil Diamond, By Myself Alone, The Chicken Chronicles, Pretty Baby, Sadaka, Bobby Gentry, the Moog synthesizer, the Pakistani soundtrack, Gunsmoke, W.C. Fields, Eddie Cleanhead Vincent, George Sharon, the Gabor Zabo still available for $35. And was that a promo label? And that's got a promo sticker. No, not a promo label on that one, though. George Sharing, another synthesizer, Flat and Scruggs, Tom Jones, Village People, Turrentine, Marillion, and Count Basie. This is sold to Eric Van Leuven, 20. Poor Mamas and Papas, the only auction tonight that didn't get a home. Oh, and Costello. That was 35. How about 25 on Costello? That was 35. How about 25 on Costello? And we have Mamas and Papas, which I marked down from 35 to 20. Costello was, I forgot about Costello. He was an auction back there. Marillion, Rob Fordham on the Turrentine. That was $15, a promo copy. Nice. And the Marillion, Script for a Jester's Tier, that was OG, no condition notes, $20. Adam Minardi on Mamas and Papas for 20. And Costello sold for 25, both to Adam Minardi. Adam, while you're here, Nick Serenjenko on Pretty Baby. That was right in here. That was a soundtrack. I think. Should be. Yeah, right here. That's sold to Nick Serenjenko. And then Mike Brangle on TT. And TT for Mike Brangle was... TT for Mike Brangle was who? Who was TT? Gabor Zabo Condition. Boy, I think that's from that jazz collection. This is really nice. Oh, it's nice. Very nice. Who was TT? Was that supposed to be for Turrentine? If so, Mike, you just missed it. Sher Darnell on Gunsmoke. It's sold. Yeah, I think that was Turrentine. Gunsmoke was up here. That's so does Sherry Darnell. We had the Hatchet Ed crate was one big buyer, and unfortunately it was a lot of silver, and we've sold some of it tonight. We had somebody buy a big 5-ounce coin. What the heck did I do with the other stuff? I was going to show that one more time because usually the silver buyers are lurking around right now. What happened to that? I must have put it back in its tub. So here's one of the first items. $285 for this amazing coin. It was marked $295. I remember taking his offer on it. It's a 2-ounce coin, and it's very high detail. So we had about a $2,000 order of silver not get paid for. This is an amazing high detail coin, 2-ounce, $285 on that. A Norse Warrior is what it's called. The Norse Warrior. Right here. High relief Norse Warrior. That's $285. Rafe, I would grade the, just to be specific, I would grade the Gabor Zabo at EX+. Okay, and then this was George Washington's pistol, not his actual pistol, but a silver replica. It was $350. I took an offer for $335. Man, I don't want to get that out right now. It's a beautiful piece, though. If anybody's maybe interested, I'll show it. $335 on that. And then this Christmas silver, it was actually not cheap. I'll have to show the price again. I've lost my sticky. It was like $100-something, honestly. That's when we sold it at probably the top. And $285 on the Norse. What happened to the bar? I had a bar, and it was, I think, pretty fair. And then that other item, I don't know what I've done with them, though. That's something I would do, misplace about $2,000 in silver. I misplace valuable stuff all the time, and then I end up finding it, but I have no idea. It was a bar and something else, but it was right here for the longest tonight, and now it's gone. So luckily, there's video evidence. I'll find it in. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Here's some stuff. Okay. This is the silver shot. The silver shot, 130 on that. It's 1 ounce. It looks like a shotgun shell. And then we have a Spider. Now, this is still a great deal regardless of spot price. The Spider-Man statue, $135, 1 ounce silver. And then this bar, 5.46 ounce, $706.80. And it's a vintage pour Star of Metals. 5.46 ounce, $706.80. I got to keep the half off stuff half off, unfortunately, for the viewers. But yeah, somebody messaged me after the sale tonight, or last night, and they was trying to offer. There was a $50 record that was marked down to $25, and they said, "Can I please have it for $15?" I said, "Man, off the record, on the sale or off the sale." I've always been pretty firm about the half off. Okay, I got a cool new light box in. Check this out. Let me tag these right quick so everybody knows that they're in. I'm going to use this one as a display model because it's cracked. David Bowie lights are in. And I want to plug one up and see what they look like right quick. And I'm going to tell you how many I have because I'm about to read off the pre-order. But David Bowie lights are in. Very cool. Let's move Iron Maiden off for a second. And David Bowie lights are in. I got an adapter somewhere or another. Where's my adapter at? No, not that one. Let me see what's going on here. By the way, Facebook's about to expire. So if you're watching on Facebook and you don't have a Twitch or YouTube, just FYI, if you don't have a Twitch or YouTube, it's about to expire. I'm going to use this Bowie as a display model because it's cracked. It got damaged during shipping, but the Bowie lights turned out amazing. That's a good one. It looks good even if it's turned off. So I should have some extras. All the light boxes are $59.99. I thought somebody was going to buy Iron Maiden tonight, but let me read off who gets a David Bowie light box right quick. Okay, let me read off who gets a David Bowie light box so we can go ahead and tag those for tonight. I have 15, and I actually only have 14 because that one's cracked. So here's everybody who gets one. George Jones, Christina Curtis, Cynthia Herdron gets 2. Rob Fordham, Jerry Stone, Marsha French, Adam Bullock, Jeremy Bryant, Kelly Vlodarchek, Chris Knapp, and Melanie Jennings. So I've got 2 extras if anybody wants one. That was 12. I have 14 because that one's cracked. So 2 extra Bowie lights if anybody wants one right now. The album on the top left, that is Radiohead OK Computer, $44.99. So George Jones, Christina Curtis, Cynthia Herdron, Rob Fordham, Jerry Stone, Marsha French, Adam Bullock, Jeremy Bryant, Kelly Vlodarchek, Chris Knapp, and Melanie Jennings. 2 extra Bowie lights left. And that's it. Anybody else? Facebook has expired, so we're done on Facebook. all those people have left. And what an epic night. I'm going to count out 12 David Bowie lights and put them over here on the table. And 8 hours of nonstop selling. 8 hours of nonstop selling. It's been epic. When I first got here, I was actually pretty tired. I've got more energy now, I think, than I did later. I just got a lot to do to get ready for tomorrow. We got to get, probably going to do a bunch of autographed albums tomorrow. Anybody else have anything else to say? I also have to go use the restroom, number 1. No CDs. I have to go relieve myself. Another reason I'm in a hurry. Any offers? Okay, yeah, I've already read that. Let's check out the George Washington pistol. George Washington flintlock pistol. Pink Floyd light. We have more coming in. I think it's like 2 ounces. Yeah, it's nowhere close to melt as far as price. 2 ounces, yeah. Really cool piece. The handle's wrapped up. You can't see a lot of the detail. $335. I had $350 on it. It's in a snap case. Really cool box. COA paperwork. Kiss lights are on order too. I'll tell y'all what I've ordered. So here's what I have in stock. I've got Bowie, Iron Maiden, Randy Rhoads, Aerosmith, Cannibal Corpse, and Black Sabbath. Here's what I've ordered. 3 King Diamonds, 3 Beatles, 3 Rush, 10 Ozzy, 8 Alice in Chains, 10 Kiss, 3 Led Zeppelin, 3 Pink Floyd, 2 Saxon, 4 Rolling Stones, 2 Metallicas, 2 Elvis, 2 Pantera, and 2 Pearl Jam. And some of those that are like 4 and 3 and 8, I have waiting lists for. So I've got enough to fulfill everybody's waiting list. I've got enough to fulfill everybody's waiting list. And there's some extras. So like if I order 2 Pearl Jams, there's not a waiting list. That's just 2 extras to sell. Pantera, Elvis, those are just extras. Saxon, I have 1 person on a wait list, but I only got 1 extra Saxon. So if anybody needs on a list, if you want on a list, then you need to let me know. Steve, are you the one that yours came in damaged? Is yours the Pink Floyd that was damaged or didn't work? So they're ordered. It will be 1 to 2 weeks if you're the one that had a defective one. So we've done hundreds of lights. I've only had 1 crack. That one got cracked. And the other one, we had 1 defective Pink Floyd light. So that's not bad. That's probably like 1 in 300 that have been defective. So Stephen Douglas. Okay. Yeah. So Stephen, I've got that ordered for you. Ed told me about the situation. Give us 1 to 2 weeks and then we'll ship that to you. Where the band logo light's separate from the background logo. Yeah, I think that's just where it's colored. Yeah. That kind of like Bowie. See, Bowie's kind of like that. I like doing them in color, because when you do them in color, it adds a different layer. See, like I know it's kind of bright here right now, but if I turn off a couple of these lights, Bowie, like it's really cool. It looks like it's doing multi-colors. So, and I don't think it's really an additional cost. All right, I'm done for the night. Thanks, everybody, for watching. I think tomorrow we're going to do a bunch of autographed albums, and I got to get those ready. I got to photograph them and look them up. I got a ton of signed Queensryche, more BOC, some really cool autographs to do. Thank y'all for being great customers. Wow, 8 crates, about 7 1/10 of crates sold. plus a ton of miscellaneous, including all these lights. Thank y'all. More on the way. See y'all tomorrow. Good night, and I'll be right here if you need me. No, on the Aerosmith, you can change either foreground and brake lights, and they did. Really? I didn't know that. Wow, okay. Wow. I'll plug one in here in a second and try it.